Don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
The battle for America's future is on. From New York to New Jersey, from Virginia to every corner of this nation, the decisions made tonight will define the years ahead. From the guys at Studio 6B to Steve Bannon himself, Real America's Voice is bringing you breaking results, live reports, and unfiltered truth all night long. Get comfortable and join the conversation. The Road Forward 2025 on America's Voice starts right now.
Hey! All right, live. Election night, Real America's Voice on a Tuesday, November 4th, 7 p.m. on the East Coast, and we are live at the America First Warehouse with a room full of patriots. Right here on Real America's Voice, election coverage all night, 7 to midnight. We will set the table from 7 to 9. Steve Bannon will take it from 9 p.m. as we get results. Obviously, polls in Virginia closing right now. Obviously, New Jersey at 8 o'clock, New York at 9 o'clock, and we have got the A-team on the ground for you. First of all, I want to thank our sponsors who make this night possible. AMAC, go to amac.us/election right now. Receive a one-year membership for only $1. Don't wait. America needs you. Our great friends from AMAC, of course. Also, tonight's brought to you by our friends at The Wellness Company. Get American-made ivermectin at a price you can't beat at twc.health/voice. And, of course, our friends at Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile, America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Make the switch today. I want to thank all three of them for making this what's going to be a fantastic night. The A-team is on the ground. The A-team is here at the America First Warehouse. We'll get to them all. In New York, David Zier will be covering the New York mayoral race. Obviously, we have David Zier at, I believe, Cuomo headquarters. I see David. In Virginia, we have Mark Serrano, who's embedded with Winsome Sears. Britt McHenry is also with Mark Serrano. In New Jersey, we have Mike Crispy, who's at the Jack Ciattarelli campaign. Down in Washington, D.C., the great and one and only John Solomon will join us as well. Jim McLaughlin is at Mar-a-Lago tonight. Of course, pollster and analysis all night long. And the great Ben Bergquam out in California. We've been talking about Prop 50. The gang is all here. And let me introduce who's here at the America First Warehouse. Of course, the boys from Studio 6B are here. Slick Rick is over there. Slick in the little Slick Lounge. He's going to, Slick's going to be talking to the people here at the America First Warehouse. Kevin Downey Jr., the host of the Kevin Downey Jr. Show, is also in the audience. The audience plays a big part tonight. Obviously, New York in the spotlight tonight, what's happening in New York City. So we're going to want to talk to New Yorkers. And we've got a room full of patriots here at the America First Warehouse, so we'll talk to them. Joining me on the stage, of course, Mr. Paul Nolan, Mr. Rick Delgado, who will have news and analysis as we watch these races unfold. And we have two special guests. As I said in my intro here at the America First Warehouse, his relationship with President Trump is undeniable. If you've seen him asking questions and being in there and getting to the questions that you, the American people, are actually interested in, which is a novel idea in some of these press conferences. He is the White House correspondent for Real America's Voice, and we are honored to have him here, and that is the one and only Mr. Brian Glenn.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And Brian, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you for having me.
An exciting night. Your first time at the America First Warehouse.
This is my first time. I'm looking around going, okay, there's a lot of cool people here, a lot of cool stuff there.
And let me introduce who needs no introduction, sitting to my right, and that is the Congresswoman from the great state of Georgia, Marjorie Taylor Greene. MTG in the house.
Hi, everyone.
Congresswoman, it is great to have you here.
Thank you so much. Excited to be here.
It's going to be a great night. We are excited to have everybody here. Let's go out to the field if we can and talk to all of our correspondents who are on the ground as well. Let me introduce them. First, if we can go to New York, if we have him, Mr. David Zier is at Cuomo headquarters. David, how are you?
Hi, good evening, Damon. It's great to be with everybody. This place is going to fill up here. People allowed in at 8:30. We're at the Ziegfeld Ballroom in Midtown Manhattan, and this place is jam-packed with media tonight. And we will see what tonight will bring. The voting numbers, Damon, in New York City are extraordinary. The highest turnout of the 21st century so far, and could even approach 1969 Mayor Lindsay, which had 2.5 million votes. But we're at like 1.6 million probably plus right now, and the polls close in 2 hours.
All right, very good. David will be there all night covering the New York mayoral race, and we'll see if there's any drama whatsoever. And that might be the question of the night. Where is there drama tonight? Is there drama? Congresswoman Green, let me ask you, first of all, can you give me your overall perspective of the night? Obviously, the Democrats and the media tonight will take any positive, a win, and turn it into the world's falling apart, Trump's being repudiated. We know what they're going to do. What should we be looking for in a night like tonight?
Well, they're trying to make this a referendum on Donald Trump, and it's really not. Virginia went for Kamala Harris. New Jersey went for Kamala Harris. And New York, unfortunately, Democrats just win here. Of course they went for Kamala Harris. So if we see any Republican wins, we're actually going to see great victories. This is really a referendum on the Democrat Party. Are they going to take the full hard turn left into socialism, really communism? Mm-hmm. We're going to see that in the mayor's race in New York. And I think that's going to be what we see happen tonight. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, everyone. But this is not about Donald Trump. This is really about the identity of the Democrat Party.
All right, very good. We'll get to a lot of that tonight, obviously, very well. Let's head out to Texas. We have the great, you see him right before us, 7 to 8 weeknights here on Real America's Voice, the great Grant Stinchfield, who is in Texas. Grant, how are you? Good evening.
Good evening to you, and good evening to everyone at the American First Warehouse. I'll tell you what, I love that place, and I'm jealous I'm not with all of you.
Yeah, we'd love to have you here and get up here. You just heard Congresswoman Green lay out kind of what the night is about, Grant. First of all, tell us what you're covering in Texas, what we should be looking for there, and give me your overall thoughts on what you think the night means.
All right, so we've got an interesting state Senate race here that's actually filling a vacant seat. There's 3 people in that race. If that goes to a runoff, we've got another election in December, and then that would only be for the next year. There's a primary in March, so this seat is a very complicated one. Lee Wambsgans, who is a great friend of ours from Patriot Mobile, and this is where Patriot Mobile's headquarters will be tonight. So a big thank you for them for inviting us. But Texas does not have too many big ballot measures. We got a lot of constitutional things on tax issues. I won't bore you with all of them, but I will say this. I was so happy to hear Marjorie Taylor Greene say exactly what I believe. This is not about Donald Trump tonight. You know, Virginia has a history of voting for governor of whoever, the opposite of who's in the White House. This is what Virginia does. And so, you know, it's an uphill battle in Virginia. New Jersey, don't count Jack Ciattarelli out. I'll tell you what, I was talking to some friends of mine in New Jersey. As many of you know, I'm from the New York tri-state area. There's a lot of people who are quiet about voting in New York. These New Jersey men, they don't even talk to their families about who they're voting for. So don't count Jack out. But Marjorie is correct. This is not a referendum on Donald Trump. It's Virginia and New Jersey, for crying out loud. So it'll be interesting to see. I do have a wager on that the Democrats don't run the table. And I got really good odds on that, by the way. So I'm hoping for at least a victory, 1 out of the 3, Virginia, New Jersey, and let's hope Mamdani doesn't win. But I'm a Sliwa guy, and I'm not really happy about this whole Cuomo in the race. It's disastrous to me to think that Cuomo is even an option in New York City.
Yeah.
The great Grant Stinchfield, he'll be with us all night down in Texas. Let me bring in Brian Glenn. Brian, you heard with what Grant said.
Yeah.
You look at New York, and it's pretty amazing. And you look at the choices that New York had here. One guy obviously wants to kill every baby that you want whenever you want, and the other guy has a worldview that inspired the greatest tragedy in modern American history right here in this city. It is quite amazing to think about what could happen in New York tonight. But speak to that, but also, as I'm asking everybody, kind of give me your overall thoughts on the night.
It's hard to believe that in the great city of New York, one of the greatest cities in the world, that we can't find a quality candidate to run for the Republican Party and really unify Americans on so many issues. I mean, look back whenever Lee Zeldin won for governor. At the time, we were shut down. It was coming out. It was Joe Biden. We're coming out of the COVID lockdown. We had every reason in the world to elect Lee Zeldin, and it fell, unfortunately, short. You fast forward now, if New Yorkers can't see in the rearview mirror what's coming behind them, there is socialism and communism coming for this city. And I'm a little disappointed in the Republican Party that we could not get a better candidate that can beat Mondani. It's unbelievable that we're in the predicament that we are, but that's where we're at. And I don't know if he was to win tonight, if that means we have a greater chance of having a Republican governor for the next governor race, because the city's going to say, hey, we cannot survive any longer. We've got to have a strong Republican governor. Maybe that increases the chances of that happening. But tonight, I'm all but thrown in the towel that unfortunately New York City is going to touch the hot stove on communism.
Yeah. Let's go out to New Jersey. Speaking of what's going to happen tonight and where there could be drama. Again, the polls in Virginia, I believe, closed about 10 minutes ago at 7, so I'm sure the numbers will start to roll in there. Let's go out to New Jersey, where we have Mike Crispy's out there embedded with the Jack Ciattarelli campaign. And Mike, you know this area well. First of all, welcome. We're glad to have you as part of the coverage tonight. A lot of people talked all day about what we had to see in New Jersey today with voter turnout for this to be close and this to be maybe the only drama of the night. Give us your thoughts on what you've heard on the ground today out there, and what do we need to look for tonight to say that this race is going to be within, that he's going to have a chance?
Right. Well, it's good to be with you guys. Great to be part of this coverage with this great team. And, I'm looking at the initial results of where we're at so far, and it looks like the early vote from last time to this time was about the same margin. Jack Ciattarelli ran in 2021 and came up 84,000 votes short of becoming the governor that time. This time we're looking at almost the same margin headed into Election Day today. Now, the difference, unaffiliated voters, there's 133,000 more unaffiliated voters who voted this time coming into Election Day than the last election. So that's interesting. Now, taking it into Election Day and Election Day turnout, right now I will say we are seeing unprecedented levels, increased levels in Republicans, but also with unaffiliateds and Democrats. So it looks like a high turnout election all around. It's going to be interesting to see what that means. You have places like Newark right now that are reporting very high turnout in the inner city, maybe the highest turnout in the inner city since 2005. That's kind of surprising to people, guys, because nobody thought Mikey Sherrill was much of a candidate that could appeal to the inner city urban vote. That's an interesting thing to watch tonight. And then obviously the unaffiliated, the numbers are way up, and we're going to see how that breaks for Jack Ciattarelli. It's looking like the math is going to be razor thin, as close as it was last time. We'll see if these factors with unaffiliated and turnout can make the difference for Jack Ciattarelli.
All right, Mike Crispy on the ground there in New Jersey. We'll be going out to him. Obviously, polls in New Jersey close at 8 o'clock. Let's go down to Virginia, where we have Mark Serrano embedded with the Winsome Sears campaign. Britt McHenry as well with Mark. Mark and Brittany. Britt, welcome to the coverage tonight. Glad to have you here. Tell us what you're hearing. Polls closed about 10 minutes ago. What should we be looking for in the early returns out of Virginia?
Thanks, Damon. We are glad to be a part of this all-star cast tonight. And look, Virginia is a funny state because it's got high concentrations of Democrats in Northern Virginia, closer into Washington, D.C., as well as around the city of Richmond, but vast swaths of less densely populated areas throughout the state, agriculture areas with Republicans. So the opportunity, the challenge for a statewide candidate, such as Winsome Sears, is to get dramatic turnout from those rural areas. We've got a situation here where a lot of federal workers have been sitting home furloughed in Northern Virginia, and I think they are highly susceptible to turnout in this race. And so Winsome Sears is going to be appearing here later tonight. And look, I now that polls are closed, I can say I'm not feeling good about this race for Republicans, although I would say we could see an interesting situation in the state with ticket splitting, where people turn to the Democrat for governor, but Attorney General Mayeras for a re-election because of the controversy over Jay Jones. So Britt and I will be here all night tracking results. I know Britt already pulled up some data about turnout with early voting. Britt.
Yeah, there's been 1.4 million early votes, and traditionally we know a lot of early voting can go to a Democratic candidate. This is the largest turnout. It's been 300,000 more votes than the last gubernatorial campaign. So clearly there is an involvement and an investment on a numerical level for these two women to elect the first female governor in Virginia's history. And I think you nailed it on the head, and Stinchfield said it too with, cross ticket. I think Jay Jones and the controversy 3 weeks ago, those very violent text messages that were released may really hit him hard where it hurts in the voting booth today. But there's been an overwhelming push for Abigail Spanberger, and a source of mine told me to really keep an eye out as we are getting the numbers in right now for Southwest Virginia and Blacksburg in particular. But we will have all of the latest results, of course, here because voting and polls close at 7.
And, Damon, I'll just close by saying that speaking from the press riser in a sea of mainstream media, there's no place I'd rather be right now than the America First warehouse with our MAGA viewers for RAV.
Yeah. All right, Mark and Britt will be down there, and we'll keep going back to them as the numbers come in. MTG's with us. What does it say when you think about Jay Jones wishing death upon his opponent, talking about death of his children, saying sometimes you need to move these people on policy by coming up with this violence? You have to almost threaten them, he said, to move them on policy. When you think about this guy's in position to win still, and you think about what could possibly happen in New York tonight, what does that say to you?
We've already seen that the past 4 years. So if Jay Jones becomes Attorney General of Virginia, you're talking about having someone extremely dangerous serving in a very serious position of power that can prosecute people.
Yeah, could you imagine being a Republican in that place, knowing that he's the Attorney General and knowing what he actually thinks of you?
Well, I can, because I served under Speaker Pelosi in the first 2 years of Joe Biden's presidency, and I've been in Congress since after J6. That was my third day on the job in 2021. I do know what that's like, and that's why I take that very serious. And I really hope that the people of Virginia can overcome their political parties and actually vote the right way on that one. But I think we'll find out tonight. And I think I actually heard one of the guys that works for me said it right. He said that's actually the race to watch. And I'll tell you why that's the race to watch. After Charlie Kirk was assassinated, martyred, I'll say Charlie Kirk was martyred. But after that, we saw, countless Democrats come out and celebrate his murder. And
doctors, lawyers, physicians, anesthesiologists.
All kinds of people on the left. And if they're still willing to vote for a man that wished for his opponent's children to be killed and his opponent and his family, then I think that's the referendum that we're going to see tonight. Yeah.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We're just getting started. Election night coverage right here, Real America's Voice. Steve Bannon will take the ship at 9 p.m., but we'll take you till then. A lot more to get to, including our great Ben Bergquam, John Solomon. We'll bring them all in when we get back, and we'll bring the boys here from 6 p.m. as well. On an election night, Real America's Voice. We're back right after this.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And and we are just getting started.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Howdy, Rab fams. This is Warbringer here. Love you all. Rab is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rab? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
Election night 2025, Real America's Voice, live from Studio 6B. We are at the America First Warehouse. Election night coverage, 7 to midnight, right here on Real America's Voice. We'll set the stage from 7 to 9. Steve Bannon will take it over at 9 p.m. And we've got the all-star team on the ground, of course, as we've introduced you to a lot of them. David Zier in New York, Mark Serrano and Britt McHenry in Virginia, Grant Stinchfield in Texas, Mike Crispy in New Jersey. Ben Bergquam we'll get to here in a second. The great John Solomon in Washington, D.C. with analysis all night. We'll get to both of them. But first, let me give the guys here a chance to jump in. Paul Nolan is here to my left. Mr. Nolan, what's this night mean to you?
Well, I mean, the Democrats are finally admitting what they are, communists. And the high turnout, it just tells you the anxiety of a nation who knows what's at stake here, instinctively or because they're paying attention. It's really disgusting to me to see New York City turning this way, considering all the people we know. Everybody in here has been affected and touched with a friend who, one person removed. To see this, what's going on here in New York City, it couldn't be more disappointing.
Yeah, as I said, the choice in New York City was not a good one. So, Delgado, what are your thoughts tonight?
Let's see. I'm looking for two outcomes. Basically, we're kind of seeding, I guess, New York City at this point, right? We're kind of saying it looks like a lost cause. You never know what could happen. The governor's race in New Jersey, I still think that's the one. If the polls are all saying, oh, it's dead even, they're probably shorting Citarelli. So I'm hoping that that's the case, and he comes out with a 4 or 5 point win. That would be huge. Yeah. And then, of course, the AG race down in Virginia, if they can get that vote to split because of the psychopath who wants to see dead bodies of kids, I think the choice there is pretty easy.
And, of course, on a night like tonight, you have to think, Republicans here, they are trying to perform in places, states that obviously you would think are pretty solid Democrat states. Obviously, things are shifting, but you're also trying to perform in states where obviously Republicans right now control all levers of the White House and Congress. So it's always an uphill battle. And again, the Democratic spin machine tonight is going to take any win as a political earthquake. And I think we all know that going in. Even when you look at things like in Virginia, some of the questions, if Spanberger wins, some of the questions would be, what's the margin? What's the margin of victory? There's a lot of people I heard talk about if she doesn't, anything less than Ralph Norman's 2017 margin of victory, which is around 9%, is actually not a great sign for Democrats there. So there's a lot of nuance here to look at as well. But let me go out to California. There's a lot going on in California, talking about stealing elections. In redistricting. That is the big on the ballot in California. Let me bring in the great Ben Bergquam from Real America's Voice, who is out there. And Ben, welcome on in. Voters decide on this. This independent commission to adopt the Democrat maps, potentially flipping 10 GOP House seats for 2026. Ben, welcome on in. Tell us your thoughts on the night and what's going on in California. Is there any question this is obviously going to pass? Is it just a matter of by how much?
Well, let me bring in Fresno County Supervisor Nathan Magzig, and then we'll talk. So this is our No on 50 crowd out here. By the way, who loves Gavin Newsom? Nobody. Even the Democrats don't like him. He's such a slime ball. All right, Nathan, talk to us about the election tonight, the significance of it, and as a county board of supervisors, what it means for the county.
Yeah, so I'll tell you right here in Fresno County, we go from having 4 Congress people to 6. Now, that sounds good, but it's not, because it actually dilutes our representation. And here in California, we go from 9 Republican congressmen down to literally 4. And so our voices are not being heard here in California. I look at when Trump got reelected last year, and when he got elected with about 40% of the vote. Yet we're going to go from representation around 18% here in California down to like 8%. And that is absolutely not fair. So Prop 50 is a huge scam. What it does is it really reduces the voice of the Republicans and the conservatives that are still here in California.
And that's everyone that you see behind me here. Patriots in the Central Valley. I just want to kind of go over here and talk some Molly. So as a patriot in the Valley, you look at what they're doing, and this is basically, everyone who's out there watching, what Gavin Newsom's doing now is basically an extension of the No Kings. Everyone who's voting yes on 50 is basically voting against President Trump for nonsense reasons. But to you as a local resident, when you think that Fresno County is going to be basically controlled by some of the county by San Jose, how does that make you feel?
It makes me feel terrible. This is ridiculous. They're robbing us of our representation, and we voted for this, for the Independent Citizens Commission, 2 other times. So this is the 3rd time it's on the ballot. We all know Gavin Newsom is just doing this so he can be the presidential nominee for the Democrats. And this is just completely unacceptable. It's a waste of money. We have fire victims who, they still don't have a place to live. It's just terrible, the mismanagement and the corruption and just the rot in this state. Somebody needs to do something. Vote no on 50.
And you still have time to do that. Polls close at 8 o'clock. Anyone else want to jump in real quick? We're going to be coming back out here. Anyone else want to jump in on the conversation? Really, Josh?
Yeah, I'd say, this vote today is just taking the power away from we the people. And that's something I know Trump's been fighting for, to return the power back to we the people. And it gives us less vote power here in Clovis, California.
Well, there you have it, guys. We're going to keep talking to the folks here. The polls are still open. There's a massive line, one of the polling places here in Clovis, California, massive line around the building. So hopefully that's a good sign, because this is more of a conservative area. But so far the numbers aren't looking good. The early vote, 51% Democrat turnout, or 51% were Democrat votes or voters, 27% Republican to 21% independent. Unless we get a massive day of turnout, it's not looking great. And unfortunately, what that means is 5 less Republicans in the House, this is what it's all about. It's about 2026. They want to take over the House and the Senate. They want to impeach President Trump. They want to put you and I and all of us back in jail. This is, the lawfare that we've seen before. That's basically what all of this boils down to.
All right, the great Ben Bergquam in California on Prop 50. Obviously, we'll see what happens there. Does not look great. I'll tell you where else it does not look great. We may have our first call. I think we do have our first call of the night, and I don't know if we have Mark Serrano available. But it is in Virginia, and it looks like the race has been called for Abigail Spanberger, already projected to win the Virginia governor's race. What time is it? It's
with
7.
With 4% in, Damon, they call it with 4%.
Well, I think when you look at these things, they know where the votes are coming from, and they make these calls. Mark Serrano, let me go to you. I know you're down there. If this is in fact the call. You look at the GOP in Virginia. You look at Winsome Sears as a candidate. The GOP did not have an actual primary, so some say this was kind of mucked up from the beginning. You look at Sears taking a vacation in August, firing her campaign manager in late July, August. I don't think there's a Republican in Virginia you would talk to and say that this campaign wasn't somewhat wonky. And here we have a race being called at 7:27. Looks like it could be a 10, 11-point win. Give me your thoughts.
Yeah, so, of course, only 4% reporting from Decision Desk HQ, Damon. But once we take a look at the data, I'm sure we'll learn that there's some Republican area that has gone heavily more towards the Democrats, and that it's a bad sign for Winsome Sears. So, obviously, we've got to have one of the big outlets call this race before we should consider it done with only 4% in. But let me just comment about sort of this wonky race, as you said. if this is a loss by Winsome Sears, I lay this at the feet of Glenn Youngkin. Glenn Youngkin, the incumbent governor who won off the coattails of the parents' rights movement in Loudoun County, Virginia in 2021, he picked Winsome Sears. He picked effectively an anti-Trump candidate. And this candidate, Winsome Sears, although she was head and shoulders above her opponent as a candidate for office, she never embraced Donald Trump and the MAGA voters. Why would MAGA get off their couch and come and vote for her like they did in record numbers, especially low propensity voters like they did in 2024? Britt, I don't think this is terribly surprising. Obviously, we've got to get an official call on this, but so far, Decision Desk HQ says this race is over.
I think you guys were on the money to call all the problems with her campaign. I mean, Abigail Spanberger was everywhere, whether you are a Republican or a Democrat. I mean, I'm sure you can concur. You heard about her campaign. Winsome Earl Sears was limping through everything. There wasn't a lot of publicity. There wasn't a lot of press. Losing parts of your campaign will do that. And when President Donald Trump, for good reason, will not endorse you by name the night or two before the election, yes, why on the day of would MAGA voters turn out? And I think that's what we're seeing.
And you've got to be a pretty bad candidate to lose to Abigail Spanberger. To me, she is like the love child, the political love child of former Governor Ralph Northam, who instructed us about post-birth abortion, and Kamala Harris, the queen of word salad and getting stuck in the headlights. If you recall that debate between Spanberger and Winsome Sears, where she had nothing to say when she was questioned about her policies on transgenders in schools.
Yep.
All right, guys, thanks very much. We'll get back to you. Again, the Virginia governor race has been called for Abigail Spanberger. MTG is with us, and he brought up the point of Glenn. I'll give you a chance to talk about the race overall, but he brought up the part of Glenn Youngkin, and I guess people in Virginia could speak to this more, but when you look at all the fanfare he got when taking office, and you look at now leaving office after 4 years, is there a policy legacy there? Is there a legislative legacy there for Glenn Youngkin? What are your thoughts?
I'm going to tell you what just happened is the government has been shut down, and many federal government employees live in Virginia, and they literally just elected one of their own from the deep state. Abigail Spanberger is of the CIA. Yeah. And that's exactly who she is. And I'll put the blame on both Democrats and Republicans in the Senate. I've been calling for over a month now for the Republicans in the Senate to grow a spine and use the nuclear option, override the filibuster, and reopen the government. But they wouldn't do it. And now I'm so thankful to President Trump because he is demanding that they do it. And here's what they did. They kept the government shut down, and so Abigail Spanberger get to campaign all over the place while we're not in Washington working. They literally gave her time off to do it, and then they gave all these federal government workers in Virginia time off of work to sit home and go out there and vote like they have never voted before. We are Republican majority in the House and the Senate, and I put a lot of this blame on them that they allowed these federal workers to show up in force like this, and it makes me sick because I am a Republican member of Congress, and I'm disgusted that we are not working in Washington delivering the agenda that you all voted for, because that's absolutely what we should be doing. And that's how I see this governor's race in Virginia. I will follow up with, we should have had an America First, unapologetic MAGA candidate for a governor candidate in Virginia. And, that's unacceptable going forward. And I really hope, I am going to beg of you all, demand every Republican candidate from here on out, they better be America first. And I mean it. And they better not ever back down from that.
So can I ask you quickly, because I have talked on the show how much that I have not agreed with you on the nuclear option, and I'm interested now that you're here to ask you, why would you want to take Russ Vought off the playing field? When I think of Russ Vought, I think that he has like a brain like an Excel spreadsheet, that he has waited for this moment of government shutdown and how to get these RIFs to actually reduce this behemoth of a government we have. Why the nuclear option to kind of take him off the playing field? I never really understood that.
I'm a great fan of Russ, but here's the thing. President Trump will be a temporary president. If you don't use your Congress, if you don't use the House and the Senate to pass his executive orders and bills so that Trump can sign them into law, and you empower Russ Vought to do everything, it's all temporary. It literally means nothing. All you people that campaigned and worked hard to get the president in office, I spent 5 years on the road, millions of my own dollars. Brian lived on the road, went to every single rally. That means all of our work is in vain. So if we just, listen, if you sideline Congress, the legislative branch that is by the Constitution set in place to make laws, if you sideline Congress and leave everything up to Russ Vought, then it can all be knocked down in court. And we know the courts have been taken over by the Democrats because George Soros has supported all these judicial candidates. Look, I'm all for Russ Vought. I'm as conservative as you can get, and I fully support him. But I want our agenda into law. Yeah. I don't want it to be able to be temporary.
All right, great stuff. MTG, Brian Glenn with us. We'll get more of them, the boys from Live from Studio 6B. And, of course, we have the A-team across the country. We'll get to the great John Solomon. We'll bring him in here to see what he thinks about the night. The call already in Virginia. 1 down, many to go. New York City takes the spotlight at 9 p.m. Election coverage right here, Real America's Voice. We'll take you through midnight. Steve Bannon will take it over at 9 o'clock. We'll take you right up to then. We're back right after this.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has
coverage, Real America's Voice, Tuesday, November 4th, election night here in America. Real America's Voice. We'll take you 7 to midnight. Live from Studio 6B. The boys are here. Brian Glenn is here. MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, is joining us here at the America First Warehouse, where we've got a room full of Patriots, and we're always excited to be here. Joe the Box and his staff always so welcoming, and we always appreciate him having us here. We've got the A-team on the ground: David Zier, Mike Crispy, Cliff Maloney, Ben Berkwam, Mark Serrano, Britt McHenry, Grant Stinchfield, covering everything going on the ground around the country. We'll get to all of them. I want to thank all of our sponsors who make this night possible. AMAC. Go to amac.us/election right now. You can receive a 1-year membership. 1 year for how much, Damon? That'd be $1. Don't wait. America needs you. Go to amac.us/election. Of course, our friends at the Wellness Company. You can get American-made ivermectin at a price you can't beat at twc.health/voice. And our friends from Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile, America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Make the switch today. Our friends at Patriot Mobile, so I want to thank all of our sponsors who make this night possible. We are at the America First Warehouse, and like I said, we have a room full of Patriots. Kevin Downey Jr. and Slick Rick are going to talk to him all night long. Kevin Downey Jr. has former Suffolk County Executive Steve Levy with him. Let's welcome him to the show. Welcome, Kevin Downey Jr. Kev, take it away.
Thank you, Big D. Thank you. Yep, Patriot Steve here has got a question for Representative Green. Take it away, buddy.
Hi, Marjorie.
Hi.
So let's assume that Marxist Mamdani wins today in New York. Obviously, he can wreak havoc on a city that's already reeling from horrible blue city Democratic policies. But I have to assume that from a purely political perspective, you have to be licking your chops that this guy is now going to be the face of the Democratic Party going forward. What kind of an impact do you think that's going to have on the midterms next year?
Well, I think that's what a lot of Republicans are banking on, is to have a new bad guy to run against, and for Democrats to be exposed for the real policies that they've always really wanted. We watched mainstream Democrats from across the board endorse Mamdani here lately, and as he's expressed all of the government subsidized programs he's planning to provide. It's going to be interesting to watch it real time if he does win and becomes mayor. How will the city council work with him? Will they fully support it and go all in to...
They're more Marxist than he is, by the way. Just so
okay. Well, then it's going to be rough. Well, I'll just say this. If you're a business owner and you have wealth and you live in New York City, I have a beautiful district, but you're only allowed to move there if you're a Republican. And I'm how I feel about it is I actually don't want to see the people of New York City suffer. I don't want to see that city fall into chaos or be bankrupted by communist policies. That's the human side of me, but it will expose the Democrat Party, and we'll see what happens with it.
Thank you. I mean, it's not like he's going to be the first Marxist elected nationwide. I mean, Chicago has a Marxist mayor in Brandon Johnson. Yep. Seattle has a Marxist mayor. You know, Karen Bass in Los Angeles, is she any different? So they really are now, it's a socialist party, the Democratic Party. And whatever moderates were there, they're either going along or they're too scared to fight it, and it's really now the Republicans against the Marxists is what it's coming down to.
Well, and never forget, they weaponize power. Right now, today in Colorado, Tina Peters is in prison, and that is unacceptable. And this is what we are still living in. So even though we have the President Trump and we have full power in the House and the Senate, we still see this weaponized government across the country. And this is a Gold Star mom and a great patriot that fought for our elections. So you're right. We've already seen this experiment, and we know exactly what it brings.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Patriot Steve. Back to you, Big D.
Very good, Kevin Downey Jr. You know, Brian, Steve Levy brings up other examples, but the difference for me, though, is the Islamification of this guy. This guy is not just a communist. He is a Marxist jihadist in New York City. And quite frankly, in my opinion, what this guy, this guy's not that smart. And one of the things about the media, he goes on, he gets posed as this like Obama-esque kind of smart, very articulate kind of guy. And he doesn't, to me, he comes across as a used car salesman. Yeah. And he uses the left kind of as a Trojan horse, and to sneak in kind of like the pro-Muslim policies that really have nothing to do with equality that he likes to stand up and scream about. It's really more about power and takeover. And so like he acts like he's for affordable housing, workers' rights. But for me, the difference in the examples that Steve Levy brought up is the real gig for this guy is promoting Islamification of New York, one sly move at a time. What do you think about that?
I agree, and I think that's one of the greatest threats we have to our country is that. We look at what's happening in London. I was just in the UK with the president on the visit to the King, and I would talk to a lot of people who live there. That country and that city particularly is unrecognizable from what is transformed in London from kind of a Muslim takeover. Now, look, this is the greatest country in the world. We don't want to absolutely say that you're not welcome here. This country was founded on immigrants. We can all agree with that. But our founding fathers right now are rolling over in their grave to see what's happening in some of the greatest cities of the world, and Christianity is just being pushed aside, and they're trying to develop their own rule of government in U.S. cities. Take a look at London. Go walk on the streets and see what you find.
Yeah.
You cannot find someone who was almost born, raised, and brought up a family in London. It is predominantly immigrants.
Yeah.
Like I said, nothing wrong with that. I'm not being xenophobic here.
No, not even.
But there's something to be said about keeping your culture.
Well, what could be done about that with Sharia law and that culture does not mix with the American culture? What could be done about that from a legal standpoint where can someone codify some form of law that this is never acceptable here? Can anything like that be done without, or is everyone just petrified to be labeled an Islamophobic, or because everyone just puts that pejorative on you, and then you're labeled, and you know better than anybody. You've been I have so much admiration. You stood up to all of it. So what could be done?
Well, number one, the law of the land is our United States Constitution. So there can be no law above that. So Sharia law cannot go above our laws, our United States Constitution. And I don't think we'll ever see that in America, and I don't think the people of America will allow that. And but there are bills that can be introduced. I think there's one that's been introduced in the House. I don't know. I haven't been to work in a while. By the way, I'm not taking a paycheck, you guys.
That's right.
I do want you to know that. I will not take a paycheck.
But that was an option, though.
Oh yeah, no.
That was an option for her to take a paycheck.
Good point, Brian. So just so you know, we get paid no matter what unless we tell the clerk of the House not to pay us. So I don't know the list of my colleagues that are still receiving paychecks.
Let's get that list real quick.
But I'm not. That'd be great.
We're going to read another list on the air tonight.
So you don't think Mondami is going to be grinning all the way to his Sharia compliant City Hall?
My goodness, who knows what he's going to do, right?
Yeah,
I think that's it. It's a wide open door, and no one really knows what's coming.
Yeah, and real quick, Marjorie, what about the fact that all these judges seem to, side with the people who go up, who put things that are against the Constitution? We see it across the country. They're trying to run the country, beat the president through judgeships, and they're more than happy to go along to get along because I don't want to be labeled this and I don't want to be labeled that. Right, exactly. So why wouldn't they just play along? Because we've seen these leftist judges, they'll just do their they'll just let it right through.
You're right, and that's where the real danger is we're seeing it through the courts. The courts are actually overthrowing our Constitution.
Right. Yeah.
And these judges have more power than I do. They can weigh, there's an important case happening in the Supreme Court tomorrow, actually. And Secretary Bessent is going personally to this case because they're going to weigh whether President Trump's tariffs are constitutional or not.
Right.
And I've been supporting President Trump and the tariff policies. I think it's incredibly important that we have reciprocal trade and that our American companies are treated fairly, but we may see the Supreme Court weigh in tomorrow and completely undo that. And I think that'll be historic tomorrow. So I agree with you on the courts.
Yeah. Let me get the great John Solomon in here. Let's go live to Washington, D.C. Of course, you see him every day on Just the News, No Noise, the CEO and editor-in-chief of Just the News, the great John Solomon. Mr. Solomon, how are you? Welcome to the coverage.
I'm good. Yeah, good to be there with all the guys in the American Warehouse.
It's great to have you, as always. I'm sure you've heard a lot of what we've already talked about. Looks like we have a call in Virginia. Just to bring you up to date there, Abigail Spanberger right now, 56% of the vote, 483,511 to Winsome Sears, 43.8%, 378,000. So, John, what are you looking for the rest of the night? What does this night mean for the Republicans, for President Trump? Give me your thoughts.
Well, I think there's some lessons, and I think the race to look at is the one that Congresswoman Green pointed out, the Jason Miyares Attorney General race. You're seeing a significant phenomenon of ticket splitting right now in Virginia. There's about a 40,000 vote, 10% vote difference between what Abigail Spanberger is getting and what Jay Jones is getting, and about a 6% improvement of Jason Miyares over what Winston Sears is getting. And that is a sign that his strategy worked. He talked more about the economy. He embraced President Trump fully. And, of course, he rode the coattails of repudiating his Democratic opponent's hateful speech. So will Miyares win? I don't know. It's about a 10, 11-point race right now. That's hard to overcome. But the ticket splitting is a really strong sign. It's a message that Republicans need to take into account as they go into 2026. You can't run from your commander-in-chief. You can't run from the America First agenda and try to run as a Republican in a general election. It doesn't work. That's the lesson of Winston Sears. But Jason Miyares embraced President Trump. He leaned into his Democrat opponent's hateful language and really hit him hard. He was on air more effectively, I think, than Winston Sears. And there's going to be some learning and hope for Republicans. No matter whether Miyares wins or not, he's shown that you can outperform the top of the ticket by doing the things that got Donald Trump elected just a year ago.
Well, John, let me bring you some numbers here in the Attorney General race. I don't know the last ones you saw, but right now what I'm showing is 51% to 48.6. So it is tight. I see about a less than 30,000 vote difference right now in Virginia for Attorney General. But let me ask you broader in Virginia, John. Obviously, as Congresswoman Green brought up before, there's a lot of uniquely local headwinds. Obviously, you have this enclave of federal workers, the government shutdown. Do we look back in 21 and just say that was perfect conditions and a candidate who was kind of custom made at the time? Okay, give me your thoughts on that.
Yeah, listen, Winston Sears is no Glenn Youngkin. The dynamic of 21 was much different. We had just gone through the embarrassment of Afghanistan. We were starting to get the shock of seeing men on the women's sports podium medal winning, and Youngkin hit the right moment, and he ran a good early get-out-the-vote operation. I think the early get-out-the-vote operation lagged in Virginia compared to 2021. And I think in this case, Sears was just a lesser candidate. She just didn't have command. She didn't have the ability to respond. She left herself in some awkward positions that made great political attack ads, which Glenn Youngkin didn't. Now, Miyares ran a stronger candidate. A lot of people I know in Virginia wish that Jason Miyares was the gubernatorial nominee this time around. And, of course, we'll armchair quarterback that for the next 4 years. But I do think that the lessons of Glenn Youngkin, he was a perfect sort of storm moment for the Republicans. Virginia's an increasingly blue state. And until they shrink the size of government, which Congress has failed to do effectively thus far, Virginia is going to be a deep blue northern district, hard to overcome with the rest of the state. And I think sometime soon, you're going to see the western side of Virginia start talking about what the counties in Oregon are talking about, which is joining Idaho in leaving Oregon and shrinking Oregon's influence in Congress. I wouldn't be surprised if that conversation begins soon in western Virginia. Western Virginia has nothing in common with the northern part of the state anymore, and they're much more in common with West Virginia. So I think you may see some of these secession movements, state-to-state secession movements, pick up as the reality of what Virginia has become compared to what it was 20 years ago sinks in on people.
And John, just quickly, you look at Democrats, obviously couldn't win elections, so they've tried to import voters over the last 4 years. Then they stole the election of 2020, and now they're gerrymandering to kind of steal the House. And how do you think this Prop 50 works out? And how much of a problem, when you look at Indiana, they seem to throw their hands up and say, well, maybe we're too pure to really tackle this. What is your view as far as gerrymandering and how that's going to affect next year?
both sides were doing it, so it wasn't like, I mean, Texas started it. Texas started it because they were told by the Justice Department they were not in compliance with a federal court of appeals ruling. California started it simply to punish Texas. The one wild card that I don't think we talk enough about is that at some point, the Trump Justice Department and Harmeet Dillon are going to have the ability to go to court and say that what California has done is unlawful. It is political retribution and not reapportionment for the purpose of proper representation. And they're probably going to win on some of those arguments because the ballot that my colleague Amanda Head got clearly stated, we're just doing this because Texas do it. I think that's going to get the attention of the court. But between those 2 points, when the challenges occur, the Louisiana apportionment case is going to be decided by the Supreme Court. I don't think that people are taking into account what could happen in the federal court system next spring, summer, and fall that could thwart some of the Democratic gerrymandering and say, hey, what Texas did is more in line with the court's law and view on this, and what California did was pure political retribution. You could see some court intervention that could be to the benefit of Republicans. But the ultimate way Republicans are going to win is by doing what they said they were going to do, which Congress has been slow to do. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is exactly right. The Congress has done about a third of what Donald Trump promised the Republicans were doing. Donald Trump's done it all. The Congress has failed to make it permanent, and they haven't leaned into economic populism the last 6 months, which I think is a failure. They've been talking about everything but economic populism. That's where Republicans are going to win the next election if they get back to that messaging.
Yeah, very good. Congresswoman Greene, has the congressional GOP lost its ideological coherence and strategic will here by being pretty much out to sleep?
Absolutely. Let's talk about health insurance premiums. I mean, this has been an utter failure. Democrats passed Obamacare in 2010. It took effect in 2014. I know my family of 5, our health insurance premiums went from $800 a month to over $2,400 a month. That was more than our mortgage. That was in 2014. And then we saw all these health insurance companies get kicked out of the market, and healthcare prices have done nothing but go up and up and up while the quality of care went down, down, down. And then again, Democrats in 2021, it was under Nancy Pelosi, by the way, they passed the ACA tax credits in 2021, and they were the ones that set the expiration date to end this year. Well, here's my issue with my own party. Republicans have done nothing to fix it. They tried one time repeal and replace, and we'll never forget McCain, thumbs down on that. But Republicans didn't go back out on the playing field and get out there and fight again. And let me tell you something, this could affect people in this room. These health insurance premiums are going to skyrocket. And in January, they are going to be nearly double and be completely unaffordable for so many Americans. And I personally think that is extremely wrong. And the Republican Party is failing to fix it. It is our job. We are the ones that have control of the House, the Senate, and the White House right now. We are leading this country, and to sit on the sidelines and sit at home, not meeting in person every single day in Washington, coming up with the greatest ideas to reduce the cost of health care and health insurance premiums is an utter failure to our own voters. And I think there will be a referendum on us in the election in 2026. But John is right. This is economics. This is about your bank account. This is about the bills that you are paying. This is about the affordability of life. And I believe, as a business owner for over 20 years, I believe in serving my customer, but you guys aren't just my customer. You're actually my employer. And I really want my colleagues to get to work and fix this.
Oh, yeah.
Let me just push back on you for just a second on this, because when I think of healthcare, and you blame the Republicans now, and I get why you do it, because there's no vision in the Republican Party, but realistically, when you look at this, don't we have to go back to 2013 and say the real problem was back then? You had Ted Cruz, you had Mike Lee. They both understood that how unpopular the bill was for the first 2 years it was out. It won us more seats than any other piece of legislation ever. And Ted Cruz stood on the Senate floor for, I think, 20-something hours and filibustered and said, we're going to leverage. They tried to do then what Democrats are doing right now. They took a bill, they took the budget, and they said, we're going to leverage this and tell people that this is unaffordable. This is this is destroying not only jobs, but your personal liberty. And we need to leverage that government shutdown in 2013 to get some concessions and try to repeal this thing and gut this thing. And what did Republicans do at the time? They went after Cruz and Lee and said, you're wasting your time. Mitch McConnell, Kelly Ayotte, all these people, they attacked the Republicans at the time. And once the government got involved, and they knew this at the time, and started subsidizing it, it's like stabbing somebody and then giving them morphine and then say, you really got to get off the morphine. Well, why don't you stop stabbing me first? That was really our chance to snub this out back then. So to blame Republicans now, the Democrats today run and say, oh, health care is unaffordable and it's their fault. And their macro messaging is the same as ours, but it's what they did in 2011 and 2013 and what Republicans couldn't do is why it's so expensive now. So really, is the full blame, should it be on the Republicans now?
No, I didn't say the full blame is on the Democrats, but the blame is on the Republicans for not fixing it. And I think that's incredibly important. It's like, someone steals your car and drives it down the street and wrecks it. Well, we're blaming them for wrecking the car. But if the car sits there, sitting up against someone's house and no one ever cleans up the mess, well, you know what? Somebody should clean up that mess, and it's our job to clean it up. And that's how I see leadership. It's a serious responsibility. You don't sit in your corner and just point fingers at the other side, the one that caused the mess. You get in there, you pick up the broom, you clean up the mess, and you make the house livable for those that live in there. And that's what I think we really should be doing. There's a lot of ideas. Listen, there's so many ideas. We could empower people to be able to come together in groups, associations, and that way they can lower health insurance premiums. Costco, Amazon, those are massive. They could offer health insurance premiums, and that would be extremely low because there's so many members in those two companies. We could also kick this back to the states.
Absolutely.
And this could go back to the states. I'm a big believer in federalism. And then we could see states handle it, not the federal government.
Right. That's really where
and
it needs to.
Price transparency, let me just say that loud. example, and I think that's how we get through it. So I really honestly appreciate your words, and thank you for campaigning and getting out on the ground.
Yeah.
Way to go.
You're welcome.
Way to go.
Okay, now tell us what really happened backstage.
I was just going to say, hey, if I can just for a second, I was just going to say is I was backstage when we first came in the studio and we were kind of going to the green room. Whoopi Goldberg walked out and she really wanted to meet Marjorie before we went on. And she had one of the most heartfelt conversations with Marjorie and thanked her for coming on, the willingness of a Republican, stepping into what we can seem hostile territory. And they had a lot of respect for Marjorie. And she even asked Marjorie, can I get a hug? And so they hugged for a minute. And for a second, I thought, this is kind of cool. But let's see what they say tomorrow on the show. But that was a great moment.
So let me jump in for a second, because I do want to ask you this. Those of us, we're in this fight every day, and we know the mainstream media, and we know the girls on The View, and we know that they hated you yesterday as much as they hated you today, and as much as they're going to hate you tomorrow. As someone, being you, do you ever go into that situation and think they're really using me though, from like right now, for media clips, and to say, oh, look who's pushing back against Trump, and oh, look, she's a Democrat now, as someone on The View said to you today. Do you worry about that image being portrayed when you go and do Bill Maher and you go to do The View? And what do you say to people who say we shouldn't be giving those people any oxygen at all, because we know how they really feel about you?
Oh, well, I understand your viewpoint, but here's something I've learned. This is my 5th year I'm finishing in Congress in Washington, and I've been literally one of the most attacked members of Congress. And I've learned this: I can't control what anyone else says about me. I can't control the headlines. I can't control what's on social media. I can only control myself. And so I talked with both of my daughters. They're 26 and 28. My son is 22. But both of my daughters and my mother said, go on that show, and Mom, show who you really are. That's what we really want to see you do. And so, that's what I did today. And if the only people that approved of that is my mother and my 2 daughters and my son, I'm totally fine with that. And then I can't control the rest. I really can't. What other people's intentions are is totally out of my control. I can only do my personal best.
How would you classify your relationship with President Trump right now? Do you talk to him on a weekly basis, daily basis? What does that look like?
Well, I've always talked to him off and on. I mean, and now he's the president of the United States. He's pretty busy, but I had a lot busy actually. But I do talk with him every now and then, and we agree. I mean, my goodness, I agree with I think 99% of the time. But I don't agree with him all of the time. I don't think I agree with anybody. I love Brian. I don't agree with Brian all the time. And Brian is great. But,
what did President Trump say? It's hard to be him. I'm like, yes, sir, it is.
But I think it's incredibly. I'm a representative, so I don't serve under President Trump. I'm elected by my district. And I represent Georgia's 14th district. And so that is my job title, is representative, and that's the job I'm trying to do.
All right, very good. Let's take a break here. Election night, Real America's Voice. Great stuff. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Brian Glenn, the boys live from Studio 6B, all of our correspondents on the ground. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back live from the America First Warehouse. Steve Bannon will take the reins at 9 p.m., take you through midnight right here on Real America's Voice. We appreciate it. We're back right after this.
people I speak with are concerned about the holdings in their IRAs. But I have good news for you. Our team at Swiss America can show you how easy it is to own gold in your IRA. You see, even with economic turmoil all around us, gold continues to not only be a safe haven, but is also increasing to all-time highs. The volatility of markets has created a lot of undue stress for people. Wouldn't you like that peace of mind that diversifying into metals can provide? For over 40 years, Swiss America has helped people just like you own precious metals in your IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity. Call or text our team at the number on your screen to receive a free copy of our Gold IRA brochure today.
Election night, Real America's Voice. We're taking you all the way through midnight. The A team is on the ground and here at the America First Warehouse with us. I want to thank our sponsors, AMAC. Go to amac.us/election right now. You can receive a one-year membership for only $1. Don't wait. America needs you. Of course, the Wellness Company. We love the Wellness Company. Get American-made ivermectin at a price you can't beat. twc.health/voice. And, of course, our friends at Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile, America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Make the switch today. Want to thank all the sponsors that make a special night like this possible. Want to thank all the great people at Real America's Voice in front of the camera, behind the scenes, doing great work tonight. Marjorie Taylor Greene is with us. Brian Glenn here at the America First Warehouse. Well, I can't thank them enough. Appreciate them being here as well. All the boys from live from Studio 6B here as well. We're talking to the great audience here at the America First Warehouse. We'll do a lot more with them. But let's get out to New Jersey. Mike Crispy is there, and it looks like we may have a call in New Jersey on Mikey Sherrill and Jack Chittarelli. Let's bring Mike in. Mike, what do we know?
Hey guys, well, I did see that one outlet have called the race. However, I still think it's pretty early. Obviously, we know last time this was a neck and neck finish. However, I will say this was the highest turnout for any gubernatorial election since 1997. So really, really high turnout, particularly in the urban areas. That's a hard thing to overcome. This was the highest turnout in Newark, one of the biggest cities in this state, since 2005. Every urban area turned out over 110, 120% of what they turned out the last time in 2021. A lot of people in here are wondering how Mikey Sherrill, somebody who didn't seem to have any appeal with the inner cities, with the black vote, how she got such high turnout in these areas. We're going to get some more information and figure that out. But the story is record high turnout in the urban areas, and in the red areas, there was high turnout too, higher than last time. However, we're going to see if the urban turnout, which is at a record, will be enough for Jack here to overcome or not. Unaffiliated votes, got to count those. Guys, it's very interesting. We're going to keep monitoring this and see what happens.
Well, right now there's 21% reporting, and again, we don't know where the votes left are still to come from, but it's a 200,000 vote difference, 64% right now to 35.5, and the race by Decision Desk HQ has been called for Mikey Sherrill in that race with 21% reporting. Again, a 200,000 vote difference right now, and again, for Chittarelli to pull this upset off, people were talking all day about Ocean County, how to have a strong GOP turnout. South Jersey had to deliver with strong GOP margins there. Independents had a surge statewide. Mike, I don't know if you're still with us, but when we look back on this, one of the things that's really in question tonight for Republicans, specifically in New Jersey, is about Republicans continuing to brag about massive registration gains in these states like New Jersey as evidence to suggest that Americans are shifting to the GOP. But you know, registration's kind of half the battle. And so what do Republicans have to look back on tonight if this number holds as far as when they look at their registration, but actually then going and getting the job done and giving people a reason to get out to the polls? What does that say about that trend?
That's actually a phenomenal observation about voter registration. You know, Republicans from 2021 to now had a 11% increase in voter registration. So you would say that 11% increase, that things are going to be really good. Doesn't seem to be the case. It seems like voter turnout has been key, particularly in these urban areas. If Republicans aren't going to get the turnout machine in areas like Ocean County and South Jersey and Cumberland County and Burlington County and in western counties like Sussex and Morris, if you're not going to turn out that vote, how are you going to win the election? Jack Ciattarelli ran a really robust campaign. He was all over the place. He campaigned in all 21 counties. However, Mikey Sherrill spent a insurmountable amount of campaign cash. The Democrats very early were pouring a ton of money into this race because they sensed that the polls were really close. They didn't want to get embarrassed. We all know that President Trump brought New Jersey from a 16-point margin in 2020 to a 5-point margin in 2024. Democrats saw that. They got spooked. They invested millions of dollars in the inner cities. And it looks like, to your point, guys, that they got them to turn out. The name of the game is turnout. And until the NJGOP and the Republican Party invest in rural and suburban area turnout, we're going to have this deficit in the urban areas. The Democrats spent a lot of money on that, and it looks like that may have them a victory tonight. We'll see what happens, but it is looking pretty insurmountable at this point, despite the fact that many unaffiliated votes came in, which people thought was going to be good for Ciattarelli, but it looks like that those Democrat votes are going to be hard to overcome, guys.
All right, very good. Mike Crispy in New Jersey. Marjorie Taylor Greene is here with us at the America First Warehouse. Trump got 2 million votes in New Jersey in 24. If Jack Ciattarelli goes on to lose, people will say he didn't convert enough Trump voters to Republican voters. But getting to the point, and you know this better than anybody, you can register all the voters you want. If you don't give them a reason to come out and vote, they're not coming out. These are people, you know, you think of people who are not registered. They're kind of let down by the system. A lot of these people, they don't see any difference between an R and a D right now. So if you don't give them a reason, you know, Democrats go grab their voters by the neck and say, you're going to vote. Republicans, well, maybe they'll show up. We'll wait for election day. And is that where we are with the Republican Party?
I completely agree with you. If Republican voters, I think they are not energized right now, and we're seeing it in the turnout, right? But let's go back to, let's be real about these states. Remember, Kamala Harris won New Jersey. Yep. Kamala Harris won Virginia. Are we really expecting to see Republicans run in there and win these governor races? I personally wasn't. Yeah. So I'm honestly not surprised. I would have loved to see it. I think we all would have loved to see that, but it's not surprising. And again, I'll go back to the two races I'm watching. Is the New York mayor's race. Are they really going to elect, they call him a socialist, but I think he's a communist. Are they really going to do that? Yeah. Is that what the Democrat Party is? And then are they going to elect an attorney general in Virginia that literally wanted to see his opponent's children murdered? That's the definition of the Democrat Party.
Let me give you the update of where we are in Virginia. So we know the governor's race has been called. The votes are still coming in there, but it's about a 200,000 vote difference between Spanberger and Winsome Sears right now. The lieutenant governor race has been called for the Democrat as well, 53 to 46, with about 55% reporting. On the attorney general, Jay Jones holds a slight 50,000 vote lead right now, 51.4 to 48.6, with 52% reporting.
All right, so then they really are going to double down on communism and murdering their opponents.
They don't care. They don't care.
That's unbelievable. But that should be, you have to take that in. I think that's something that you really have to take in. That Democrat voters are really serious about communism and really
they're serious about power, right? I mean, they're serious
power,
about however they get it.
Serious about electing someone that will kill their opponent's children.
Yeah.
I don't even have words for that. I don't even know what to say about that.
Hey, my question here is, how much of this falls on the rest of the GOP? I mean, the people that, the people that are in office that should have been out there campaigning to, get this guy out and make sure that their guy propelled to win. You have so many Republicans across the board who could have said, you know what, I'm going to show up for this guy because I think I can help him win. And you don't see any of these guys show up. right? Am I wrong? Am I missing something?
No,
or do
you're
they
not
just
wrong.
kind of say, oh, I don't want to get involved because I don't want it to come back on me next year when I have to run, and oh my goodness, I might, say something stupid. And they're too busy protecting themselves to think about the overall good that they could be doing by getting out there. Like what you did today by crossing into the enemy camp, so to speak, the way President Trump did when he went to the South Bronx, crossing into the enemy camp.
Kirk is always
right, exactly.
Yes.
And going into their playing field and punching them around a bit.
Oh, look, I totally agree with you. So here's something we need to talk about in the MAGA movement. I'm going to bring this up. We see nonstop fighting in the MAGA movement. Every time I go on X, every time I go on social media, it's literally everybody shooting at each other.
Yep.
Right.
And I think that is a massive failure. And Democrats don't do that.
No.
They lock arms no matter how much. Look, AOC and Nancy Pelosi hate each other, and those women lock arms and they go out and campaign for Democrats.
Right.
And, I serve with all the Democrats. I have Jasmine Crockett on 2 of my committees. So I know exactly what these people say and do, and they go out and they go Team Democrat. I think Republicans, MAGA in particular, we need to learn to start doing that. And if we are unwilling to do it, then we're going to keep losing elections. But the biggest thing is we have to give a reason for people to vote for us.
Right.
And that is why I, again, will say it is pathetic and disrespectful that we are not working in Washington right now. Congress, we are not working in Washington, and so we're sending a message to voters everywhere like Republicans are giving you nothing to vote for. As a matter of fact, they gave all the federal employees in Virginia so many days off, it's not even funny, so they could go in and vote for these people. And I'll blame my own party. I'll blame all of my colleagues. I'll blame Speaker Johnson for that. And so I'll take some blame on myself, but I'll also push back to everybody else is we can't shoot within our own tent.
Yeah.
We got to get it together and fight the Democrats.
Yeah.
Well, the race has been called for Jay Jones.
Oh,
Decision Desk HQ has called the race for Jay Jones, the Democrat Attorney General in Virginia. 51.2 to 48.8 with about 55% reporting. That race has now been called. We're going to New Jersey, I believe, now. Let me bring Mike Crispy back in. Audience members from New Jersey. Kevin Downey Jr. You have an audience member from New Jersey? Kevin Downey Jr., who do you got?
I do. Thanks, Big D. We got Patriot James with here. Let's hear for Patriot James, folks. And Patriot James wants to throw something up on the stage that's going on today. Pretty serious business. Take it away, buddy.
Yeah, so from what I'm hearing in New Jersey is that through like 6 or 7 different counties, there were bomb threats made, and they evacuated all the polling centers and had to relocate all these people. And then after a while, I guess they cleaned it up and deemed it a non-threat, and it was some young adolescent kid that was calling the polling centers and putting tweets out online about he was going to blow up the polling centers. So there's a big mess going on in New Jersey. And plus, I don't trust these electronic voting systems. We got to get them out. We got to go back to paper ballots. That's the only way we're going to get real accountability and honesty in our elections.
Now, do we know if these were red counties where they had the bomb threats?
I'm not sure if they were red or blue, but I heard there was about 6 or 7 different counties that had bomb threats made on them.
All right. Have you guys heard about the bomb threats on stage?
I did hear about them this morning. And again, obviously election fraud is still on everyone's mind. But also some people look and say, well, do we use it as a crutch every time that we lose a race? We yell fraud and machines and paper ballots and all of that too. Is it more to the point where, again, President Trump can't be on every ballot every year for the rest of our lives. We need to give low propensity voters and our voters a reason to come out and be excited about what the party is doing.
Totally agree. I absolutely agree. You don't go back to another restaurant unless you love the food, right? Yep. You're not a repeat customer unless you love the product. And I think I can't agree with you more than that. It's not depending on Donald Trump. Republicans need to be the party that Americans want to vote for. And I want to rip out the neocons out of the party. I'll go ahead and be honest about that. And I think the Republicans, many of my colleagues, they they put on a MAGA hat for the first time after Donald Trump won the election in 2024. And that really upset me because I've been wearing one the entire time, even when Joe Biden came to give a State of the Union address to Congress. But I really think that you're going to see the American people not vote for Republicans. I'll predict that right now until the Republican Party actually puts into action, not just words, literally being America first.
I was going to say, Damon, I want to, I agree. There's a website, libertyscorecard.com.
Oh, we have it on the show a lot.
Go to that website, and you'll see these people at Trump rallies put on their MAGA hat, throwing red meat to the viewers. They get elected, and they do absolutely jack you-know-what when they get into office. Go to libertyscorecard.com. You'll find out your favorite MAGA Republican has a D, has an F, has a C minus. That is inexcusable.
Right, but one of the problems getting to that point over the years, and I'll just say it because let me say it, it's been Mitch McConnell, because we have had good Republican primary candidates, and he went and stuck his face in races where it didn't need to be. He raised money against him. He was always about the policy over Congress and the purse and the budgets. And he kneecapped us at every single turn. He's the biggest debt creator the Republican Party has ever seen. He has kneecapped candidates that we could have had better primary candidates and had better representation, who were America first and were for President Trump. He cannot go fast enough.
I agree.
I don't wish anything bad on him. I know he's having self, whatever. He needs to get out, and we need to stay away from the leadership of the McConnells and Boehners. And I mean, you can go back through the list of them. It never gets any better.
Can we come back to the neocon discussion after the break?
I don't think we're taking a break, but yeah, we can get to it right now.
Well, we talked about it. That, to me, is the most divisive part of the MAGA movement. Yep. The neocons have been more destructive, in my opinion, than any party in American history. The last 30 years of neocon policy, starting from the clean break to the PNAC mafia, right through 9/11, through the Patriot Act, it's all been a disaster. And they keep doubling down. And now you can't say one word about, I'll touch the third rail. We can't say a word about AIPAC, and now because you're immediately labeled, and once you're labeled, what does the media do? It destroys you. So all conversation is over instantly. What world are we in?
Well, I'll say it like this, and I talk about this more and more. October 7th was horrible. Yeah. Everybody can say that.
Yeah.
But I will also say that the Israeli government bombing in Gaza, murdering innocent people, children, and starving them is also awful. And that's not attacking Jewish people. That's talking about the government of Israel. And that's not an attack on Americans in any way. But I will say we need to stop sending money and supporting this. But not just that country. I've never supported sending money to Ukraine because that's not a war we should be supporting.
It's not our business.
And we should be able to criticize any government we want to. It's not about people's identities. It's about a government and what they're doing. But I don't think anybody's money, no one here in this room or in this country, your money should not be sent to support foreign wars when it's not being used here at home to fix any of our problems.
Okay, if I can real quickly, this is going to surprise everybody. As the government is shut down, Congress is not in session. There was one organization that walked the halls of Congress, and what were they advocating and trying to get money for? Marjorie, take it away.
Ukraine. Yep, they came in.
The gall of this organization to come to our country when our government shut down and beg for more money to fund their war against Russia.
You know,
you can't make this up.
But real quick, I think the more disgusting part of that, Brian, is how many of those doors were open for them? That's the question. How many of your colleagues were there like, oh, yeah, come right on in. Let's hear what you have to say.
Unfortunately, way too many.
Right?
They're not welcome in my office.
There's a sign on your door.
And I don't take any donations from AIPAC. Actually,
incredible.
Thank you. I have a sign on my office door that says you have to be registered under FARA.
Good for you.
To come in and talk to me about a foreign country.
Think about how we are handcuffed, right? I can bury Trump's big bad bill. I can bury Obama all day long, and McCain or Kerry or any one of these interchangeable swamp creatures. I can't say one thing about a policy in Israel without everyone looking at me like, but I don't hate anybody. I'm a Christian too.
Right.
I've surrendered my life to Christ 2 years ago, and I've never been happier. And I don't hate anyone.
Right. No.
And it's unfair that a conversation can't even be had.
I know.
And now and that's what's killing MAGA, because if someone says one thing about a policy they don't like, they are immediately ostracized. Look at Tucker Carlson, who has done so much for the Republican Party.
We've done a kind of a deep dive on these influencer political activist accounts, and I'm not going to name them right now because I don't want to elevate their status. But they are paid to push out an agenda and attack people or promote people in Congress, the Senate, or even public figures. When someone's posting 70 to 90 times a day, they are paid. I don't care if it's from AIPAC or some other organization. They are getting paid. They are not doing this for fun. So they're going to act like it's all organic and hate Marjorie Taylor Greene because she spoke out against this or spoke out against that. It's all a bunch of crap. And they're paid to do it. And it should be disclaimer that they're paid to promote this.
Oh,
and we did, and like I said, I'm not going to name accounts, but we did a little bit of investigation, and there are some awful things going on to make you completely brainwashed to hate people like Marjorie and hate other
or Tucker Carlson
or Tucker Carlson or anybody else that just has a different way of thinking and wants to get away from the neocon and the establishment of the Republican Party.
And now we have Mark Levin saying that neocon is a pejorative. Think about controlling the dialogue. That is so unbelievably unfair. So for me, if we're all going to try to be reasonable and honorable and completely decent with each other, and in the name of Charlie Kirk and what he brought to this nation and a once-in-a-generation human being, we should honor that by allowing dialogue without labeling people instantly. And that, to me, is the destruction of MAGA. That's what's going to kill us at the midterms.
But to that point, though, the question is not whether one can criticize Israel. Isn't it more the question of whether open anti-Semitism and racism are acceptable in conservative politics?
Oh, I'm completely against hate of all kinds. I am.
Same here.
But I'll tell you this: it's my duty to protect free speech. It is my duty, even speech I don't like and disagree with. I think free speech it's our First Amendment for a reason. And that's where real dialogue comes from, and I think it's important to be able to hear someone's speech, because that tells you a lot about them. Right? If we're hearing someone being hateful about someone's identity or who they are, then we learn about them as a person. If we're debating ideas, like you said, if we're talking about our right to criticize a foreign government or a foreign government's action or how our tax dollars are being spent, then that's okay.
Let's get to, I got to get to Mark Serrano in Virginia. Obviously, we've had, I guess the race has all been called, and obviously the Attorney General race as well. Mark, tell us what we need to know.
Damon, this is not a pretty picture in Virginia. Winsome Sears, it appears, has lost by a whopping 10% in this race against Abigail Spanberger. Interestingly, in the Attorney General's race, Jason Miyares has come in just 1 point below his competitor Jay Jones, 1%. Guess what was one of the big differences between these two candidates? Jason Miyares received an endorsement from Donald Trump that he sought out. That's the difference when Donald Trump is a factor in this race. Don't you think, Fred?
Absolutely. Some star power, support behind your name. Still shocked that result is what it is with Jay Jones, given what you all discussed on set, his texts that were very graphic and detailed. But we can say I spoke to representatives here. Winsome Earl Sears is here. They said they will have a rundown on the show soon. when I assume she will concede this race, but we're still waiting for that. So she is in the building, and just a complete blue ticket in Virginia. We thought it might be different. I don't know about you.
Yeah, and Damon, the other thing is Britt and I are standing in Loudoun County, Virginia right now. This is ground zero for the parents' rights movements. Parents' rights and transgenderism was probably the top issue for Winsome Sears in this campaign. This county, the ground zero for parents' rights, went for Jay Jones and Abigail Spanberger. That's what a weak candidate Winsome Sears was, because she treated Donald Trump like a communicable disease. Candidates across America, I'm telling you right now, don't do what Winsome Sears did here in Virginia. Embrace MAGA, embrace America First, because Donald Trump's coalition from 2024 gave us the winning formula for a future in America.
And it's interesting to note, this is a little bit of a random factoid or a big one, no matter how you look at it, or if you will. Jay Jones, with those texts, I know you guys might feast on this right now, did better than Kamala Harris in Loudoun County. He actually had more voter turnout, more votes than Kamala in the presidential election last year. So wrap your mind around that one and the violence that he espoused. He did better than last year's presidential candidate for the Democrats in Loudoun.
Well, the difference is that he said it. He said it. That's the difference. The voters and the party, let's face it, most of them agree with him. They just won't say it. They'll think it. They agree with the sentiment. They think that sentiment is okay if it achieves the end of power. So, and I don't know how anybody in Virginia could be ultimately surprised tonight. There was not a public poll in 2025 that has ever had Winsome Sears in the lead. Trump took the White House, and the GOP in Virginia gave up on the governor's election, is I think the way to frame it. But Mark, I'll give you the final word here.
Damon, look, I got to say, we have to lay this at the feet of Glenn Youngkin. This is his chosen nominee for the Republican Party, Winsome Sears. He basically pre-wired the nomination for her. He had an excellent candidate in Jason Miyares, who he could have selected instead, and he blew it. A 10-point blowout is on Glenn Youngkin tonight.
All right, very good. Britt McHenry and Mark Serrano in Virginia following the trifecta down there as the Democrats win all, the Attorney General, obviously the governorship, and the Lieutenant Governor race in Virginia. We'll get back to them. But let's get over to Slick Rick in the Slick Lounge tonight. He's got another great member of the audience here at the America First Warehouse. Slick, who you got?
Thanks, Big D. I'm with Steve Gillen from Project Civica, a 501c4 representing 15 city council districts with 194,000 commercials pumped out with views. So, Steve, you have a question for our panel?
Yes, I wanted to just jump back to, you was speaking earlier about the Republican Party not giving people something to come out to vote for. So what I did in the city here, we created what was called the Common Sense Contract with NYC. And I fashioned it off of Newt Gingrich's 1994 contract with America. He flipped 53 seats in the House and 9 in the Senate. And that was the greatest success the Republican Party ever had. If we look at the last election, we were fighting over 5, 6, 7, maybe seats. He flipped 53. And how did he do it? He gave Republicans a reason to come out and vote. He says, if you come out and vote for me, whoever that may be, they signed the contract, and now the Republicans and independents knew exactly what these candidates promised to do. So we recreated it again for the city council races, and we have 15 candidates running tonight in New York City. And it's amazing how you really didn't hear anything about the city council, even after everybody was so concerned about Mandavi winning. So what's the next, firewall up there would be city council. But we didn't get that. So anyway, what we did is we have these candidates running. Hopefully the whole intent of this whole project for the Common Sense Contract with NYC was to build the Republican independent base for 26. The Republican Party doesn't look at things like that. They don't look forward and give people a reason and show that there is actually an opposition party in New York. And that's what we tried to do with Project Civica. Yeah, so I was wondering down in the Congress, I know they did this in the past, why don't they do something like this and give Republicans a reason to come out and vote? Not just words, but give them a reason to come out and vote in writing, in a contract.
All right, very good. Slick Rick. Brian, what do you think of that?
That's a great idea. Sign me up. Where's my pen?
Yeah. All right, let's take a break. Live from the America First Warehouse, Election Night 2025, Tuesday, November 4th. Let's take a break on Real America's Voice. We got a lot more to do. Steve Bannon will take the reins in just a few, take you through midnight. We're back right after this.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, and your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take your shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
Election Night 2025, Real America's Voice. The best election coverage anywhere on your television. We're going to take you right through midnight. Steve Bannon's going to join us at 9 p.m. and take you right through midnight. Well, with the A-Team on the ground, I want to thank all of our sponsors who make a night like this possible. Of course, our friends at AMAC. Go to amac.us/election right now. Receive a one-year membership for just $1. Don't wait. America needs you. Our friends at AMAC, go check them out. Of course, our friends at the Wellness Company. Get American-made ivermectin at a price you can't beat at twc.health/voice, twc.health/voice. And, of course, Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile, America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Make the switch today. I want to thank all three of our great sponsors tonight that make a night like this possible. Well, we've talked a lot about Virginia, and obviously we talked about New Jersey. Polls have closed there. Races have been called. The big one comes up at 9 o'clock, 10 minutes before the polls close. Let's go out to our own David Zier. He is in New York at Cuomo headquarters. David Zier, I'm sure you've been listening to a lot of the conversation tonight. If you want to weigh in on anything you've heard and tell us what the feeling is there at Cuomo headquarters in New York, about 10 minutes from the polls closing.
Well, thanks, Damon. Before I get into that, I just want to say I was in the gallery in '94 when Newt Gingrich took the gavel for the 104th Congress. That was historic. But I got to say, record turnout in New York City tonight. Biggest voting turnout since at least 1993. I think we're well over 2 million at this point. I wanted to address early voting quickly. You know, it was important to look at these numbers for early voting and where the top 4 areas were in early voting as a percentage of turnout. And they went went for Mamdani, most likely, like Little Bangladesh in Washington Heights or Upper East Side or the Upper West Side, and also Astoria, where Mamdani is from. So, it was looking pretty good for Mamdani. And did Cuomo do too little, too late in this race here? And because the GOP was put in a tough position, right? Because Curtis got the endorsements of Stefanik, of Pataki, of Giuliani, of Malliotakis, right? And then I think a lot of those Republican voters won't come over for Cuomo. We'll see where that lands. But the city council's a mess, too. And Project Civic is great. But, New York only has 6 Republicans out of 50 seats. Hopefully we can pick up a couple this time around. But there's also important ballot measures tonight on the ballot. And one of them is to expedite or to expedite the affordable housing building that Cuomo and Mamdani will both benefit from, taking powers away from the city council so they can build this partially public-funded affordable housing. You can't spend your way out of the problem here. And I also wanted to just address terror, right? Mamdani wants to get rid of the counterterrorism unit. I have family in counterterrorism in New York City. And, I lost one of my best friends in 9/11, and I follow it very closely. 40-year history of Islamic terror in New York, starting back to the Al Farouk Mosque in the 80s in Brooklyn, going to the Sahadi Spice Market, recruiting Mujahideen for Al-Qaeda or for, the Taliban, and at the Spice Market on Atlantic Avenue. And there's this rich history, dozens of attacks in New York City. So I hope that we stay vigilant if Mamdani does take over. But he will be under the microscope. I think it sets the stage, if he does get in, for the governor's race to go red. And everything he does will be able to be, watched very closely here. So we'll see where that goes. But this is a referendum, Damon, in closing here on the Democratic Party. Which way do they want to go in New York? Is it the Democratic Socialists of America? And just like Linda Sarsour said, she's going to own Mamdani if he gets in. So it's a scary moment. We got a few minutes until the polls close. We're at the headquarters at Ziegfeld Ballroom, Midtown Manhattan here. The public has been let in. There's a lot of energy here. But we'll know shortly who is going to be the next mayor of New York City.
Yeah, all right, David. Of course, the Caliphate Cosplay Convention looks like it kicks off tonight. And it is amazing when you think about in the Big Apple, the city that endured 9/11, when Mamdani's radical Islamists turned the New York skyline into a graveyard, that this is happening in New York City. It is quite amazing. The problem you'll have is going between Broadway shows and not tripping over prayer mats. That looks like what's going to happen. But Marjorie Taylor Greene is with us. She's actually got some breaking news out of Georgia. What is going on?
This was extremely disappointing to me. It's just been announced that the 2 Democrat candidates won the Public Service Commission race. And I'll tell you what a historic thing this is. This victory marks the first Democratic win in non-federal statewide races in Georgia in nearly 2 decades. This is like a political earthquake in my state. And I think it's a major referendum of what we might see in Georgia for the 2026 midterms, which are serious. We've got our governor's race, our lieutenant governor, our entire statewide slate will be up for re-election in 2026, as well as John Ossoff, which is a very important Senate race that we'd like to win back. But Public Service Commission, these are the utility regulating boards that regulates energy in the state of Georgia. And so it just went to 2 Democrats that very much believe in the Green New Deal. Oh. So out of all the races tonight, this is the one that I was really surprised about and extremely disappointed.
Wow. Let's quickly get to Grant Stinchfield. I've only got about a minute and a half. Grant, if you can hear me, let's bring Grant in. I know he had something on prop. Go ahead, Grant.
Well, Damon, I just want to say when it comes to Prop 50 out in California, that's to battle back against what we're doing here in Texas, where I'm broadcasting from. I want people to consider what could be disaster. These court cases are now, in Texas, still being decided. Could you imagine if Texas loses its redistricting bid, even though we are well within our rights to be doing this, and God forbid California wins? that spells disaster. But Damon, you summed it up earlier. Harmeet Dillon is from California. I promise you, if Prop 50 goes through, which I expect it will, Harmeet Dillon and her team from the DOJ will be in California right away. She may have to help us here in Texas because we're still waiting, and a lot of congressional candidates don't know if they can run because they don't know what the district is, and March is the primary coming up very, very soon. Back to you guys.
All right, very good. Grant Stinchfield down in Texas. I want to thank all of everybody we've spoken to set the table so far. We are going to take a quick break. I want to thank everybody here at the America First Warehouse. Don't go anywhere. We're not done yet, but we're going to turn it over to Steve Bannon, who's going to take you from 9 p.m. right through midnight. But Brian Glenn, I'll give you a last word here for this segment. Anything else you want to say?
I'm just happy to be here at the American First Warehouse. Thank you so much for coming out. It's my honor to be here on the stage with you guys. Love the show. Watch it every night. Just thank you so much, and God bless the USA.
Congresswoman Green.
Yeah. Oh, I share Brian's sentiment. I think you guys are great. We do watch it so many times in the evening, and it's just really fun to be here in person. Thank you.
Oh, we appreciate both of you being here. All right, let's take a break. We're not done yet. Don't go anywhere. Coverage continues. Steve Bannon will take the reins right when we come back at 9 o'clock, taking you through midnight right here, Real America's Voice. We're back right after this.
Get in. We're stealing homes. We're not like those other home criminals that steal your stuff. We steal your hard-earned home equity. We find your property online from the public record. Got it. Create a deed transfer that makes us the homeowners. Got it. And borrow tons of cash against your equity, and you won't know till the foreclosure notice hits months later.
You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HometitleLock.com.
Conservatives don't care about the environment. This couldn't be any further from the truth. The American Conservation Coalition is building the conservative environmental movement, and they're inviting you to join the mission. Scan the QR code or visit acc.eco/RAB to donate to ACC. Here's the truth. The best environmental stewards are conservative. So why does this total myth exist? Well, the environmental movement has been hijacked by radical left-wing activists who prioritize ideology over conservation and use the environment as a Trojan horse for their progressive agenda. Go visit acc.eco/RAB to help ACC take the environmental issue back. What if we believed that economic and environmental success go hand in hand? We can do it. If you care about stewarding our land and building a conservative environmental movement, I urge you to invest in ACC. Go visit acc.eco/RAB to donate now.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, preserve juicy jellies, store perfect pickles, and prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. Act now to get RoboSeal for just $29.99, and you can get a second one for 50% off.
Call 1-800-788-1952 or go to buyroboseal.com.
Battle for America's future is on. From New York to New Jersey, from Virginia to every corner of this nation, the decisions made tonight will define the years ahead. From the guys at Studio 6B to Steve Bannon himself, Real America's Voice is bringing you breaking results, live reports, and unfiltered truth all night long. Get comfortable and join the conversation. The Road Forward 2025 on America's Voice starts right now.
Okay, welcome election night 2025. It is Tuesday, 4 November in the year of our Lord 2025. A lot is going on, and none of it is good so far. I want to thank the Studio 6B team that took us from 7 to 9 o'clock. We'll be checking back in with them later at the America First Warehouse out on Long Island. Of course, the polls, I think, are closing right now in New York City, but we want to go to, and I want to set the stage here The race was called in New Jersey in 13 minutes. The race was called in the Commonwealth of Virginia in 19 minutes. Let's start in Virginia at the Sears headquarters. We've got Britt McHenry and Mark Serrano. Serrano, I'll start with you. What in the hell happened down there, sir?
Well, Steve, the Republican, the governor's race in 2025 in Virginia, disaster for the Republicans, has a name, and it's Glenn Youngkin. Winsome Sears lost this race by 11.4%. Think about that for a minute. Glenn Youngkin, who was an accidental governor in 2021 because he basically ran on the coattails of the Parents' Right movement, he selected his hand-picked successor by basically eliminating any real primary in the spring, picked Winsome Sears, who, by the way, treated Donald Trump and the America First movement like a communicable disease and wouldn't embrace it, wouldn't reach out to it, and the results speak for themselves. An 11-point disaster, whereas Jason Miyares, running for re-election for Attorney General, who received the endorsement of Donald Trump, bested her by 10 points. He won his race for Attorney General, lost his race by only 1.4%. And frankly, I think Jay Jones won off the coattails of Abigail Spanberger. This is a disaster. And Glenn Youngkin was the general chairman of this campaign for Winsome Sears. And let me just tell you, looking ahead, this is not how you run a race. You embrace America first. Yeah. You speak to low propensity voters and working class, and Winsome Sears did none of that.
No, it's even worse than that. In 2021, we were here on election night. This was John Fredericks came up with the strategy months before and came here to the war room and convinced me to have the war room back because Youngkin was not, he was a private equity guy. He was not a Trump fan. They didn't want any involvement of Trump whatsoever. John Fredericks got on that bus, and his theory of the case was if we can get near presidential level performances that Trump got in 2020, if we can get with like 80% of that, and overperform in those areas for a governor's race, that the governor's candidate can win, and that's exactly what happened. He won on the parents' rights movement up in Northern Virginia. Right there was kind of started, and the overperformance of the MAGA vote. Okay, and then he never embraced it. This catastrophe in Virginia, and we have to call it catastrophe. You could wipe because you had a great candidate like Miyares, who beat the gubernatorial candidate by 10 points and still is going to lose by over 1. They also, I think, are going to have a bigger pickup in the House of Delegates. The reason this is important, and Britt McHenry, I'll bring you in here, is that the House of Delegates and Spanberger have already said they're going to go to a 10-to-1 map. Tonight, the midterms start at midnight as soon as we get done with California. The midterms start tonight. And you're seeing in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and you're seeing in California, where the Democrats are going to try to stack the deck to impeach President Trump. So don't think this doesn't have national implication. It has massive national implications. And Youngkin ought to be ashamed of himself for what happened here tonight. 19 minutes after the polls closed, Winsome Sears was designated the loser. Spanberger won, and Sears didn't even come out. I don't know if she even gave a concession speech. Britt, how bad is it in the rest of the races in Virginia?
Look, there's still a lot of tallying going on, but I think you hit the nail on the head with Democrats using this at midnight. They didn't have to. It could be 19 minutes after 7 o'clock Eastern time. And with the other states' performances to really start their 2026 comeback. And we've talked about here how the federal government shutdown likely was a factor. If you give 35 days off to people, which the Democrats did on purpose for the ACA and, quite frankly, what we're seeing tonight, that gives time to people to vote, to show up. Let me just give you a couple numbers here. Steve, I know you mentioned them, but Spanberger won 77% of early by mail votes. That's what we were talking about. 58 of early in-person votes, 58%, and 53% of the votes on election day. Now, this is not atypical for Republicans. Mark, I'm sure you can tee off on this. It's historically been, possibly will change as the younger age group gets older, right, with in-person versus mail-in voting. But if the Democrat is winning by 53% on the day of in-person voting, that tells you all you need to know. And you're exactly right. Imagine if Abigail Spanberger had said anything in that debate about Jay Jones, which she should have, because fantasizing about shooting children and your opponent should be a non-factor, and he actually got a large turnout of female votes, which is shocking. If she had said one thing, that's a 1% difference.
Hang on for 1 second, Britt. Decision desks, which is pretty good, they've called the races tonight, and they're normally pretty conservative, have just called the New York City race for Mamdani, and that is at 6 minutes after polls close. 6 minutes after polls close. Britt, has Winston Sears come out and addressed her crowd yet, her audience? Has she conceded? Has she officially conceded?
She has not. I was told about 40 minutes ago that they were going to come out with a run of show, nodded that she was here. The room filled up. There's definitely a larger crowd, but it's all for a concession speech. And you just have to look at this nationally, too, for Virginia, New Jersey, California, and be a little concerned and also a little disappointed, right, Mark, at Republican candidates and the lack of campaigning that happened in Virginia. I'll say this. We live here. Spanberger's campaign was louder. What do you have to add to that?
Well, and Winsome Sears, she is the most unrelatable candidate tonight for MAGA. Why would MAGA turn out for a candidate who would not embrace Donald Trump, who built the greatest coalition victory in 2024 in American history, Steve? And a great irony here is Britt and I are standing in Loudoun County, Virginia, the ground zero for the parents' rights movements. And yet, Winsome Sears, who put transgenderism and parents' rights as her number one issue, she got destroyed in this county and dragged down Jason Miyares here as well. It's a tremendous irony. But let me just tell you, building a coalition like Donald Trump did, and like you and the posse did, and the War Room a year ago, that's the way to win elections, not by holding Donald Trump at arm's length distance like Winsome Sears did, because all those rural counties across Virginia that you know so well, we didn't get the turnout we needed by far.
No, it's sicker than that. Youngkin used her as the attack dog against Trump. And that whole DeSantis kind of madness in 21 and 22 when they thought Trump was going to be gone, she was the attack dog, and then they put her up to this. You may not recover from this in the Republican Party in the Commonwealth of Virginia for a generation. That's how bad this is. It's awful. Guys, you stick around. We're going to come back to you. Let us know if she gives a concession speech. I would love to hear that one. Let's go to New Jersey. Mike Crispy. Okay, Mike. It was 13 minutes. The race was called by decision decks 13 minutes after the polls closed. And I do believe that Cliff Maloney may be right. You may, I think a third of the vote in, it's already 1 million votes. You may get to 3 million votes tonight. What happened?
Well, Steve, there was a record high turnout in the urban communities. This was the highest turnout in the urban communities and inner cities of New Jersey since 1997. The Democrats ran a turnout operation in the inner city that the Republicans clearly were not prepared for. And Republican strongholds, Ocean County, South Jersey, there seems to have been a suppression going on. You and I have talked about it, the fact that there was some of the Christie people that wanted this thing to go the Democrats' way. They didn't like Chitterelli. There was a little bit of a turf war, civil war going on. So I think there was suppressed vote in South Jersey, couldn't get the vote out there. And then obviously the most important factor here is that the consultants of Jack Chitterelli were never MAGA and never let him fully connect with President Trump. You know, Steve, President Trump had a rally in New Jersey that had 100,000 people at the Jersey Shore. I wanted him to come back for a rally. We didn't see him do that. He got the endorsement from Trump. Trump was posting on Truth Social about him and doing tele-rallies, but I do believe there were elements in the campaign that were not wanting the president to come here, but the president did way better than any candidate on the Republican side in the modern era of New Jersey. That just proves that MAGA is the future in this state.
No, Crispy, we closed, you know, we're trying to make the case that New Jersey is the new Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania is the new Ohio. How do we close so much and they not, how do the consultants not reach out to President Trump's team and have President Trump as an integral part of this campaign, sir?
You know, these consultants, I don't know how they stay in business, Steve. You have these people who have been running this party into the ground because they charge campaigns and candidates millions of dollars, and what do they get for it? They get the strategy to avoid Trump. We got to get these consultants out of the party. We need to have unabashed MAGA for the future going forward. President Trump made an 11-point gain in the state. It's such a shame to see it squandered, and I'm telling you, if anybody wants to win in the future, it's from Virginia here to New Jersey. You got to get these bad, rotten consultants out of the game. Trump coming back to New Jersey, I was on the ground all year long campaigning in this race to try to get a Republican elected after President Trump endorsed Jack. They all wanted Trump to come back here. They all wanted him to repeat the magic. We would have seen, I think, higher turnout in those South Jersey rural areas if Trump came back. Trump got 2 million votes here. Jack is not going to get anywhere close to 2 million votes that Trump got just a year ago in 2024.
Unbelievable. Mike, you hang around too. We're going to come back there, particularly if Jack comes up to the microphone. I've got, we have John Solomon. John Solomon at the Real America's Voice news desk, anchor desk in Washington, D.C. Okay, hey, John Solomon. So far, give me your poor Jason in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Yeah.
The brother runs 10 points ahead of the gubernatorial candidate, the head of the ticket, and he's still going to lose. Put it in perspective so far, Solomon, before we go to Richard Barris, then we're going to go to New York.
Well, first, let's keep in mind these are all blue areas, and if Republicans are going to win in blue areas, they had to take the lessons of 2024 and apply them to these states at this moment. And they did none of that. I started warning about this in April after the Wisconsin Supreme Court race, because all the things that Donald Trump and the Republicans did in 2024, they weren't doing in 2025. They didn't get out the early vote like the operation that Lee Zeldin did with AFW and Bernie Marcus's money and got 3 million people who hadn't voted in a decade out early in the bank. They didn't do that. And until you change the laws, you got to win the early vote. The Democrats swamped that. The Democrats got their day of vote out in urban areas like Newark, and we didn't. That's one of the rules that we failed. The second rule we failed is you don't run from MAGA. And both of our both of the Republican nominees for governor ran from Donald Trump. They tried to hide their alliances with Donald Trump. The one guy tonight who leaned into Donald Trump and MAGA, Jason Myers, outperforms everybody else on the ticket statewide. What does that tell you? You don't run from the thing that got you there, that built the base of the movement, that energized the party. If Donald Trump had come into New Jersey the last month, he would have beaten down Mikey Sherrill on her earlier cheating scandal with the Navy. He would have beaten her down on so many of the other issues. Abigail Spanberger wouldn't have had the cakewalk because we would have been talking every day about the Saudi complex where she worked right after 9/11 with a group of people that were aligned with terrorists. The candidates didn't bang on it. The third failure that the Republicans made, they didn't learn. They had a really bad candidate, particularly in Virginia. Nobody thought Winston Sears could win, but we did next woman up instead of the best candidate. Jason Myers would have performed way better at the top of the ticket. Instead, we pigeonholed him down into the Attorney General's race. Then I think the final thing is that Donald Trump won because the MAGA agenda spoke to people whose problems were at the dinner table, on the budget, making ends meet, and they completely forgot about that. We've talked about everything. We want to talk about Nick Fuentes. We want to talk about peace in Israel, but you know what? That doesn't buy the next dinner at the table. It doesn't make you make ends between paychecks. Republicans abandoned economic populism, and you and I have talked about this since April. You could see this disaster happening, and tonight we had it. Now, these were blue states. They were going to stay blue unless the Republicans played a better playbook. They went back to the stupid playbooks of the last decade, and that's why they lost tonight. It's not hard to figure this out, but in 2026, we just made it harder for Republicans to win because there'll be redistricting things. Only the Justice Department can maybe block some of this redistricting with a win at the Supreme Court in the Louisiana case. But Republicans have to wake up tomorrow morning and say, we got to go back to the strategy of 2024. We won with that, and we fell asleep on it this year. We didn't do any of the things that got us the win in 24. That's the lesson of tonight. It's not any more complex than that.
Make America healthy again, the MAGA movement, merge them together. They get at the ballot chasing. Tyler Boyer just put out a great tweet about that. Cernovich. It's the basics. We know how to do this. I want to talk about the national implications. The House is already meeting. Spanberger, they're going to go 10-1 because now, just like us, it's a maximalist strategy. I get it, but now Wes Moore just came on TV. He's convening the Maryland, I think, Assembly tomorrow to put a commission together. They're going to go. They're on a roll now, and they're seeing 2026 as their shot to impeach Donald Trump. Am I wrong in that, sir?
Oh, no, that's definitely the play. Now, listen, we drew the first blood, and we didn't have a plan after. We drew Texas, which, by the way, Texas was kind of required by the court, so it was a legitimate redistricting argument. But the Democrats are going to squeeze this hard. Here, I think, is the big key. I think the 2026 election map will be made on the decisions or lack of decisions that Harmeet Dillon made. She is the chief of the Civil Rights Division and the chief enforcement officer for election law. If she makes the proper arguments in these states where they're doing gerrymandering in retaliation, rather than to make sure there's appropriate apportionment representation of people, she can win in the courts. If she can strike at that, there's a difference between Texas and California. California ballot says what they're doing. They're retributing against Texas. That's not representing the interests of the people of California. That's taking care of a political beast. She has the ability to show that Texas did it because courts required it. If she can win, and if the Solicitor General can win that Louisiana case, they will have an upper hand to sue and block some of these reapportionments in the court and tie it down in 26, delay it into 27. That's the best play that the Trump administration has on that. In the meantime, they got to get out the vote. There was no get out the vote. I live in Prince William County, Virginia. It is the most sought after blue-purplish county, and it's the second largest county. I didn't have a single Republican canvasser come to my house. I had about 13 Democrats. What does that tell you? We didn't do the basics like you know how to do and I know how to do. They just didn't do it.
Yep. John, I want you to hang on for a second. We'll go to Richard Barris because they've called the race. Decision Desk has already called the race 6 minutes into the count in New York City. I know you've got a lot of thoughts about that. Richard Barris, put it in perspective. You've been with us every election night since we started doing this back in 2018. Talk to us about your thoughts so far this evening.
And I'm listening to you and John talk, and I'm thinking back to election 2024. We knew it was over before anyone called it was over. We were sitting there. We were talking about the coalition. And I said then, and we all discussed it, the number one job for the Republican Party was to convince these voters that they are like Donald Trump and that they will follow Trump's lead, not to convince the voter that they're just going to go back to business as usual and we're going to make Donald Trump's administration and his agenda more like the Republican Party. The Republican Party is filled with losers. They were dead until Donald Trump came along and resurrected them like Lazarus. It was over. They're nothing. They don't have a base. I can't be anymore. Look, I've been screaming for months about this. And then you got clapping seals on one side. You got consultants making millions of dollars on the other side. And I'm telling you, Steve, John just said something 5 points behind Glenn Youngkin in your county, John Solomon, 5 points behind Mayoras Rand. And that was still remarkable considering how bad the candidate was at the top of the ticket. I've been saying this now for months. I don't care what's going on in Ukraine. I don't care what's going on in Venezuela. I don't care about any of this. These voters were in Virginia dramatically impacted by the shutdown. The MAGA agenda that these people voted for all over the country was designed to make their lives better. Pivot back to the people who voted for you and make their lives better. And maybe you can salvage this before it's too late. That's it. I mean, this is a bloodbath tonight. The House of Delegates is going to be a supermajority Democratic House of Delegates by the end of tonight.
Give us that right now. The House Delegates is going to be what?
It'll be a supermajority if this keeps up. Bobby Orrick's about to lose in HD 66, which is unbelievable. HD 71 is already gone. I mean, this is horrible. And people are out there like, these were blue states. New Jersey. No. As far as I know, I'm the only pollster who's been polling MAGA since you guys were running it back in 16 and doing something very special. And we also keep these databases of these voters that you guys appeal to. First-time voters, 56 26 years old. You know, I mean, it's really remarkable. And we're looking at Pennsylvania back then, and it looked a lot like New Jersey after Trump was done with it in 2024. It didn't have to be this blue. All right. This idea like, oh, you know, we were underdogs to begin with. That is a cop-out. That is loser speak. End of story. This coalition could have changed the map like the Roosevelt coalition for 30 years. But people want to cling to this old style of fake conservatism, which doesn't conserve anything anyway. What are you conserving? You've been slowly managing the decline of the country for decades. What's left to conserve? Donald Trump and MAGA is about restoration because you already destroyed it. People are hurting out there. They can't pay their bills. They come out of college thinking they did the right thing with enormous amounts of debt. A socialist was just elected in New York City, not because, you know, the colleges did this and the colleges. I'm so sick. These are all excuses. People were hurting. Cuomo would have beaten him in the primary if these people felt like somebody was addressing their concerns, right? And Donald Trump was it for a lot of these people. I mean, that's what it comes down to. He was it. And Republicans needed to come to grips with this. We're 10 years into this movement, Steve, and there still are a ton of people who don't understand it's about Trump and it's about America first.
Baris, you got to bounce, but I'm gonna get you back before the top of the hour because I'm gonna go to New York City. I'm gonna get an early reading of this from Joel Pollack out in California. You will come back to you. John Solomon's at our anchor desk in the D.C. studio. I now want to go to. I got David Zier. So David Zier, 6 minutes into a decision desk, which has got a pretty good track record. Call it from Mondami. Where do we stand on all this thing?
Well, right now you're looking at almost 50% from Mamdani with 52% of the vote in here. Cuomo is 41.5, and the Sliwa threshold is 8.1 right now. So Sliwa almost making up the difference for Cuomo to catch up here. But it was really interesting. Mamdani did so well in Brooklyn, up 25 points in Brooklyn and up 12 in the Bronx, Astoria, Greenpoint, Clinton Hill, Harlem, Crown Heights, Ridgewood, Greenpoint,
but hang on,
Park
but hang on.
all in the 50 to 70% range for Mamdani.
Hang on a second. But here's how he's done it. He kind of took the Trump playbook to the Working Family Party and the DSA have a beast of a ground game. They've got thousands of people canvassing every day. They're bringing every potential. This is why in Brooklyn you're seeing these, in these other sectors of New York City, you're seeing these kind of numbers because Cuomo had all the money in the primary, had $40 million. This kid had nothing. It's about putting it together. And the Working Family Party and DSA are essentially Marxist entities. Okay, but they've got ground game. Just like the Bolsheviks know about ground game, these guys got it. They went and knocked on doors. They didn't rely on TV ads. And that's what you're seeing tonight. In the establishment in New York City, forget the Republican establishment. The Republican Party is irrelevant. But the business establishment, the financial community establishment kept this dream going on that Eric Adams and Sliwa were going to drop out and give Cuomo a shot. It didn't materialize. In fact, Mamdani is going to claim a mandate because he's going to break 50%. Is he not, sir?
It looks that way, and if you take the early voting, it gradually got younger as the week went on. Little Bangladesh up in Washington Heights, and if you look at Astoria, and if you look at the Upper East Side, Upper West Side, all leading the pack in early voting, 80 to 100,000 volunteers from Mamdani. They may have knocked on 200,000 doors this past weekend with their crew. His social media presence are so well done. TikTok, Instagram, about 6 million followers just between the two. Sliwa or Cuomo didn't hold a candle to that. And I maintain that Cuomo probably didn't campaign hard enough. Sliwa accused him of hanging out in the Hamptons, but it doesn't maybe make a difference at this point. Maybe Cuomo did too little too late. And that big PAC money that originally went to Adams, I think a lot of it went over to Cuomo, but you need boots on the ground. Nobody had it like Mamdani. And it's just a fact. The DSA, the young kids, I interviewed 3 students from Pace University, these girls, they don't understand economics. They're from McMansions in the suburbs, and they're all whining that they want free apartments in New York City or to be able to afford here. But I get their angst and I get their pain because I have kids who live in New York City too, paying $5,000 a month for rent. It's very difficult, but they don't understand the dynamics, what got us here. But they see Mamdani. He's young, he's attractive, he can play soccer, he wants free tickets to FIFA to the general public, to the FIFA thing next week, the World Cup next year. And, he's very popular. And that's the appeal with these DSA candidates, the young Turks. This is what's going on here, and they've got mass appeal. And I don't know if it's a tidal wave or not, but it is here in Manhattan tonight.
No, if you're not going to confront this early on, and they should have confronted his naturalization, the whole citizen part of this, gotten into his dark money. The media's not going to do it for you. You got to do the tough work. If you're going to beat a guy like this, he's using unconventional methods. You got to use unconventional methods, and you have to out the fact that. By the way, NBC's reporting that I think 60% of the young Jewish vote under 35 is going to vote for Mamdani. This is a guy that's a Marxist, a neo-Marxist, and a jihadist. David, hang on right there. John Solomon, in all your wisdom, brother, New York City, the global financial capital of the world, is now in the hands of a Marxist jihadist, sir, 24 years after you covered 9/11.
Yeah, well, it's what they were trained to do. What Mamdani is inheriting is a 20-year, 25-year plan by the Soroses and other leftists in the Democratic Party to change the minds of our young children, to make Palestinians romanticized despite their terrorism, to make Americans and our great history and our great courage look like a moral evil. And they set the stage for these young people to actually be programmed to vote this way for a long time to come. Donald Trump interrupted that in 2024. And, what Mamdani did is exactly what Trump did. He went to the forgotten person. He said, I want your vote in 24. We didn't do that in 25. The conservatives and Republicans did not do that. And that's why they got swamped tonight. It's very simple. Republicans can come back for this just as quickly as they can fall apart from this. You got to go back to what makes people win elections. That is talking to people. Forget the ads. Forget the silly consultants. Donald Trump didn't need any consultants to win in 16 or 24. He did it by talking to the people that decide elections, often the ones we forget to talk to. Now, we talked to them here on this network. We knew the frustrations that people had that the Republicans hadn't delivered since Trump came in. Trump delivered, but the rest of the Republican Party didn't. We knew that because we're talking to them every day. But I'm not sure the consultants and the rhinos and the traditional base of the party knew that this frustration existed. They don't know what their children were programmed to vote like for the next 10 or 20 years. And so they didn't combat it. And you're going to take this extraordinary city that gave the entire world a belief in free markets, in capitalism, in innovation, in the American innovation cycle, and you're going to turn it into something that probably looks like a Soviet republic, and that is going to be shocking to the world. But it's an opportunity for Texas. Dallas could be the new financial capital of the world. Tennessee and Nashville could be the new Hollywood.
Miami.
Will people go do that? Yeah, Miami. Yeah, go fix it there. We can do this. We just aren't executing beyond Donald Trump. Downstream from Donald Trump, the execution is beyond weak.
Now, as you said at the beginning, and Bear said, and these are, you don't get darker blue than New York City. New Jersey has always been a blue state. President Trump started to bring it back, right, with a Herculean effort. The Commonwealth of Virginia used to be studied. We had this a one-off with Youngkin when MAGA came together and actually got it done. We overperformed the 2020, or came close to performing the 2020 election. And of course, we're going to go to California here in a moment. That's another disaster for the Republican Party. What does it tell us about the Democrat strategy? They've got kind of a stronghold in Washington, D.C. My beloved Commonwealth of Virginia is essentially Washington, D.C. down to Fredericksburg. All Northern Virginia. This is massive. I think 6 of the 7 richest counties in the country surround Washington, D.C., and 3 of those are the big counties in Northern Virginia. New Jersey, obviously, the inner cities turned out today. New York City's New York City. And California, I'm hearing that we may lose the California the California Proposition 50, which I think is a total illegal scam, by 20 points. So your thoughts on how do we combat? You've got Trump, and of course he wasn't. Mike Crispy tells us the consultants in New Jersey didn't want Trump anywhere around. He just had 100,000 people there to rally, the summer before when he's running himself. So what are your thoughts about how do we engage with Trump? How do we get President Trump and get him into these blue areas where he's proven that he's got a track record in the past?
Listen, the base of the Democratic Party is now the government-dependent base. It isn't just welfare. It's the professors who get all those research grants and ridiculous amounts of money from NIH and other places to study things that are never going to make our life better. It's all the federal workers that keep growing on Republican administrations and not. If you wanted to clear out Northern Virginia and make Virginia red again, get rid of the damn federal workforce that you bloated since George W. Bush created the concocted Homeland Security Department, which is the most unconservative department in American history. So you look at what the Republican Party did. They allowed the Democrats to create a self-government funded base of the party, the nonprofit world, the welfare state, the educative state, which we give tons of money to now and make them all Democratic voters, and then the federal bureaucracy. Shrink the government, you'll shrink the base, because when they don't have money, they ain't going to have time to go out and vote. It is so simple, but Donald Trump hasn't really, listen, I'll call the president on this one. He really hasn't shrunk the government. It's still the same size as we took over. Yeah, great. DOJ did a couple $2 billion here and there. The workforce is the same size. And it's going to be the same size unless someone grows a pair and starts cutting it. And you got to start cutting those university grants. Stop listening to the congressman who whine and say, those are my constituents. Say, no, these are the American taxpayers' dollars. That's what you got to do. We're not doing it. The conservative movement is not doing it. They talk a great game. They execute far less.
Let Trump be Trump. John Solomon at our anchor desk in Washington, D.C. Why don't you hang on for, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to come back. We're going to go to New York City again and California to see how it's playing out. The polls in California, I think, close in 30 minutes. Joel Pollak's going to join us. We'll go back to David Zier. Short commercial break here on Real America's Voice. Election night coverage. Election night 2025. Back in a moment.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get 50% off. Visit ahs.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS for this limited time offer.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
Antivirus is just a half protection online. Grab NordVPN's Black Friday deal and protect yourself better from online threats. Save 77% and get 3 months extra.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison. About a year in prison. 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
And in New Jersey, John Solomon has joined us, Richard Ferris. I want to go now to California. Joel Pollak joins us. Joel, you've got as good a sense of California as anybody in politics. I'm hearing rumblings, sir, that this could be quite a blowout on Prop 50 and be the springboard, not just for winning the House of Representatives, because we now know Virginia taking the lead is saying they're going to go to a 10-1 map. Wes Moore's already been on MSNBC saying he's calling together a commission to pick up at least a seat in Maryland. That's going to be a springboard for Gavin Newsom's 2028 run and the impeachment of President Trump in 26. Your thoughts, sir?
Well, this was definitely Gavin Newsom's play for 2028. And of course, he also wants to be seen as helpful to Democrats in 2026. The Republican delegation in California is now at 9 seats. It could go down to 4 seats as a result of this new map. A couple of the seats in the Central Valley will still be competitive, but Newsom is staking his claim to be the leader of the party, the man who put the party in a position to take the House and to stop the Trump presidency. Now, if you ask Newsom directly whether he wants to impeach the president, he'll say, oh, no, we just want oversight of the president. But we know it's not going to stop there. This is definitely an attempt to end the Trump presidency early by impeaching him. Of course, the Senate won't convict, but you never know what might happen. They're just going to try to stop everything Trump is doing. In large part, that's what this shutdown is about. Donald Trump and his cabinet members were going through every department and getting rid of DEI and putting pro-America, pro-growth policies in place and doing so at an incredibly rapid rate. And that's part of the reason the shutdown happened. It was the only way Democrats could put the brakes on the reforms that Trump was making. And so this is Newsom's attempt to do that starting in January 2027. And he is looking toward 2028, and this is what he's doing. Now, the reason it's succeeding in California is that Newsom is able to frame this issue, the redistricting in California, as an attempt to stop Trump. It really is an attempt to disenfranchise California voters because it's taking away the votes and giving all the power to the politicians to choose their voters rather than the voters choosing who represents them. This reverses the referendum voters passed in 2008 to create an independent redistricting commission. Democrats figured out how to game that one as well. There was a whole article back in 2011 in ProPublica about how Democrats had gamed the supposedly independent commission by having lobbyists and activists pose as residents of communities saying the lines should be here or there. So Republicans lost seats even when they created this independent commission. But now that's not even good enough for Democrats, and they're just going all in for gerrymandering, even though it hurts California. And they're saying they're defending democracy, but it's kind of funny to defend democracy by eliminating the ability of the opposition to compete fairly. So that's going to be the result in California. And it's all about a play for the control of the House, stopping the Trump presidency, and Gavin Newsom's personal ambitions.
Hang on for a second. Joel, what percentage... I keep saying there's more MAGA voters in California than almost Texas and Florida combined. There's a massive amount of MAGA voters out there, and that's why I think Trump should have been engaged in this thing. Schwarzenegger and then Charlie Munger's, I think, son, the physicist, this, in fact, Schwarzenegger could say his legacy was to get this commission going. California votes like it's 42%, 43% Republican, roughly like 42% overall. Yeah, and now you're going from 43 congressional districts and 9 Republican, and 43 Democrat, 9 down to 48 and 4. Did the argument for kind of good government or some sort of fairness, did it ever get any traction, or was Newsom's just pure power politics? Because this is smash mouth. We don't care if 42 or 43% of the people are Republicans. We're going to take, basically 90% of the House seats, and then lead to a potential take the House, install a speaker, and go after Trump. Stop the Trump revolution in its tracks, and maybe also as a benefit impeach the president. And you're right; he won't be removed by the Senate, but at least impeach him again for the 3rd time. Did the good government aspect of Schwarzenegger and these guys, did it ever get any real traction?
Good government in California, when Republicans try to introduce it, is like Lucy and Charlie Brown with the football, because the Democrats just take whatever Republicans do to improve the quality of government. and they turn it into a partisan exercise to benefit themselves and their party and keep themselves in power. That's just how it's run in California. And you're right, it's total smash mouth. By the way, don't believe any Democrat who tells you that this redistricting idea, that this map is a reaction to Texas. First of all, they passed this map before Texas had passed its map. But second of all, you don't just come up with a map like this on the fly. They had worked on this for months, maybe years, because you need to know where your voters are. You need to have the demographic data. You need to have the experts weigh in. You can't do that in 3 or 4 weeks. This was a project over the long term, and they used the Texas redistricting as an excuse to do it. It is their effort to get rid of what remains of the Republican delegation. You're right, it's going to about 10%, actually less than 10% of the total vote. Republicans, again, around 40% of voters, but less than 10% of the seats. And it's a travesty, really, because you can understand that in smaller states where you might only have 1 or 2 members of Congress, you might see Republicans shut out if Democrats win both seats. You'd kind of understand that with 1, 2, 3 seats. But with 52 seats, to have Republicans completely shut out, it's really abominable. And it takes our country further in the direction of division and conflict, frankly. I mean, not thankfully violent conflict, but it is getting to the point where we are splitting into 2 Americas. And the crazy thing about it is the courts might not be able to do anything about it. There are going to be court challenges to this on a variety of different grounds. But the Supreme Court may not be able to intervene in states determining their own method of districting or redistricting. And Kevin Kiley, a Republican who's likely to lose his seat in California, one of the smarter Republicans out there, he's got a bill in Congress that would prevent mid-decade redistricting. And Gavin Newsom just laughed at him and said, oh, well, you're just passing that bill because you want to save your own seat. Well, that's probably true, but it would also make the system more fair. It would be a good government system. Newsom just laughs at that. He's going for the presidency in 2028.
What, two things. Number one, if the president, you know California very well, you're also a great lawyer. If the president called you tonight and said, Joel, what do I do here by getting Harmeet Dillon and the Justice Department on top of this? What's your recommendation to the president?
Well, I think you've got to make an urgent appeal to the Supreme Court of the United States, because you could make the argument, and in fact, Harmeet Dillon's old law firm in California did make the argument, that what Newsom did violated the California Constitution and probably also the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. And I'll explain how very briefly. Voters passed a referendum in 2008 to take the power away from politicians and put it in the hands of this independent redistricting commission, which was supposed to represent the people directly. What the politicians did in passing this map through the legislature before the voters had reversed the independent commission, that meant that they were effectively usurping the powers of the commission unconstitutionally and unlawfully. Now, they'll say, well, we won by a blowout margin. We passed Proposition 50. The voters clearly want this. So who cares if we did it unlawfully? The voters have spoken. And a court might have sympathy for that, might not want to intervene. Maybe the Supreme Court would decline to hear the case because Proposition 50 wins. But the fact is, the reason voters acted as they did in 2008 was to stop the elected politicians from running the redistricting maps. And what the elected politicians did was say, you know what, we're just going to take the power anyway. There's nothing you can do about it. And in a highly partisan environment, we're just going to reintroduce partisan gerrymandering. The other element they could do is say, well, there's a provision in this referendum, Proposition 50, that says we're just suspending the independent redistricting commission. We're not getting rid of it. We're just suspending it. That's what they say. They say we're not against independent redistricting. We're just putting it off for 6 years. It's temporary. It's temporary. And I don't know that there's any legal basis.
Game respects game. I love that one. Real quickly, Joel, we got to go to break. A couple things. Do you agree, Joel Pollak, that tonight at midnight the midterms start? The midterm race for 2026 starts after we hear from California?
Well, I think the 2028 presidential race has started, because if you look at what Newsom is doing and you look at J.B. Pritzker in Illinois, right now it's a race to the bottom to see who can be more insulting to President Trump, who can attack him more. And Newsom right now takes the edge, because not only is he going on social media and behaving like a jerk, but he's actually delivering results for the party, not for the state. But Newsom's gamble is that what Democratic primary voters want in 2028 is a fighter they don't care whether you have a record of achievement. And of course, Newsom doesn't have a record of achievement. He has a record of underachievement. You know, after 8 years, where's the high-speed rail? Where are the dams? Where are the reservoirs? Where are the electric vehicles he promised? You know, there's none of that. He doesn't do anything. All he does is troll Republicans, but he's taken the lead now as the master troll. So tonight, the 2028 Democratic presidential primary begins.
Okay, you nailed it too, and he's going to show people, hey, I'm the one that stopped Trump, and I'm the one that's going to lead to his impeachment. Joel Pollak, talk to me about, can we talk about the California Post for a second before we go to break?
Yes, sir. So
what is it? It's my favorite tabloid in New York. What, we going tabloid in California?
Yes, we are. We're going tabloid in California, and starting the New California Post early next year, building out the team right now. And they came to me, you know, I was very happy at Breitbart, and they gave me a lot of freedom, and I was doing some great coverage. I was on the ground in Israel. In fact, I'm going back there next week. I'm going to go into some very dangerous places and write about what's happening with the ceasefire. But California is very important, not just politically for the nation, but, you know, my neighborhood was burnt down in the Palisades fire. My house survived, but I've got to repair it. And the neighborhood, the community was basically displaced, destroyed. And that happened because of a series of government failures. It wasn't just a natural disaster. And report after report is coming out now this week about how the firefighters weren't in position. And when they got into position, they were called off. They were told not to finish putting out the fire. The police weren't there. The mayor was out of the country.
Joel, hang on. But everywhere around the country, in fact, people around the world are asking me, how in a place that you had the disaster like the Palisades and the Palisades fire, did you possibly have the Democrats come back and looks like in this proposition tonight are going to have a blowout when they made Trump the issue and the Republican Party ran away from Trump and wouldn't even let him in the state to run? How do we have a party do all their coastal commissions and all their decisions basically manifested in the Palisades fire and then screwed all the progressives up in the Palisades with what they've done for the redevelopment since then? And a couple of months later, 6 months later, we're going to have a blowout win of a guy like Gavin Newsom, who I would argue is the guy maybe principally responsible for this, sir.
Well, you know, Pacific Palisades is a conservative community. By that, I mean only 75% voted for Kamala Harris in the last election. But on a more serious note, 2/3 did vote for Rick Caruso in the last mayoral election, and only 1/3 voted for Karen Bass. So it's more moderate on the Democratic side in Pacific Palisades. The problem in California is that you don't realize what's going on in the state until something bad happens to you, but it happens bit by bit, piece by piece. There really isn't a statewide voice that reflects what's really going on. We have these big local media markets, but there's nothing between those local media markets and the national media market. So Newsom is able to make a statewide issue all about President Donald Trump, Democrats, Republicans on the national level, while he's disenfranchising California voters and reducing their voice. And that's why the California Post exists, is to create a new impression, a new mirror to hold up to the state. And it's very exciting to be part of it.
Well, you were there with Andrew when we started Breitbart News, the new site, and you were there first. You were our senior editor after Andrew died to take it, so you know how to build organizations. It's going to be great. So happy for you, and look forward to following you closely at the California Post. Thank you. By the way, what's your Twitter feed so people can follow you on your travels?
It's at Joel Pollak, JoelPollak.
Joel, thank you very much for joining us tonight from California. Those polls are going to close momentarily. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to return. We're going to New York City. We're going to Texas. We're going back to John Solomon. We got a lot going on here. A lot more. We got Texas, California. Next up, here at Real America's Voice, the War Room on Election Night Coverage 2025.
Poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Okay, here we are, back with election coverage. I got my wingman. I got Solomon in D.C. I got Dave Bratt. Dave Bratt, give me a couple of pearls of wisdom before we throw it to Texas.
Yeah, well, you and Solomon were getting at something particular to Virginia, D.C. swamp, the 7 richest counties. But even a little deeper than that with the uniparty logic, right? You know, the governor, the Republican, lost 7 points worse than Trump performed in 24. So there's an outperformance problem. But the real thing is the uniparty, right? Youngkin, got all the check writers. Go check on those check writers from the big energy companies, hint, hint. The lawyers, the major check writers that supported Youngkin, and see if they supported Sears. And you probably find no. And then Spanberger is no threat to that, right? She keeps the swamp in full tilt. And so all the money's there. And what the voters don't get, what Trump put through, right? Trump won African-American, Hispanic, blue-collar workers because he went out and talked to everybody and went over the heads of everybody. But what people don't get now is the Republican Party is not the party, the old country club, reversion club, right? The swamp in Virginia thinks, okay, we lose someone like Brad, he goes away, and then next time we'll win a Democrat. No. It's all different in Virginia now. The structure of Virginia is totally corrupted. I can't think of a sector Republicans can go after, right? I mean, you got the Second Amendment folks, police, firemen, et cetera. But the Fortune 500 CEOs, for example, are 75% Democrat now. The CEO class, and we haven't made that case. Trump makes that case in a clever way. That's just all American. And then the Magnificent Seven, right? The trillionaire class, except for Elon, all of the trillionaire class is on the left now and dumping money. And we need to break it up, like Solomon said. I'm not sure Youngkin did anything to break up all the tentacles to the uniparty and the money. And and Virginia is really susceptible to the uniparty like no other state. That is the unique reason. Right, if you look at the northern counties and the city, even down to Fredericksburg, Spanberger's winning by 45%, all of them. Oh, no. And then if you look at the rurals, any of the rurals around Western Richmond or whatever, Winsome Sears wins by 50%, but they're all small. And so all the big money is now, on the left, and we need to make that point, and we need to blow it up in about 2 more years, or it's structurally built into cake. And the uniparty chooses its candidates very well, right? They choose the Republicans. I think, the Paul Ryan types, they don't bust up any of the swamp.
Brad, if you talk this well when you ran against Spanberger and she kicked your ass, she wouldn't have been a governor tonight. Just kidding, sir. God, okay, just chill. Right. I'll come back to you. You're great. You're great. Just hang on. Dave Bratt, Spanberger's rise to power came on Dave Bratt's back. Paul Ryan gave her the ladder. Stick right there. Let's go to Texas. We got Grant Stinchfield And I think Glenn's story, give us some good news in Texas, boys. What's happening?
Well, I'll tell you what, Steve, it's always good to see you. And I am with the Patriot Mobile boys and, of course, gals. Jenny Story, COO, Glenn Story, Scott Chief, marketing officer here. A lot of good news. We got a very conservative candidate who looks like is going to go into a runoff for a state Senate seat. But I think, Steve, the bigger story is what Patriot Mobile is doing specifically in Texas to save Texas with conservative candidates. Because, Glenn, I'll ask you, if we don't save Texas, this country's lost without this state.
That's absolutely gone. And I mean, that's really our focus today, is saving the state of Texas, because without our electoral votes, it doesn't matter what happens in Arizona and other places. So we're fighting as a company.
You know, one of the scary things, Scott, is we only had, I think it's like 8% turnout right now. That's a problem. And we're known as a state that we should be turning people out.
That is a problem. And right here in Texas, we do have a problem. And if people don't get out and vote, it's going to be an even bigger problem. We need to wake up, like right now. People need to look at this and say, hey, what's at stake right now? We got a lot going on. We got some midterms coming up next year. If people don't wake up, we're going to be right back in the mess that we were in a few years back. We got work to do.
You know,
we got to be prepared for the post-Trump country, and everyone is basically resting on the laurels of Trump, and they're saying we don't have to get off our couch, but if we got to think about what happens in the post-Trump country. And that's why Steve came to Texas, because he realizes how important it is to keep this state red, even though it's kind of purple.
You know, you guys told me Steve came out here, and he's literally like a few miles down the road from me. I didn't get a call from Steve here in Texas. But, Steve, I think you know, when it comes to Patriot Mobile, this is what this company is about. You know, they're big sponsors of helping us put this broadcast on air tonight, and they are committed. I know you know these folks individually, and I don't know of a company more committed to saving America, Steve.
Well, Grant, here's the thing that concerned me when I went out. I was trying to be under the radar just to get a feel for things. Texas, and you know, Trump won by 14. Ted Cruz, he pulled Ted Cruz up by 11 and 24. Tarrant County, as you know, is, I think, one of the most important counties in the country. I was shocked at how moderate to liberal the Republican establishment is down there in the Texas House and the Senate. And quite frankly, with all these other issues going on, particularly the encroachment now of this new, obviously, focus of, it looks like, if not the Muslim Brotherhood, then aspects of Islam coming to Texas. I mean, we've got a fight on our hands. That's why tonight is so important. Texas may be the one place in these amendments and a couple of these Senate seats that we get some good news, because the rest of the country right now is going to look like a bloodbath, sir.
Steve, I'll tell you, I think the rest of the country needs to learn from Texas's mistakes on exactly what you brought up. The Texas legislature is run by Democrats, and Republicans have a virtual supermajority. And yet you've got moderate Republicans working with Democrats to steal control of the state legislature. And you know, before I throw it back to you, Glenn, I'll ask you, how does Patriot Mobile help to stop that? You're talking about conservative candidates. We need it at a state legislature level here in Texas.
Well, look, we start with telling the truth. That's why we like to talk to the guys at the War Room, because the War Room posse, they want to hear the truth, and we like to tell the truth. Because, look, if we can't elect folks at the local level that are qualified, that really want to save our country and save our state, if they don't put God first in country and state, look, that's the biggest thing that I think and that's why we're here at Lee Wamsgang's senatorial race.
And she's about as conservative as it gets. She will be a real fighter in the Texas Senate. And I guess, Jenny, let me just ask you before I let you guys go, because I know you guys are going out tomorrow for some award ceremonies. It's not just Texas. I know you guys are based here, but you're putting this kind of effort in the states across the country.
Oh, absolutely. It's through the causes that we support. It's through the causes that we support that we actually are helping other conservative candidates. We were just at the National Association of Christian Lawmakers, and a lot of those folks are the guys that are putting the Ten Commandments bills in place, or laws, that we then go and we backfill those posters and get them into the schools. So it's really a lot of these organizations that we support and the collaborative efforts that really help the nation and the national candidates.
Well, I'm so grateful for all of your commitment, your company's commitment to America. America, to Texas, to Real America's Voice, and everybody else out there. So patriotmobile.com/RAV. Make sure you get a Patriot Mobile phone. Thank you, guys. We appreciate you coming on. Absolutely. So, Steve, I think there is good news from Texas. You got Lee Wambsgans, who looks like she's going to go into a runoff. That's a good thing. She'll get there. She'll win that. This is a pretty conservative district. And then we move forward. I don't think Democrats are in a position yet to take Texas, but you take the eye off the ball in this state, you know, as we've seen, you can lose anything in an instant, and we're not taking our eye off it here, Steve.
Grant, you hang on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to short commercial break. We're going to go to New York and maybe California. I want to come back to you. We'll find out about Lee and make sure that thing's locked in. Also, Brian Harrison is going to talk to us about some of the other races. Grant Stinchfield in Texas at Lee Wambsgans headquarters. We got some good news maybe coming out of Texas. Short commercial break. We're going to go back to New York to the America First warehouse. We're going to hear from some of the folks that are going to have to live with a neo-Marxist jihadist as the mayor of New York City unless we get to work and make sure that we check his citizenship. Short commercial break. Back in a moment.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Welcome back. It's election night 2025. You're here in the War Room, Real America's Voice, continuing coverage of election night. We're going to go to Damon in Studio 6B at the America First warehouse. Brother, it was just announced that Alvin Bragg has now won another term with 74% of the vote to continue on as the prosecutor, the DA in Manhattan. Damon, give me your overall assessment of what you guys are feeling tonight, knowing that a neo-Marxist jihadist is going to be the mayor of the greatest city on earth, sir.
Yeah, well, we're all ready to fast for Ramadan here, Steve. That's looks like what it's going to be. So, there's a lot of questions tonight, obviously, on New York City. But Steve, one of the things, you said Trump's the greatest political asset in political history, and he's going unused. And I think that's one of the questions again tonight. Is there a viable Republican Party, or is it just a Trump party? Is tonight another reminder of that? The Democrats know one thing. They know if they cover up their radicalism, they can take a bad economy and they can run on it and they can win. And I'll tell you the other thing that stands out to me, Steve, tonight is you look at Mark Robinson in North Carolina, what he said, sexist racial things online. Voters rejected him by 15, 16 points in that race. Jay Jones fantasized about murdering Republicans and their kids, and he won. So I don't know what else you need to know that these people are the enemy, but that is what I take out of this so far tonight.
No, it's pretty dramatic, and I got to tell you, you mentioned about Trump and the Trump Party and the Republican Party. Well, you're still letting these Republican Party people and these consultants make decisions. I happen to believe that if we'd run the same strategy as in 2021 and President Trump had gotten very involved, you would have seen a much different outcome. Particularly, you're having a bloodbath now in the House of Delegates in Virginia, and this is going to come back on a national level because Spanberger and these radical Democrats are going to try to go to a 10-1 redistricting in the Commonwealth. And you couple that with California, what Wes Moore said tonight out of Maryland, you're going to have a dogfight in 2026. The midterms start at midnight, but I got to tell you, it's going to be a dogfight. I definitely think, Damon, he would have made a huge impact in New Jersey. I mean, he had New Jersey trending our way. He had 100,000 people on kind of a windy day down at the shore in Jersey, and he was never used. The consultants around Jack never wanted to bring him into the campaign, and President Trump did, I think, one teletown hall at the end. So you're seeing the impact of this right now, and it's going to be catastrophic. In California, they completely blocked President Trump. When if you got a third of the MAGA voters to turn out, you would have stopped this Proposition 50. So you're seeing it right there. Damon, I guess you got some audience members that have been there all night with you guys. You want to take some questions or some comments?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks, Steve. Let's go out over to Kevin Downey Jr., who's with a great patriot that a lot of people here at the America First Warehouse know. Kevin, take it away.
Thank you, Big D. Folks, we've got Joe the Box, the man, the legend behind the America First Warehouse. Let's hear it for Joe. He did this. The most patriotic venue on the planet. Joe, there's a communist about to take over New York City. What are your thoughts?
I got to tell you, I'm so glad that I live on Long Island. It's about 30, 45 miles away from the Big Apple. But I spend a lot of time in. I make my money driving trucks. My company is in and out of New York City. And I got to tell you, the last couple of weeks, I feel like I'm in a different country. There's more scooters and things running around. And I'm like, where are these scooters coming from? And I'm driving a big truck, and I would hate to accidentally run some of them over. So my question is, are they really voting correctly in New York City? Molly Hernick tells us there's over 400,000 more votes than registered voters. Are we really just going through this game of motions and playing the game? Because I'm a little tired of it.
Yeah, I hear you. I got to be honest, Joe. I know a little bit about New York City history. I don't know that there's been a fair election in the 5 boroughs since Tammany Hall.
I'm not sure what Tammany Hall was. You must be way older than me.
Yeah, I don't know. This is it's a bad day. Let's look at it this way, though. I mean, these were blue states and blue cities, so we can't be too shocked. But the fact that an Islamo-communist is taking over New York City 24 years after they knocked down the Twin Towers, I think that's disgusting. Where do you stand on this?
Oh, my goodness. You got to be kidding me. Where do I stand on this? There's only one God. Our nation was developed under Judeo-Christian values. America was built on our founding fathers, built the country on Jesus Christ and the Judeo-Christian values. There's no other God allowed, acceptable, should be allowed into this country. What does that make me? It makes me a Christian American patriot. That's what it makes me.
Absolutely. All right, now let me ask you this, Joe. Is this the end of New York City? Can we bounce back?
Oh, I don't think it's going to last too long in there because it's going to be so disgraceful. Nobody's going to be in it. Who's going to go to a Broadway play? Honey, let's back it up. We're going to go to dinner and have a Broadway play. I'm not even going to think about it. I'm going to drive through New York City. I'm going to pick up and drop off my shipments, and I'm going to charge double from now on.
There's going to be an exodus. There's going to be an exodus. All right. Thanks, Joe the Box. Thank you for everything. Back to you, Big D.
All right,
back to you, Big D.
All right, Kevin Downey Jr., thanks. We'll get another Patriot over set up with Kevin to talk about what's happened here tonight in New York. But let me get to the guys here. Delgado, you heard what I said when Steve asked me. You know, you look at the Republicans tonight. We saw what happened in Virginia. We saw what happened in New Jersey. We talked earlier in the show about the fact that Republicans just thought, well, we got a lot of registrations in New Jersey, so everything must be trending our way. Trump's not on the ballot. Low propensity voters stay home. I know some people think that Trump may stick around in 2028, but I think the reality reality is that Trump's not going to be on the ballot again. So what do we do when Trump's not on the ballot to get voters out in races like this?
That's a great question, because we saw what happened when he's not engaged, right? We just saw what happened tonight. He's not engaged. The people don't come out. So what does that tell you? Well, you throw out everything that you just did, because we just figured out that doesn't work, and you get the guy involved. He'll probably be more than happy to show up, do some rallies, get into your neighborhoods, get out, get your people out, and make sure they show up to vote, because that's the winning formula. It's not hard. This stuff is not hard. He showed you how to do it, laid it out the plan. All you got to do is say, hey, Mr. President, would you mind showing up? Don't listen to a consultant, because they're there just to screw things up. That's what they do. They're consultants because they weren't successful doing what you're trying to do, run for office. So stay away from consultants. Go to the people that win. You want to do what winners do? It's very simple. You hear this from top-level people all the time. What do you want to do if you want to win? Look what the winners are doing and do what they just did, because they've already figured it out. It's not hard. So they've got to get him involved. And I think part of it, too, he has to step up and say, you know what? I'm going to step up, Jack Ciattarelli. I'm going to make sure you take New Jersey, because that should have been mine last year.
I think, Paul, the story tonight is not so much the overall result, because, again, Republicans are in charge of everything. They're going into states that obviously the Democrats won and control. So it's an uphill climb from the jump. But I think what the story tonight is the margins across the board that they won by, the underperformance of the candidates. And I think what MTG talked about, by the way, you look at some of these local races across the country, the Republicans losing the 2 seats in the PSC tonight in Georgia. I think that might be a bigger red flag than maybe some of the top-level overall gubernatorial races, which I don't think anyone is overly surprised by. And again, I think what we're surprised by is they're getting called at 9:04 and 8:06, and these things are just done, and the underperformance of the candidates tonight might be the thing that sticks out.
Well, we kind of liken it to the midterm curse. We've seen it since World War II. The bounce back after a Republican comes in, or the Democrat comes in. I still don't understand why you talk about messaging all the time. Why is there not a unified messaging and a localized version of Make America First? Like, for example, Jersey. We're going to bring job independence and deregulation here to Jersey. Okay, we're going to get rid of illegal immigrants in Jersey. We're going to make Jersey first, and we're going to fight tooth and nail with that federalist mentality. Where is that messaging that could be across the board, but it still plays to the 5 major tenets of being MAGA, which was so successful? Where is that? Where is the unification on that? And why can't we see a little more, more alignment through, Trump right down through it, and just get in line at this point, because we truly need to keep the government.
Well, where's the overall vision from? Yeah,
Damon, hang on for 1 second. I got to get to Solomon before he punches, but I just want to spend a second, and we're going to come back to you guys. You nailed something that's very important. The midterms start tonight. One of the biggest warning signs that we've got that we need to get focused is these two commissioners in Georgia that MTG mentioned. I don't think they've ever won, and she says the first time in 30 years that Democrats have won a statewide election. I don't think they've ever had commissioners have been Democrats in a couple of decades. That is a warning that this thing is going to cut deeper than just, as you said, hey, we're losing. These are blue states. They're heavily blue states, particularly my Commonwealth of Virginia. But it's the margins, and also as this thing spreads down to Georgia. Give me a minute on that.
That's the thing tonight. I don't think anyone's necessarily surprised on the overall outcomes, but I think it's the margin, it's the underperformance, and I think it's just the vision from the Republicans overall. Steve, it's not like we don't have big things that need answers to. So think about what we have to fight right now. We have property taxes, we have the moratorium on immigration, we have immunity, we have mandates, we have the general health care vision, with the Republicans have absolutely no vision on health care whatsoever. You have a multi-frontal assault on landowners, farms, rents. There's so many things that this party should be focused on. If we can't make red states as red as they can make blue states blue, we are in trouble. It doesn't matter how many voters we register. If we don't give them a reason to come out to vote, it doesn't make a difference.
Damon, hang on for 1 second. I'm going to come back to you guys. I want to go to John Solomon in our anchor desk in Washington, D.C., our D.C. studios. John, your closing thoughts. I know you got to bounce. You're working on a lot of these investigations that we're going to pick up tomorrow.
Good Comey story in the morning.
What's your overall? You and Natalie rode shotgun with me a year ago tomorrow, right? We had the greatest comeback in American history, and now tonight we got a reality check, sir. What do you think?
Yeah. Listen, I think you can sum it up in the experience of two candidates. There's a lesson to learn in Jason Mewes. He leaned into Donald Trump, not away from him. Republicans have to stop leaning away from the leader of their party and the leading message that wins their party there, or wins that popularity among the masses in America. And then the other is Mamdani. Whatever you want to say about Mamdani's radicalism, he did three things. He got new people to the poll in gigantic numbers, just like Donald Trump did last year. He stayed focused on the economy and making America affordable again. That's what the Trump team and the Congress needs to be focused on. And three, he remained consistent. He didn't flip-flop. He didn't listen to consultants. He went with his instinct, and he came off as authentic. Even if it's crazy authentic, he's authentic. So you learn in Mamdani's victory and in Jason Mewes' significant overperformance compared to any other Republican tonight, some really valuable lessons if you're a Republican. The question I have is, will they listen? Will this be a wake-up call, or will they yawn and move on? Big things are on the horizon. Tomorrow the Supreme Court's going to hear the tariff case. That's a historic case that could change things. The Louisiana apportionment case will be big. I thought Joel Pollak made out a good point. Will the 14th Amendment be used by the Justice Department to invalidate some of the redistricting pushes? Tonight, the Republicans lost a chance to reclaim the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. They didn't work hard enough, just like they didn't work hard enough in April with the Wisconsin Supreme Court. Those courts are going to decide a lot of the electoral issues in 28. How many more courts are going to flip between now and 28? Those are all questions that someone that's the chief political strategist for the president has to answer quickly and get back to what the winning strategy was. Tonight is so different than 1 year ago tonight because the strategy that the Republican Party pursued was so radically different and so radically underwhelming. And by the way, the Democrats got back to what they're good at, street politics. That's what they're good at. That's what Barack Obama was, a street organizer. So Democrats are going to keep doing this. This is how they win elections. They get out the vote. Republicans have to get back to that machine and get back to the economic populism that got them to where they were last November 5th.
John Solomon, what are your coordinates? How do people track you down at Just the News and everything you're breaking here on these investigations?
Yeah, justthenews.com. We'll have a big story tomorrow morning revealing that there is an FBI investigation into the hiding of those documents in the burn bags and the that skiff-like room. That's the first time we've been able to get that. We got the electronic communication. We'll make that public tomorrow. That was a question you asked me today. We got to the bottom of it. And then Jay Solomon reports on all social media platforms.
Okay, John Solomon, we'll see you tomorrow and get you on tomorrow and start grinding for the midterm, sir. And by the way, I think if anybody in the administration knows that we're burning daylight on these investigations. Now more than ever, I hope folks realize you got a finite amount of time to do this. Sir, thank you so much. Let's take a short commercial break here. I want to thank Birch Gold. We love Birch Gold. Birch Gold, the sponsor of the War Room. Take your phone out right now and text Bannon at 989898. Get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals. They got all the ways you can do it with tax deferred, low taxes. If you're going to buy physical gold, 401ks, IRAs, you can roll it all in, tax deferred. Talk to Philip Patrick and the team at Birch Gold. Short commercial break. We're going to go back to Studio 6B at the America First Warehouse out on Long Island to get some New York folks to tell us what they think about a neo-Marxist and jihadist as the mayor of the greatest city in mankind's history, New York City. Back in a moment.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of The Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of The Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Welcome back to Real America's Voice. In the War Room coverage of Election Night 2025, let's go to Mike Crispy. Mike, you're in New Jersey at the headquarters there for the campaign. Just one more time, I want to get into this, that the consultants really didn't want Trump involved, and now you're seeing the carnage that is wrought by that. Your thoughts, sir?
Yes, well, I've been talking to the folks in the hall here tonight, Steve, and everybody shares the same sentiment that if we want to go forward, we need to rip this thing down and we need to rebuild it. We need to get the same people who have been doing races in politics for the last 20 years, the neocons, the Cheney people, everybody who's, have been in the last couple of years saying that we need to run away from Trump. Those people, I think, after tonight, need to be permanently banished from our party, from our movement, from our campaigns, and from our elections. All they do is waste donor money. The people have had it. Everybody here tonight is saying, what could we have done different? What could we have done better? How did they run up the score so high in communities? And then in the rural communities here, we didn't get the turnout we needed to match it. How did that happen? And we know why that happened, Steve. One, I think the consultants are afraid to go into some of these places that President Trump makes appeals in the Hispanic communities and so forth. And two, we don't have the unabashed MAGA platform that has been unleashed on the voters in these campaigns. Winsome Sears, same story with the Chitterelli campaign, where the consultants wanted to hold back the candidate from embracing these things, from bringing Trump into the state. President Trump made historic gains in New Jersey. He got 2 million votes in the 2024 election. There's no reason why the right campaign with the right message, with the right strategy, can't engage all those people to come back out. We can at least get 1.8 million of them and have this thing. It's a sad time in New Jersey. We got to rebuild here and in Virginia, and many elements of the party, Steve, need to be eradicated for good.
Mike, fantastic coverage tonight. What is your social media handles? I want people to be able to cover to find you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Steve. Again, it's an honor to be with you. And at Mike Crispy, that is at Mike Crispy. You can follow me on X for all the latest here. And we broadcast Last Call on Saturday nights on Real America's Voice, and we're fighting the fight in New Jersey. We're not going to give up. We've only just begun. MAGA will rule again in this state.
No, I think you're right. I think we have to have there's discussion in some of these states. Are you going to be MAGA, or are you going to be back to the old Republican Party, the neoliberal, neocon globalists, where you're just going to get smoked every time? I mean, Trump has given us a way forward, right? The subtitle of tonight's coverage is The Path Forward. The path forward's got to be with Trump, with MAGA, with economic populism, nationalism, all of it. You don't have a choice. Other than that, you're going to be controlled opposition like you used to be before Trump came on the scene. Mike Crispy, thank you so much, brother. Fantastic. Let's go to David Zier. David Zier is in Manhattan at the Cuomo headquarters. Brothers, it's starting to set in that a neo-Marxist jihadist, 24 years after 9/11, is now going to be the mayor-elect of New York City. Sir?
Not with the people who voted for him, apparently, and he wants to get rid of the counterterrorism division in the NYPD, which is just brutal. And, you know, we've spoken about the elaborate 40-year history of Islamic terror in New York, going back to the Al Farouk Mosque and all the attacks. It's really important that we stay vigilant on that. You know, it's amazing how fast the Democrats can count votes when Trump isn't running. They're already at 90% of the vote in here from Mamdani here, with almost 2 million votes coming in here. And I just wanted to reference this Daily Mail poll. They're estimating that up to maybe 9% of the New York City population will leave New York City now. And like Michael Goodwin had a great article talking about the long, slow decline, the creep of the sour decline of New York that may be ahead of us here. And listen, these are Gen Zers. Mamdani's going to have 20, 30-year-olds running City Hall here. His consultants were young. You know, outside of the fight agency with the Katzes, his consultants were young, you know, making $12,000 a month. They were all over the place.
But David, hang on, David. They don't care. I think this is the thing. Do you think Mamdani and the Bolsheviks, the neo-Marxists and the jihadists that just took over are going to take control of New York City? Do you think they care if they lose 10% of the population? Because I don't think they care. They don't care. People think all these Republicans sitting there with their bow ties and been sitting there going, oh, we want a socialist in charge so we can see how people fail. They're Bolsheviks. They're not going to give up control of New York City. Once they're embedded, once they infest New York City, it's going to take a trenching tool to get them out, sir.
I think what's at the core of this is that the American dream is fleeting for the younger generation. They have student loan debt that's double what it was 30 years ago, and they're coming out making the same money they did 30 years ago. They can't buy a house at 5.75%. They're looking for Mamdani. They're looking for Fateh in Minneapolis. They're looking for these blue city leaders to give them a break, but they're being exploited by that pseudo message. Mamdani, right? A 12th Sharia, right? And, what's going on here is a massive movement. It's not going away. It's like on the MAGA side, they got, the Gen Zers and the increase in votes and Turning Point, and that's great. But there's a whole nother side, an army of kids, maybe with parents who aren't so great, who've been indoctrinated in the system. And then you come out with stuff like this, promising free stuff. Now, there was a charter amendment that passed also tonight, stripping the New York City Council to make it easier to get quicker zoning for builders, big donors to Mamdani, to build partially publicly funded affordable housing. And you wouldn't need affordable housing if the tax burden and the progressive leftist bureaucratic policies that have destroyed New York State didn't exist. And that's what's going on here. They're doubling down on it. They're milking it for everything it's worth to achieve some type of revolution. And they're exploiting the young people. And I feel for these young people. I interview them all over. And, they can't pursue the American dream. And they're 40 before they're starting families. I had 3 kids at 23. I bought a house at 27. Those days are long gone until Trump's economy kicks in again. And we got 4% interest rates.
But one thing, look, there's part of this generation that are fantastic, but there's another part, the credential class, that are completely, they're neo-Marxist. David, you're going to have, I think, 60 to 65% of young Jewish voters under 30 years old vote for Mamdani, right? I think 38% of Jewish voters overall are going to vote for him. So the progressive left, they're already there. They're trending right now is woke is back, right? Woke is back. So these people have been so indoctrinated through the New York public school system and private school system which they've been taught by terrorists. Okay, that's what's formed them. And now they're going to have a government. They're going to have a government that they believe in. They're going to have a government that it's not just free stuff. This is going to be the wokest city on planet Earth. You have this guy, Mamdani, is a neo-Marxist and a jihadist. Think about the Red-Green Alliance that we've talked about for a long time, that Trevor Loudon and Frank Gaffney and Raheem Kassam warned you that Sadiq Khan was the model of that in London. And look what he's turned London into. That's what New York City is going to be London in less than 10 years. I think in about 5 years. And so unless You denaturalize Mondami, which I don't understand why DHS and the State Department are not burning the midnight oil right now to look into that and shipping back to Uganda immediately. You're going to have massive problems in New York City, sir.
Yeah, and my acquaintance, not so close of a friend, but I respected him a lot. Rich Higgins, working for the National Security Council, wrote The Watermelon, the paper. McMaster fired her for it, and it was under the first Trump administration, and Trump loved the paper. And it's about that watermelon, and it's green for the Islamic State on the outside, and it's red for the Marxist progressive communist movement that is a global effort here. And I just wanted to add one thing, Steve. You know, crime in New York City. Jessica Tisch can't do enough, right? She's handcuffed. Rapes are up 19% in New York City. 65,000 New Yorkers have been assaulted, felony and misdemeanor assaults so far this year to date in New York City. D.A. Bragg only has a 35% conviction rate. He won with a mandate again against Maud Marin, who I was with last week. You know, and this is what's going on. They're committing suicide. So businesses won't come here. Businesses won't stay here, and then everybody's really going to be screwed. So unless there's some way to change the situation, or at least get out of it in the next year or two, I don't see New York doing very well.
David, hang around. We're going to come back to you. Let's go to Damon at Studio 6B at the America First Warehouse on Long Island. Damon, you got it. I think we got some. I think Brandon Straka is there. Some other great members of the audience. What do these guys think?
Yeah, Brandon Straka walked away, so he's actually not here. No pun intended. But Steve, just quickly on Mondami, I'm with you. I'm with you totally on this guy. This guy's policies have nothing to do with equality. They're everything to do with dominance. Right. This is not progressive. Right. This is a takeover. It's all about submission in New York, and that's, I think, what we're going to see. But we do have some Patriots here at the America First Warehouse. Kevin Downey Jr.'s got one right now. Kevin, who you got?
Big D, we got Patriot Todd here. Patriot Todd, thank you so much for stopping in. As you know, an Islamo-communist is running New York City quite soon. Mamdani 1, what do you think this means for New York City? You're a New Yorker. What does it mean?
Yes, sir, Kevin. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. And, listen, Marjorie Taylor Greene said it best when she was here earlier. The Democrats now have a new villain. It's a face of the Democrat Party. The spotlight is shining on it. What do we have to blame? Cuomo. Honestly, Cuomo dragged his feet during the primary. I put this on him. I really do. And I think Curtis, would have done a great job. I think there's a big future for Curtis. He could run a tighter campaign. We need to learn from Trump. I mean, Donald Trump himself ran the most successful campaign in history. What do we learn? He's a builder, okay? We build things. It takes time to build things. Everybody nowadays, they want instant gratification. You get a guy like Zoran Mandami on, free this, free that, everything instant, right? Am I right?
Hang on. Am I going crazy? I just heard you give a shout out to Curtis Sliwa. In what universe does he get a shout out tonight? You could argue that his ego, that's the gap between taking out Mondami. So how does Curtis Sliwa, on anything but a massive ego, 8 or 9, 10% of that vote was critical? Why do you give him a shout out? Why does he get a high five?
Respectfully, sir, listen, I know we're recycling people in these campaigns, but he is the Republican, and I got to get behind him. He's got a down ticket. There are people that are counting on the Republicans, and, okay, maybe we can't thank Curtis, but we need to get some fresh faces out there, some people that can reverberate with the young people, especially in New York. Look at what this guy has done. He came before. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. He's like a mini Obama almost.
But Kev,
and the youth, the kids want that. They want young people.
But to Steve's point, Kev, the issue with Curtis is that the guys run for everything every time that something comes up to run for, and he's never been viable. So
and it's the same old shtick.
That's kind of the problem.
And he's never Trump, right? This guy's terrible. He hates Trump. I mean, you get the worst of all worlds, right?
What do you think about that? Does being against Trump hurt him?
Of course it does. It seems to hurt everybody that's run tonight. I mean, we saw that in Virginia. We saw it in New Jersey. I mean, when are people going to just get on board the Trump train like we are here, embrace what's going on? It takes time, and let's get some fresh people involved, some fresh faces. You're right, you know, what Curtis has done, but he is the Republican. So I cannot bring myself to vote for Cuomo. I just can't. You know, he's not Mario Cuomo.
And you know what? I got to say, Curtis is the only Republican running for mayor that I've heard of since probably Giuliani and Bloomberg. Normally, for other things, they throw up people that you've never heard of, and they can't win because the GOP doesn't have a ground game in New York City, and I'll even say New York State. What do you think, sir?
You're right, Kevin. 1,000%.
All right, Steve, that's about it from here. Again, I think I had a closing thought to tell you. I would just say, unless something changes, Republicans seem like they're going to continue to hold all the liabilities of the incumbency without any of the benefits, seemingly.
Well, only thing I would say to you guys, New York City is the greatest city in the world with the greatest people, and somehow you're going to have to hold on to whatever we can hold on, because I don't think people in this country, and I don't think people in New York City or the suburbs, the tri-state area, are ready for the radical policies. This guy's a neo-Marxist and a jihadist, and I'm calling on the State Department, DHS, the Justice Department. Somebody's got to go check in detail this guy's naturalization process and find out if he lied on his citizenship forms. He ought to be immediately turfed out of here, because I think the problems in New York City are going to have. And remember, our country is inextricably linked to the economy in New York City. It is the global financial capital of the world. And it's not like any other city in the United States. You guys realize that if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. It's kind of one of the bases of the American dream, and we're going to have to fight for it every day. And you're right. There's no ground game. The Republican Party there is feckless. There's a bunch of guys from the Upper East Side that want to have a debating society. Mao Zedong said a revolution is not a garden party. And you know who knows that? Mandami and his radical followers. So it's game on right now, guys, and we have your back, and look forward to having the entire 6B studio back on here, and particularly the guys out at the America First Warehouse. Honored to have you on the show tonight.
Thanks, Steve. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Historic night in New York City, just absolutely incredible. Let's go to a short commercial break. We're backed up. We got a lot of folks there. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to be back in Real America's Voice in the War Room coverage in a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life...
Okay, right there. This is Mondami's his celebration party night. As soon as he comes out, I want America to hear what he has to say. So we're going to go live. Spanberger's already given her talk, and Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey already gave her victory speech. Did not hear any concession speech out of Virginia at all, but maybe we missed it. Terry Schilling joins us now. Terry, you're one of the leaders of the parents' rights movement. This is what catapulted Youngkin, the MAGA, and what you guys did in Northern Virginia is what catapulted Youngkin to a victory. 4 years later, Glenn Youngkin single-handedly has destroyed the Republican Party in Virginia for at least a generation and jeopardized President Trump's presidency because Spanberger is going to go to a 10-to-1 map, and we're going to have hell to pay in holding the House in 2026. Your thoughts, sir?
Well, Steve, it's so unfortunate because Youngkin's legacy is going to be completely erased now. We know that the Democrats are much more serious when it comes to enacting the reforms. They're much more coercive. We see this every single day. And your comments on Mamdani getting into New York, the communists are so subversive. They lay traps for us. They glom onto power. They don't let go of it. And that's what's going to happen here in Virginia. Abigail Spanberger is going to erase every single decree and guidance that he issued to every single Virginia schools. All of these boys in the girls' locker rooms, and now the girls going into the boys' locker rooms, and the sex offenders like Richard Cox going into public restrooms and exposing themselves to little girls even. That's all going to be ramped up even worse. And we have these DAs. It's an absolute nightmare, Steve. And the thing is that it didn't have to happen, and it didn't have to happen this big. I have no clue why anyone would distance themselves from Trump or MAGA. Make America Great Again was the greatest campaign theme of the 21st century, possibly even the 20th century. No one's put anything together. There was no campaign theme here. There was no campaign theme here in New Jersey either, Steve. What was the agenda for Jack Ciattarelli? What was the agenda for Winsome Sears? Why were they running? We know why Spanberger was running. We know why Mikey Sherrill was running. They were running to stop Trump, to fight MAGA, and to stop that agenda. Why were these guys running? We don't know, because they didn't have a coherent platform. And this needs to change going into 2026. Otherwise, this is going to continue to happen.
Talk to me about the parents' rights thing. You know, the MAGA was a merger. The victory in 2024, you had MAGA, the economic populists, the nationalists, the Trump, blue-collar, middle-class folks that say, hey, we got to drive this country to more of a populist economics, more nationalism, more America first, more American citizen first. Then we had the MAHA movement, Bobby Kennedy, Nicole Shanahan, and in addition, the driving force to top it off was the parents' rights movement that won for us in 2021 in the Commonwealth of Virginia and won big. Youngkin won by 2 points. Where's the parents' rights movement stand right now? Because, folks, you nailed it right then. Abigail Spanberger and these radicals, because they are radicals, they put a happy face on. They get a Naval Academy grad and a Navy pilot that's a prosecutor, and Mikey Sherrill. You get Spanberger with the CIA, and they said, oh, she's a safe pair of hands. She's been hunting bad guys forever. You get Slotkin up in Michigan. That's their national security trio right there. But Spanberger is a radical, and she's going to do radical things in the Commonwealth of Virginia, sir.
No, you're exactly right. Listen, I think that you just nailed it when you laid out President Trump's agenda. He didn't put all of his eggs just in one basket. He had a coherent and cohesive message that was about how we're going to make America great for the American family, for the American worker, how we were going to make our country safe again, how we're going to make ourselves healthy again. There was several different things to appeal to a wide swath of the electorate, and that's what put him over the finish line. But Steve, there wasn't anything like that here. Look, Winsome ran some incredible ads that were very powerful, that were tapping on the sex offenders up here in Arlington County, that were tacking on to the boys and girls sports, all of that. It's so good. But it can't be the only thing that you're messaging on. You need an agenda for American workers. You need an agenda for working families. You need an agenda to keep our kids safe. And unfortunately, Spanberger had way more money. The other thing is, Steve, Youngkin wrote himself a check for, I think, $60 million in 2021. Winsome Sears didn't even raise $20 million, right? She got outspent 4-1. Yeah, at a certain point, you run out of money to get messages out to appeal that electorate. It can't happen. We have to recruit better candidates. We have to have coherent messages. And look, this doesn't happen in a vacuum. A coherent campaign message, a compelling platform, and an agenda for your voters leads to more donations. It leads to more voters. It leads to more endorsements. And when you don't have that, voters and donors and supporters all look at that and they think, this is a mess. We're going to lose. I will just say, Steve, that these elections are almost always reactions to whoever just won the presidential election the year before. The problem is that we didn't have to lose. We could have broken history. We could have made history tonight. But because of these failures, both in New Jersey and in Virginia, we're going to see some major setbacks for the entire parental rights movement.
So what do you guys do tomorrow morning? You're a man of action. You're the guy that first, you made the transgender ideology a major national issue. It was Terry Schilling that said, hey, I think we can do this. I think we can weaponize it because it's so insane and the American people don't know about it. What do you guys do tomorrow morning?
Well, we get up and we raise $25 million for our Always On campaign, Steve. We can't allow these Democrats to brand us through the media, through their institutions, through all of their garbage advocacy organizations that are fake. We have to start punching them now. The Democrats start branding their opponents on day one. Even before they announce for office, they start slandering us. We have to start doing that to them. We have to start branding these voters up until the election. We started running campaign ads, Steve, in late August. We need to start running these campaign ads in January, going after Jon Ossoff, going after Roy Cooper in North Carolina. We cannot lose the Senate. We cannot lose the House. If we do that, President Trump becomes a lame duck president and people start ignoring him and they start receding. We start to lose. We have to start attacking these Democrats right now. And I need to start making these. I've started making the calls tonight, Steve. This is the lesson. We can't let the Democrats brand our opponents. We can't wait till the nominations are fixed. We got to start punching these Democrats in the face. We got to start exposing them to voters immediately. January is when the ads need to start rolling. It can't wait until August. It can't wait until September. We need to be branding and labeling these guys in the early part of the year and then closing the deal during election season. That's what the Democrats do to us every single time, and this is our best retort back to them.
Where do people go? What are your coordinates, sir? Where do they go to find out more information?
AmericanPrinciplesProject.org and across all social media platforms at Schilling 1776, SCHILLING 1776.
Dave Brat, thank you, Terry. Dave Brat, you've got some thoughts. What do you got for me, sir?
Yeah, I agree with Terry there. I think Trump, I always want this contract with America to put promises down on paper. Politicians will never do that. But Trump is the contract with America, right? Trump is, he has distilled down these basic themes. They're clear to everyone: the border invasion, the never-ending wars, bringing the manufacturing back to America, energy dominance, full spectrum. You do those four things and you message on it and you win. Energy alone, we haven't drilled that into people's heads, what a major issue that is. And so with what Terry said is the campaign ads, but I'll tell you, the dog that didn't bark I wish it wasn't the campaign ads. Every House member, if you'll notice, there's no messaging going. They're not writing op-eds in newspapers. They're not on the media pushing this Trump contract idea or pushing the idea set. They're just quiet. They're hiding. They're all hiding because they're scared. And at the state level, it's even worse. I don't even know. I don't have any. I live in Virginia. I have no idea what the state House is doing or the state Senate. I don't hear anything because they don't put letters out in the papers. And so at the state level, they need to up their game. They have the power to light it up. The Virginia delegation has just been weak for decades. I think you know that. And then finally, just the point, I don't think you got to make a point when a Marxist wins that ideology is at play. But Spanberger won women by, I think, over 30% against an African-American woman. And then Sears won the men by 5 or 6 points. And so we better figure out what the ideology is at play there, right? When Spanberger wins women by 30 points over an African-American woman, it's clear it's something beyond the simple idea there.
By the way, but the House of they've taken down. You've taken down the House of Delegates in Virginia. You had a wipeout of people who have had these seats, and these seats, not just with the current occupant, these are seats that have not gone Democrat in a generation. You've had a wipeout tonight in Virginia. That's how serious.
Yeah, it's what Terry said. If you're passive, you lose. Right. If you're passive, you lose. And they're passive. And Virginia's been losing forever. We've been following the old golf club Republican Paul Ryan party, and they listen to the money, they listen to the leadership, and as a result, this is the country we got right now. It's a sad night.
Sad night, but we're gonna have some fight back here. Let's go. We got Grant Stinchfield. Let's go. You hang right there, Brat. You're riding shotgun with me, whether you like it or not. Let's go to Grant Stinchfield out at in Tarrant County with Lee Wambsgans headquarters. Grant, before I get you to talk about Texas, you know California as well as anybody. Give me your thoughts on what we're about to see in California, sir.
Yeah, you know, I do morning drive radio in Los Angeles from 6 to 9 a.m. out there. And let me tell you this. We're one of the top morning shows in Los Angeles. That tells you how many conservatives are in California. More people voted for President Trump in California than any other state in the whole country. The only problem is they're wildly outnumbered. And when I tell you wildly outnumbered, I mean wildly outnumbered. They are blind liberal zombies in California. They will follow Gavin Newsom off a cliff. This Prop 50, it'll probably take a week before they tell us that Prop 50 won, but it will go through, and California's going to add more Democrat seats. They did it illegally. This constitutional amendment that it takes, Steve, consider this. The Constitution in California says you have to have a commission draw the lines. Before the public even voted on that, the legislature drew the lines. I can't figure out how that is not illegal. That is literally unconstitutional. And then I realized, oh, by the way, they got a whole bunch of radical judges in California that don't care about the Constitution or the rule of law, no matter who put it in place, whether it was our framers of the country or whoever framed the Constitution in California. So now we got this Prop 50 that's going to go through. And we're here in Texas. Steve, we have a primary coming up in March. We have 5 basically new Republican districts in Texas. Nobody knows who's running. You got some randos that have signed up to run in these districts, but nobody knows, like, the big names, if they're going to come out and run or not, because we're still waiting on a court decision, and the primary's 3 months away. So can you imagine, Steve, if, God forbid, the court does not uphold Texas's lines, which the DOJ said we had to change the lines. You have our Constitution, which allows the legislature to draw the lines, the complete opposite of California. Could you imagine if we lose in Texas and it gets upheld in California? Well, then we're under a world of hurt. And I don't even want to really contemplate that. If that
hold it, Grant. Hang over a second. I want to hit rewind for a second. You said you can't get more right-wing than you. And you've got one of the biggest morning drive shows in one of the biggest cities in the world. You've got more MAGA there than you have in Texas. Think about that. More than in Florida. Think about that for a second. If they had just engaged Trump to turn out Trump voters on an election that's a specialty election, we could have won going away. But what they did, Schwarzenegger, McCarthy, the GOP out there, and the RNC didn't want Trump involved because he fires up those guys. Those guys ran we're doing this to stop Trump, to launch Newsom in this 2028 campaign, and to impeach Trump in 26. California is totally outnumbered, but just on a basis, particularly something like this in the special election, if you bring out a third of the MAGA voters or 40% of the MAGA voters, you're going to win. Why was Trump never allowed to engage out there, sir?
Steve, because the establishment Republicans in California is just like the establishment Republicans that Dave was talking about in Virginia, the establishment Republicans that we talk about in Texas that lose control of the legislature, the Democrats. They're so afraid of the Trump name. By all accounts, if the same amount of people that voted for President Trump in the last election would have shown up to vote for Prop 50, we probably could have beat it back in California. Your idea is brilliant to double down on bringing Trump out to California. I had another idea, which was actually the opposite, which was run commercials on mainstream media channels telling them that the MAGA crowd had concocted Prop 50, that we duped Gavin Newsom into a power grab and somehow trick them into going to the polls. But they don't come up with any of these ideas, Steve.
Unreal. Grant, any update on Texas? Do you have an update on Lee? Because Lee's fought all this money that came in kind of offshore to defeat her to split the vote. I take it no one's going to get to 50% plus one vote tonight. But what's the latest out there?
All right, look, the reason why this race, a state Senate race in Texas, we don't normally talk about state races like this, but the reason why this is important, this is a Tarrant County race. Tarrant County is Fort Worth, Texas. By and large, Tarrant County is the largest Republican county in the country. The Democrats have always wanted it. So if she didn't win, and now here's what's going to happen. She's going to go to a runoff because there was another Republican who was very unpopular in the race. He took about 20% of the vote, Republican vote. Neither candidate's going to get to 50%. So this will go to a runoff, and then she'll win 60-40 in the runoff. But the reason this is important is because Democrats want Tarrant County. And if Tarrant County falls, there's a real good chance Texas could fall. Because Texas is a microcosm of the country. You have these big cities that are very blue and everywhere else is red. Well, Tarrant County that houses Fort Worth is still a red county. But it's changing slowly, and as long as we can hold on to Tarrant County, we hold on to Texas beyond a shadow of a doubt. So that's why this race was very important to see where it was. The Democrat got about what we thought she'd get, 40% of the vote. But, you know, we had two Republicans in it. So when it goes to the runoff, it'll be fine. Lee's going to win that one.
Grant, why don't you hang on? We're going to go to a short commercial break. We're going to come back. We still got a lot of folks to get to, a lot of analysis. California's polls going to close at 11. That's also when the news obviously starts in New York City, these big late evening newscasts, which are kind of money. I think Mandami, if I know his comms team, because they're pretty sophisticated, he will walk on stage at that moment. We're going to bring you his remarks, quite frankly, with a neo-Marxist and jihadist that now is going to be the mayor-elect of the greatest city on earth, New York City. Short commercial break. Back with Real America's Voice and the War Room coverage of Election Night 2025.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. thank you for standing in the gap.
No, you're not in Bollywood. You're in Manhattan. Right there, that is Ma'am Donnie's victory party. He's going to come out, and I believe he will hit his marks at exactly at 11 o'clock to coincide with the nightly news in New York City and the nation. We're going to take those comments as they come. We think the War Room Posse needs to start to understand a neo-Marxist, and it's why we got here. The progressive Democrats have teed this up for years. Now you're going to get the full manifestation of this in New York City, a Marxist, a neo-Marxist, jihadist about to take control of the New York City government. Okay, I want to keep the shot right on there. You're seeing it. We're going to cut live those remarks. I want to bring Richard Barris in. Barris, give me your thoughts and observations, sir.
About this New York City race, Steve, I don't know what I'm listening to here. Look, I think this is very clear that they want to do this, right?
Hang on, stop. I tell you what you're listening to. You listen to the H-1B visas. You listen to the visa scam. You're getting it right there, and people ought to have their nose rubbed in this. This is greatest city in the world. It had a terrorist attack 24 years ago, and this is how this thing is managed. This is progressive Democrats, right? Everybody that voted for him is responsible for this. And right there you see Washington, D.C., with all these visa scams. You know, it's a city now that's overrun by foreigners. Let's be blunt about it. Okay? And now you're getting it right there. It sounds like Bollywood. Yep. Okay? And they're going to run this city, and all these conservatives sitting there talking about this. This is not a debating society. This is down in the trenches. The Working Family Party and the DSA, which people mock and ridicule, they got the ability to go out and get low propensity voters. That is the key to modern elections. It's the key to the Trump movement. Richard Barris.
Yeah, this is a game about motivation, and Mom Donnie smacked everybody today in that game. I mean, this is, instead of mocking it and joking about it, they should have taken it very seriously. And I'd also throw some blame on some of the Republican donor class who backed all of these H1, all of these, it's not just that program, the lotteries, all of it, Steve. They've been doing it for years. Bill Ackman just publicly bent the knee. He just bent over from Mamdani on X. He just did it publicly. I mean, these people, Wall Street, all of it, they've been bankrolling these policies for years, and then lecturing us all about virtues and morals and values. Well, look at what you've done. Congratulations, right? I mean, this is honestly, it took us a long time to get there, considering everything that's been thrown at us as a country. It's amazing that it took this long, but this was almost inevitable. Now, I said this a little bit earlier, and I just want to reiterate it. This is going to be a populist left-wing or a populist right-wing country, and the Republican Party wants to go back to the old ways of doing things. They're going to have to soul search, Steve, and they're going to have to say, is Donald Trump really as bad as Mamdani?
No. It shouldn't be soul search. The people we need to play Smash Mouth with first is the Republican establishment that brought this right on. They hate Trump. I've been saying this for a while. They're trying to tap Trump. They see Trump as a passing summer storm. Okay.
Yes.
They just want to get through the Trump era. And you think that they care at all if Trump's impeached in 2027? After the 26th midterm, do you think? No, they want him impeached. They know he can't be removed from office. They want him impeached because they want to get rid of Trumpism. They want to get rid of Trump. They want to get rid of populism. They want to get rid of economic nationalism. They want to go back to the neoliberal, neocon disaster of managed decline of our country. They're happy with that because they're going to make more money on the way down than they made on the way up.
as is what always happens to a superpower on the decline. They, the oligarchs, the ruling class, they pillage it on the way down. So they'll be happy to do that. I guess looking forward, because the midterms, they start tonight, Steve, and Republicans got to start looking forward. And I got to tell you guys, one of the biggest obstacles to Donald Trump's agenda is sitting in the United States Senate. There are a bunch of rhinos and neocons who are playing MAGA, trying to co-opt the movement, and anywhere you can get rid of some of them, you better start to do it, because you got to start to think about what MAGA is going to look like in 2 years, in 4 years, in 6 years. And if these people are still there and still entrenched, you're going to get more of this all over the country.
Oh no, it's going to be terrible. Richard, can you hang on? Can you hang on for a minute? We're going to come back to you. I got. I've got Dave. Oh, I've got Harrison. I want you to give me an update on Texas. Let's just stay on the stage right there. We're going to go to Mamdani as soon as he walks out and gives his comments and his victory celebration tonight. A stunning victory, over 50% of the vote in New York City, as a neo-Marxist jihadist takes control of the New York City government, a government that used to be run by guys named Rudy Giuliani. Harrison, get me up to date on Texas. What's happening there?
Well, after an absolutely brutal evening, as you've been covering in New Jersey, New York, and elsewhere, a shining spot, at least my friend Lee Wambsgans will be elected to the Texas Senate down here, and is further evidence that candidates, unlike you saw in some other campaigns around the country, candidates that still embrace unapologetically and proudly President Trump and his agenda, which I think can be summarized in, there's lots of words you can use to describe it, but boldness, as you talk about having maximalist strategy. My friend Lee, who will win tonight, not outright, she's going to go to a runoff, but she will win that in Tarrant County, proudly embraced President Trump. Trump endorsed her, and so it does show that the Trump movement, not only is it not fading away quietly, I think it's as strong as ever down here in the great state of Texas. So that's the big update. We have a lot of ballot propositions on the ballot. Some are fine. A lot of them are meaningless. Some of them are terrible. Some of them will be used by the Rhino Week establishment. You had Grant on there talking about the fake Republicans that control the Texas government and the Texas legislature that not only does not embrace President Trump, but it actually puts the party of AOC and Nancy Pelosi and now Mamdani and lets them run things like powerful committees in the Texas House. It's going to give them some talking points, a lot of fake conservative victories, some fake property tax relief. We're growing government as President Trump is trying to trim the NIH. We're going to now stand up, apparently, a Texas NIH to spend billions of dollars on crony corporatism and corporate welfare. So it's kind of a mixed bag coming out of Texas tonight.
Let's go to the stage for the introduction right now. New York City.
Who have made this night such a celebration. Now, Zoran is about to join us on stage, but before he does, I want to say a few quick words of reflection and thanks and introduce a very special member of our team. So first, let's hear a round of applause for our day one endorsers, those who helped build this movement into what it's become. New York City DSA. Cab Voice. Drum Beats. New York Communities for Change. And Jewish Voice for Peace Action. And please give it up for our friends at the New York Working Families Party who have been such a leader in our long fight for an affordable, livable city. Now, do we have labor in the House? Throughout this campaign, we have stood shoulder to shoulder with our brothers and sisters in organized labor at 1 a.m. in Queens, at 4 p.m. in Manhattan, at 6 a.m. in Brooklyn, at every time of day and night in every corner of the city, and we are so grateful for your partnership. And we are so proud proud to be backed by dozens of elected leaders, from the local to the state to the federal level. And we know that the relationships that we have built will only deepen from City Hall as we work together to transform New York into a city where every person can live a dignified life. I also want to thank our incredible campaign
and we're going to
staff.
jump back to Mondami Tree Start. Lee, can you get us up to date on where we stand in your race?
Yes, we're heading into a runoff with the Democrat.
Okay, can we cut to Lee? Can we do that? Okay, I'll direct this if I have to. There we go, right there. Lee, what percentage of the vote did you get?
Hi there. We're at 40%. I haven't been able to see the screens recently. What this means is we're heading into a runoff. And the results of tonight is proof positive. You know, my opponent had over $3 million. Over 95% of that was out-of-state funds tonight. Texans sent a message that they want a conservative warrior in Austin fighting for them, and that Texas is not for sale. I have over 450 donors, over 95% of that from Texas. And when you look at what's happening across the nation, I saw you just came back to me from New York. It's even more proof positive, and the reason why we have to hold Texas and we have to keep Texas red. Tonight's victory is the first step in that. We've got a runoff with the Democrat, and then we've got a primary in March, and then we've got a 2026 November election to win the general election. Texans tonight, the grassroots won. This is not a Lee Wambsgans victory. This is a victory for the grassroots of Texas to send a message that Texas is not for sale and that we will work. The grassroots is who is going door to door, doing the texting, showing up, and that the results tonight spoke for itself.
Lee, just one more time. The candidate that came in and tried to split the vote, he spent, what, $4 million, all money coming from China, coming from Macau. What did he end up, what percentage of the vote did he end up with?
The last time I looked, it was 15%, and that has remained constant throughout the night.
Unbelievable. It's a great victory for you. I mean, people were very concerned that guy with his money it's a great victory. Where do you go from here? What's the next step?
So the next step is the runoff with the Democrat, which we wouldn't have to do if another less conservative Republican wouldn't have gotten in the race and split the Republican vote. But that's okay. We're in it to the finish line. We are ready. We're going to get some rest tonight. Tomorrow we'll be right back at it and fighting and ready to win the runoff. We're hoping all the Republicans come together like we do at every primary. We come together and we support the Republican because we've got to keep Texas red.
And the runoff is when? How many weeks?
The governor has to call that, but according to the state, we're looking at a January runoff.
Okay, wow. Last thing, you embrace President Trump. You got his endorsement. What message do you have for the country about working with President Trump, working with MAGA, actually working to get an endorsement, and then once you get the endorsement, being proud of it and take it through run through the tape?
We were so honored and blessed to get the endorsement of President Trump. You know, when I was a teenager, my parents were divorced, and my mom paid the rent and the utilities, and I worked and bought the groceries. And I've been working full-time since I was 16 years old. And if you would have told that girl that one day she was going to run for state senate in the great state of Texas, and the President of the United States would endorse her, I wouldn't have believed you. I'm humbled and honored by that, and I will absolutely work to live up to that. I will not let the president down. President Trump's been the best president of my lifetime, and we've had so many great people behind us. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, Congressman Brandon Gill, one of the best freshman congressmen there has been in the U.S. House. We're just really blessed, and hundreds of precinct chairs and people on the grassroots who've been in the battle with me for decades, and it's just been an honor to work side by side with them. This is a victory for Texas. It's a victory for the grassroots, and it's showing the rest of the country that we're willing to work to keep Texas red.
As Tarrant County goes, so goes Texas. As Texas goes, so goes the world. Lee, where do people go for your social media and your website as we get ready for this runoff?
So the support we can get. We're in it to win it. Go to Lee for Texas. That's LEIGH, LeeForTexas.com, and join us in our battle, because we will not stop fighting for Texas. Texas is worth the fight.
Ma'am, fantastic, amazing victory. Tell all the grassroots down there we love them, and look forward to getting into the battle for the general election down there, the special.
They love you too, Steve. So many people came up to me at the polling places and said, we saw you on Bannon, we saw you on War Room. They love you, Steve. Texas loves Steve Bannon. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, ma'am. Great victory. For this War Room posse, fantastic victory. To get down there, we got to save Texas. As Texas goes, so goes the nation. Let's go back. Can we go back to the main stage of... I want to make sure people embrace this tonight, understand what's happening here. In Texas, you got a huge fight. They called it, I think, 2 minutes after the polls closed in California. Prop 50 has passed. In fact, do I have Bergquam? Can we go to the stage? Let's look at the stage for Mamdani. As soon as he comes out, we're going to cut. But I have Ben Bergquam. You're out there. Your night went. Hang on. Your night went pretty quickly, Ben. 2 minutes. So it's 13 minutes in 13 minutes in New Jersey, 19 minutes in Virginia, 6 minutes. Okay, Ben Bergquam, you got to be quick, brother, because we're going to go back to New York City. What happened out in California, brother?
Look, this is the difference between Republicans and Democrats. When Republicans win, we sit back and don't fight like the Democrats. When Democrats win, they keep fighting. When Democrats lose, they keep fighting, whether or not they're in the right or the wrong. And this is a perfect example of it in California, where you have a feckless Republican Party that does nothing except want to be invited to the political parties. That's what you have. And now we're going to have 5 less Republican seats because of it. It's Gavin Newsom's beginning of his race for 2028. It's potentially the losing of 2026 and potentially everything else that comes along with that with President Trump. If we don't get our heads out of as Republicans and realize every day is a fight and it doesn't stop when we win any elections, it has to continue every single day. We're going to continue to get our asses kicked. And that's what it looks like here in California, and unfortunately in places like Virginia and New Jersey as well.
Hey, Ben, hang on for 1 second. You've done so much on the border. You've done so much with the ICC. Is Barris up to the Barris? Do I have Richard Barris still? I think so. Barris, dude, you sent me this thing of Bill Ackman. Can we get the Bill Ackman up on the screen? This is the type of gutless coward that you're dealing with. Read what Bill Ackman said. I want everybody in the War Room posse to understand. These are the kind of gutless cowards that turned New York City over to a Marxist jihadist. Okay, a Marxist jihadist. You know what they're going to do right now? They're going to bend the knee to it. They're going to grovel in front of this instead of standing and fight. Can you read what Bill Ackman, the big hedge fund guy, just tweeted out to Mamdani?
Publicly, again, folks, he at Zoran K. Mamdani. Congrats on the win. Now you have a big responsibility. If I can help NYC, just let me know what I can do. You believe this? I mean, of course you do, because you know. But I hope voters now see the scam. The rest of the holdouts, maybe, what are you, 20% that aren't MAGA, see the scam. There it is. This is what Republican donors have been for decades. This is why your country has been crumbling before your eyes for decades, because your donors betray you. Your senators betray you. They do this, and then they come to you every 2 years and every 4 years, and they plead for your vote. They pretend to be you. They pretend to share your values, and they do this to you behind your back. The second they can survive, the second they can look for crumbs. Look, people like Bill Ackman and the rest of the donor class, they're happy to sit on the floor licking the crumbs of the Democrats off the floor like a dog under the table, rather than get a seat at the table because they have to fight for it. That's who they are. And you know what? They're eating well. So while you can't pay your car payment, while your children can't buy a home, while you maybe can't buy one or even afford your mortgage or pay your rent, they're eating well. Listen to the sound of them sucking on the tail of the crawfish now. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. This is why the failure of these people, and they all hate Donald Trump behind his back. You're all to blame for Donald Trump. You created the conditions. That's why he resonates, because you failed these people. And they look, something's got to give here, Steve. So, oh, by the way, I just looked at California was called within minutes, and I'm looking at all the Central Valley, heavily Hispanic districts, working class, that Donald Trump outpaced Ukraine first losers like John Duarte and Mike Garcia. They're all gone. I mean, they're squandered. These voters did not come. They did not vote. Look at San Joaquin, 55 yes, 45 no. It's just gross. Stanislaus, Democrats were actually, which was John Duarte's home county, where Donald Trump outperformed him, humiliating. Democrats were just crushing them on early vote returns, crushing them. I mean, look, there's no other argument here. You got to see some of the asinine stuff. Some of these people, like the Ackmans and the Ukraine firsters and the Israeli firsters, are trying to push tonight. You just go crawl under a rock. I can't believe you're not so humiliated by your own stupidity that you're not looking for a rock to hide under for at least the next 2 to 4 years. Stop talking. Just stop. Let more productive people take the reins and save this thing.
Oh, no, these guys are going to try to spin it anyway. Before we go back to, hang on, Barris, before we go to the main stage with Mamdani, let's go back to Ben Bergquam. So, Ben, I guarantee you, starting tomorrow morning, ICE is going to be pulled back, Border Patrol is going to be pulled back, all of it's going. Okay, right now we're going to go to the main stage. Let's go ahead and hit it in New York City.
Thank you, my friends. The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name as we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refuse to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum. Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an 1199 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now. This victory is for all of them, and it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. Now I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama, Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears. Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day, volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do. Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fiorello LaGuardia. An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Make buses fast and free. And deliver universal child care across our city. Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. We believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall, your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So, Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up. We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant. So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us. When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this. And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back. Together, New York, we're going to freeze Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and together, New York, we're going to deliver universal. Let the words we've spoken together, the dreams we've dreamt together, become the agenda we deliver together. New York, this power, it's yours. This city belongs to you. Thank you.
Star is Born in New York City. The progressive left got tonight delivered what they've been working on for decades and decades and decades. And folks, you better understand. Did he mention in all those? Is Dave Bratt there? Let's get Dave Bratt. Did he mention in all those call-outs he did one white name? I must have missed that. In all the people he called, I don't remember. He didn't call for Jefferson or Washington or anything from American history. You have 40 or 50 years of visa scams. You have illegal immigrants coming in, illegal alien invaders coming in 10 or 15 million. This is what you're going to end up with. So, folks, if you don't think that's a reality check, you're not paying attention. Dave Bratt, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, that's a heck of a populist. It's a brilliant exposition on political speech. It's outstanding, except the straw man that he chose is absolutely ridiculous and false. He got into billionaires and Trump at the end. The main problem with his thesis is that the Democrat Party has run New York City for about 90 years in a row, with 65% plus of the voting base.
Dave, you're not listening. I don't think he was talking about the Democratic establishment. He's not disagreeing with you there. He's talking about the billionaires from the Democratic Party, and he's not citing out Republican billionaires. He's saying that he's saying the Democratic Party didn't deliver for working class people forever. And this is not populist. Please, that's not populist. What you heard right there was not even socialist. That is neo-Marxism right there. Neo-Marxist jihadist. That's what this guy is, and he's up in your grill. And for all the happy skipping around, TikToks, and he's going down the aisle and he's all happy aggressive. And smiley. I didn't see the happy smiley tonight. You saw when he won what he's really like, right? And people got to understand. This is brought to you by progressive Democrats. This is brought to you the Bill Ackmans of the world, the elites that have managed the decline of this country, and what they managed it by was opening up essentially open borders, particularly for these big cities. Well, now you got it. And he's up in your grill. One thing I did like about this guy is that he ain't shy. He's bringing it, right? He's going right up in your face. And President Trump, he called President Trump out. And President Trump, I think, has to respond. Right there, a big part of his argument right there was right up the line he had, hey, President Trump, turn the volume up. So he couldn't have been more in your grill. And I think it's now time for the president. It's been a very hands-off approach to this, been a hands-off approach about this guy's eligibility, been a hands-off approach about the whole situation in New York City. And I think people in the White House now got to get serious about this, because tonight it was a challenge. He challenged President Trump directly. And you saw tonight where Trump is not engaged, where they don't want Trump, things spin out of control. It's spinning out of control in California. Virginia is going to have national implications. I mean, in this entire night, one of the great things is that Lee won in Tarrant County, and she beat back, guess what, one of the biggest donors in the Republican Party, gave $3.5 million, $4 million directly from China, and put it against Lee to beat her. Think about that. Think about this crew in Las Vegas. That's what they think about America. And hey, what you saw in New York City is by every elitist, every billionaire in the country, they brought up. And Bill Ackman, they're all going to get on bended knee now to Mondami. We got to wrap up here. Brad, hang up one second. Hang on 1 second. Yeah, go ahead, Dave. What do you got?
Yeah, I heard all that with the billionaires or whatever, but when he goes after the regulatory and the rot and the bureaucracy, guess who he's going to go after? The guts of the New York Democrat machine, the school unions, the union. If he thinks he's going to clean it up, that's all Democratic slush funds. That's buying votes and whatever. Okay, he's the mayor, but look at Trump. Trump's trying to clean out the DOJ and all that junk. Good luck.
Dave, hang on, full stop. President Trump's tweet. And so it begins. Yep. Finally, President Trump, that's what we're looking for. That's what we're looking for. Hey, what does Trump say? No games. Hey, Mondami, Zohran, you want to play games? Okay. Game respects game. And so it begins. Right. Hang on, who I got? Let me go to. Hang on, Brett. Let me go to. Is Barris still there? Is Barris punched out on us? Barris, give me your closing thoughts, sir. We're going to punch out of here at midnight. I gotta get some sleep. We got a lot of work to do tomorrow. We got to saddle up here, folks. What do you got, Barris?
There it is. There's what we've been talking about all night.
This is what we're waiting for all night. So it begins. Let's go. Let's go.
What's it going to be?
Let's go.
That's right. What's it going to be, America? I mean, look, and not only America, what's it going to be? Republicans, right? I mean, that's it.
Don't say left-wing populism. It's not like that's not populism, man. That is full-out Marxism. That's fine.
It is,
that's fine.
But that's how it starts, Steve. That's how they sell it in the beginning. Like Pol Pot didn't come out and say, "I'm going to put you all in a hole."
Hang on. Okay, let me give you a note. Let me give you a note here, Barris. The crowd in New York City that elected this guy, they didn't need to stop it. They didn't need to sell him on populism. They went right to the Marxism. They're down for it, man. They're down for it.
Yeah, they are.
So
And
President Trump summed it up. And so it begins. Boom.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
We'll get up. Anyway, Barris, where do people go to get all your polling? We'll get you in the morning. Where do people go to get all the great People's Pundit?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Locals is the best place, guys. We're everywhere, but Locals is the best place. That is the central hub. peoplespundit.locals.com. I'll see you soon, brother.
We'll see. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Barris, great job as always. We've done so many of these together, all the way back to 18. Fantastic, sir. Ben Bergquam. And so it begins, sir.
Yeah, Dave Bratt is missing the point. They're not planning on doing anything that they're saying they're doing. They're going to screw it all up, and I love Dave. He doesn't have a plan to fix anything. He knows he doesn't have a plan to fix anything. Marxists, jihadists never actually have a plan to fix anything. They know they're going to make your lives more miserable. They're just going to blame somebody else. They're going to project on you that it's coming from somebody somewhere else. And they have enough useful idiots in New York and places like that to do that to, because as you mentioned, Steve, we've allowed unfettered illegal immigration for 30 years in this country. So now you have all of these illegals that he's preaching to. You heard every name, like you said, not a white name out there. All of these names of illegals that have come in, that's who elected him. And if you guys don't wake up, if we don't wake up as a nation and realize that they all have to be deported, I don't care if it hurts your feelings, ICE, they all have to be deported.
Starting
We've got
with him.
1 year to do that. We've got 1 year to do that before 2026, and then all bets are off. We better wake up quick.
You'll see the Republican establishment. They'll be whining tomorrow morning. Bergquam, where do people go until we get you back on tomorrow? Where do people go on your social media to hear all your content, see all your content?
Of course, Real America's Voice. Our next episode of Law and Border, our exclusive ICE rides, is coming out this Saturday, I believe 2 p.m. Eastern. It's playing 3 times this weekend. You have to watch this episode. You want to see the truth about it? Law and Border this Saturday and Sunday on Real America's Voice News. And then my social is at Ben Bergquam. My Substack is Frontline America, and website's frontlineamerica.com. And our nonprofit, FrontlineAmericaFoundation.org. If you want to support Border Patrol and ICE, all these guys, FrontlineAmericaFoundation.org.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Let's bring in Brian Kennedy out in California. Brian, you've seen it. President Trump just tweeted out, and so it begins. Your thoughts, sir?
I think President Trump really needs to engage, and I'm glad he put that out. When you see Mamdani, he's not a fool, and I think you summed that up pretty clearly. Mamdani is certainly a communist, but he's determined. He's organized in his thought. He has plans for New York City, and he's going to carry them out. That music at the end was kind of chilling. It kind of seemed like the Islamic conquest of New York City. And that should give everyone great concern. My takeaway from the day, though, is that...
Okay, can I say something? It was a little Bollywood in that, but that's what he wanted. They wanted, that was in your face. That's why I played it out. No speak over. I want the audience to fully embrace what they saw tonight. You should get an unexpurgated view of exactly what's going on here.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. My takeaway, though, from the day has been the Republican Party is either non-existent or it longs for the day that President Trump is no longer president and that MAGA is no longer ascendant. You could see that all around the country. Where was the Republican Party? Is there a Republican Party? Did they not think it was in their interest to help in Virginia or in New Jersey or in California or in New York City? that should be of great alarm. You can't expect everyday Americans in a off-year midterm election to engage this way, but they didn't. The Republicans, and so you get this obvious result in California. Prop 51 big. It was always going to win big. No serious money was put into it. They didn't want President Trump here, and so it did horribly. The great lesson here is that all of the energy in American politics on the right begins and ends with Donald Trump and the MAGA movement. You do not embrace that, you lose big. I was voting this evening in California. I had to wait in line an hour. I live in Claremont. It's a liberal college town. An older Mexican guy shows up in this long line, and he's wearing a Trump hat and a Trump T-shirt. And one of the election officials said, "You can't wear that here." And really, about half the line started yelling at the election officials. And they said, "Trump's not on the ballot. What's the problem?" And I started calling everybody communists, and there was a brouhaha. The police came, and it was kind of a scene. But the old Mexican guy goes back to his car. He puts on a regular T-shirt, and he pulls out a hat that says 47 on it. And of course, he walks back in line, and the police don't know what to do, and the election officials don't know what to do, even though he's still wearing the 47 hat. And he says, "That's Jackie Robinson's number." And of course, it wasn't. Jackie Robinson was actually number 42. But he kept the hat on. The crowd was on his side, and the election officials finally resented, and the police didn't do anything. I still think there's a lot of energy for President Trump, even in a place like California. The American people love what President Trump's doing. Yeah. He needs to be fully engaged here.
Fully engaged. And so it begins. Brian Kennedy, where do people go to get all your social media, sir? Thank you for staying up with us tonight.
It was my pleasure, Steve. Brian T. Kennedy 1 on X and Brian T. Kennedy on Getter. Thank you, Steve. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you, brother. New Jersey was called in 13 minutes, Virginia in 19 minutes, New York City in 5 minutes, California in 2 minutes. Embrace that tonight as you go to bed. As President Trump says, and so it begins. We're going to kick off tomorrow. I got Dave Brett. Dave, thank you for riding shotgun with me. I really appreciate it. What is your social media so people can follow your pearls of wisdom, sir?
I'm just going to use my 30 seconds to say, Berquam, you ignorant reporter. Kennedy just agreed with me. There is serious substance there. That boy's got a plan, and it was so clear he's running for president. 100%. He's got to deliver some goods. He's got to give some free stuff out. It's not like Obama. It's not just a Marxist slick suit. There's some heat there, and he's going to bring it.
There's some heat. That's what I wanted the audience. We showed it from the start to the finish. I wanted everybody to see it with no commercial interruptions and no commentary from the war room. Let them see it. You got to see the real thing. President Trump watched it. When he said turn the volume up, that's what President Trump laid down. And so it begins. Dave Bratt, what's your social media, brother?
Yeah, just Brad Economics on Getter and X and Berquam. He's my Christian brother. God bless everyone out there. Let's fight. Wake up, people. Let's go.
Brat, we love you, brother. Say hi to General Flynn and everybody down there. Okay, want to thank Real America's Voice, Parker Sig, Rob Sig, the entire team from Denver to Palm Beach, the folks in Washington, D.C., John Solomon, everybody. We're going to sign off now. We're going to be back at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, when you're going to be back in the war room, and the fight begins tomorrow morning. See you then.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that RAV News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Price. Call or go online to order now.
To order call. The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
The violence doesn't come from Democrats, just to be clear. It is MAGA. It's specifically MAGA faction. Like, the leftists are, I'm like, this doesn't even make sense, right? But it's only like MAGA that does this.
And I just wanted to let you know that you are the most insufferable kind of coward and thief. You can strip away health care for 17 million Americans. And I hope you're really proud of that. I hope that one day you get pancreatic cancer and it spreads throughout your body so fast that they can't even treat you for it. I hope that you die in the street like a dog. One day, you're going to live to regret this. God forbid that you ever meet me on the streets, because I will make you regret it.
When she came back to New Jersey and caught hell from the left, she issued a statement condemning Charlie Kirk, calling him a misogynist and a racist. The two things are inconsistent to me. The way to tamp down the hateful rhetoric is by having the right kind of leadership in place. I've always conducted myself in a respectful way, even when I disagree with people.
And I just want to ask everyone in this crowd, if you can raise your hand if you have been called a terrorist while living in this city.
Yes.
It's just a vile creature. The worst thing on the face of the earth. But anyway.
You think he's the worst thing on the face of the earth?
I do, yeah. I do.
Why is that?
Because he's the President of the United States and he does not honor the Constitution of the United States. In fact, he's turned the Supreme Court into a rogue court. He's abolished the House of Representatives. He's chilled the press. He's chilled the press. He's scared people who are in our country legally.
Donald Trump just put out a statement encouraging New Yorkers, saying they must vote for Andrew Cuomo. They share the same donors. They share the same small vision. They share the same sense of impunity. The MAGA movement's embrace of Andrew Cuomo is reflective of Donald Trump's understanding that this would be the best mayor for him.
Do you like capitalism?
No, I have many critiques of capitalism. And I think ultimately the definition for me of why I call myself a democratic socialist is the words of Dr. King decades ago. He said, call it democracy or call it democratic socialism. There must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country. And that's what I'm focused on, is dignity and taking on income inequality. And for too long, politicians have pretended that we're spectators to that crisis of affordability. We're actually actors.
It's been clear. When we fight for democracy, when we protect democracy, we've got to fight fire with fire. We're not going to stand idly by, as Maya said. We're not going to let them revert to Jim Crow. And if you don't think they want to revert to Jim Crow, just look what they did. They said you need ID, and they made it so hard to show ID that probably half the people in America couldn't vote. Because these guys are undoing everything in every way they can. They don't want poor people to vote. They don't want people of color to vote. They don't want Democrats to vote. They don't believe in democracy.
$5-6 billion is the cost of universal child care. When they implemented it in Quebec, it had a 10-to-1 return because there were so many more single mothers and mothers of young children who are now entering into the workforce. My point is that we have to also understand that we can only benefit in the city when we are willing to invest in the city. These are some forms of investment.
Calling me saying, I'm for you, I'm for you, I'm for you. I have no doubt that if I decided to run, I would win. That isn't even a question. It isn't arrogant. It's competent. I have said I won't do anything until after Proposition 50. So tomorrow night will be very fraught with meaning for all of us. I want to win big. I think we can win big. And I don't want to be spending time on whatever I might be doing.
Based on the newly posted information, meaning the pricing information that's now being posted in multiple states, a family of four making $130,000 in Maine. So you combine the family's income, everybody's salaries, you got to do $130,000. That family would face an increase in their annual health insurance premiums next year of $16,100. That's how much their health insurance premiums would go up. This is what Democrats have been drawing the line about in this shutdown, telling Republicans that this is the thing they need to fix.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. It's election day, so here we are starting the day out. We're also going to be finishing the evening out with live updates. We're going to be streaming this evening, so check us out on all the Charlie Kirk Show platforms and socials, and we'll make sure you have access to that. Of course, we're going to have our star-studded team, our election day team, and Blake. In honor of Charlie Kirk, and those of us gathered around this table right now understand that Charlie loved election night streams, and you, the audience, tuned in by the droves to hear Charlie do it. So we're going to honor Charlie. We're going to remember him, honor his legacy, and we're going to be right here again tonight. So set your clocks. We're just going to start at 7:30 Eastern, correct? That's when we're starting the stream, 7:30 Eastern?
I think maybe 6:30 Eastern. You may.
That's the mountain time. Yeah, 6:30 Eastern. I apologize. So glad I did that. Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily host, joining us today. He's in town this week, as well as Blake Neff, back from assignment. Always good to have you, buddy.
Yeah. And, I want to open, just before we forget about it, okay, we're going to be talking about New Jersey. We're going to be talking about Virginia. We're going to be talking about New York. But there are a lot of other places you could be voting if you haven't voted yet. If you live in Minneapolis, your mayor's up today. You've got gross Jacob Fry, but he's running against Omar Fateh, the kind of Somali goblin-looking guy. Gross versus Grosser. Voting that. California, we have Prop 50, is it?
Prop 50.
To gerrymander the state. You could vote in that if you're one of our many California people. All of you guys were always begging, Charlie, get more involved in California. That is a race you guys could make a difference in.
Such a good point. And by the way,
Pennsylvania Supreme Court.
Yeah,
Pennsylvania Supreme Court.
Listen, this show has a huge audience in a lot of different parts of the country, but actually, weirdly enough, the California, and it's partly just because there's so many people in California, but we also have great radio spread in California. We have a huge audience in California. And so to your point, Blake, Prop 50, is it yes or no, Blake?
Oh, man, I can't remember.
I think it's no.
I believe no.
I'm going to give you the answer. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No.
It's vote no on Prop 50. There's been this is basically to reverse a referendum vote where the state of California. By the way, you know what's hilarious about this Prop 50 thing is that they set up an independent commission. Arnold Schwarzenegger, of all people, has been out loud and proud on this, saying vote no. And I appreciate his efforts. Whatever past disagreements we might have, he's right on this. And, even the independent commission has been radically corrupted because, remember, you get mostly Democrats that are on the independent commission. So it's better than Prop 50, but even the independent commission could use a lot of work. That's the bottom line in a state like California. But Jack, let's turn our sights to the east. Okay, so we've got the four biggest areas of focus is going to be Chitterelli in New Jersey. So vote for Chitterelli. We've got Virginia, we've got Winsome Sears, and then we got and the AG race, which is actually probably the closer of the two. We got you. So if you're thinking Winsome Sears can't win and it's not worth going out, put those thoughts aside. You need to put those thoughts aside because here's the deal. Everybody needs to get out, pull the trigger for Winsome Sears. That's probably the worst analogy I could use in that race. But you need to vote for Winsome. You need to get out and vote for Winsome.
Get out there.
And then we also need to get the AG race over the top. And that one really has a chance, big time, I would say. I don't know where the prediction markets are, but we need everybody in Virginia to think positive thoughts, get out to the polls, and make sure that the top cop in that state does not end up being Jay Jones, who is a real problem, who has, fantasized and fetishized the murder of his political opponents as well as their children. This cannot be. So Jay Jones must be defeated soundly. The good people of Virginia get out to the polls. So we've got New Jersey, Chitterelli. We've got Virginia. We've got Mamdani versus Cuomo. There's been some big moves in that race. Jack, there is some I would say movement in the fact that Elon Musk has come out and endorsed Cuomo. President Trump has come out and endorsed Cuomo. Now, Zoran is saying, this is a reason to vote for me, of course, which is exactly what you'd expect him to do. Do we see any signs of life for the Cuomo camp? I mean, because there's different areas of thought here. There's different schools of thought saying that Zoran's outpaced and we just can't catch up with him. Or are we seeing this race tighten?
Well, before I answer, and we are seeing there are some signs of that, but there is one thing that I do want to say is that for all the people who will be voting today and all the people who need to be voting, there is one person who will not be voting today. And there is a person who voted every single election, but this for the first time, I guess since he turned 18, who will not be voting today for the first election. And his name is Charlie Kirk. Charlie will not be voting today. Charlie should be sitting right here today, covering down on the election day coverage today and then all night on the Super Stream, which was, and we all know this, it was his favorite night of the year was election night. All right, he absolutely loved doing this. That's why we're going to keep the tradition going and be here. Tyler will be here as well. But Charlie Kirk will not be voting tonight. And Charlie Kirk will not be hosting tonight. And we know why. Because a violent leftist stole that right from him. A violent leftist stole that right to vote, his right to freedom of speech, his right to everything. And so for everybody out there, go out and vote today and do it for Charlie.
Amen. Do it for Charlie. And by the way, I'd be remiss if we didn't mention the vote against retention.
Pennsylvania. Yeah, so it's no.
Yeah,
so the way these races are, it's no. So Pennsylvania, you've got races. Look, everyone's got an election. Go out and vote today. Obviously, the races are close there. You mentioned the AG race. I pulled that up on the prediction markets, and believe it or not, about it looked like yesterday the race really tightened up. Just as of last night, it tightened up from suddenly the Republican, Jason Miyares flew. I'm looking on Kalshi. He dropped way down to almost 50%, and it looked like the Democrat Jay Jones was ticking up to above 50% at one point. This is the prediction markets on Kalshi, right? And then, but now all of a sudden today, as of 11 a.m. East Coast time, and I guess it's noon East Coast time, that suddenly now Jason Miyares is pulling away with it. He's now back up to about 57%. So there was this strange tightening and now, a diving out. On the New York race, which is the one you asked me about, and I'm not going to be one of those guys who doesn't answer questions, we saw some really interesting data out of Kalshi, and I got this for New Jersey as well, that even though it looked as though Mamdani is running away with it, if you break it down to Kalshi traders who have come in from New York only. So if you parse out the data and say, okay, everyone who's outside of New York City, we're gonna take that out. Suddenly Cuomo's up 9 points.
Well, and I want to say this too, and I know that's a really interesting. So insiders inside the city are actually more bullish on Cuomo, and we saw that poll from Atlas that showed that the race was tightening in the final stretch here, that Cuomo was making up some ground. Zoran was not putting his best foot forward. This is something we talked about with Mark Halperin actually last week, that, sort of this grievance politics, the guilting Cuomo about not visiting a mosque or whatever. These were not good looks. Something about Zoran's his mojo has been off here in the final stretch of this race, and he's looking very, very vulnerable. He's not talking like a winner. He's not talking like somebody. Or the contrary to that, the other opinion would be that he is assuming that he's going to win and the mask is fully off. But regardless, Atlas has the race very much within striking distance, which is listen, if we could get one miracle today, listen, I'll take all three. But I want to leave you guys with this before we get to our ad partner in this segment, is that regardless of what happens today, we are playing offense on their turf. Think about this. Virginia basically was thought to be a blue state. Then Glenn Youngkin took it back. But, we kind of knew that Glenn Youngkin was an exceptional candidate, and he took it back, made the state a little bit more red for a time, right? So that's basically a blue state. We're playing offense in that state. New Jersey, blue state. Chitterelli could really win that race today. Chitterelli could really win the New York or the New Jersey governor's race.
If Republicans turn out.
Yeah, if Republicans turn out. And Pennsylvania, we could stop the communist takeover of that state as well from a judicial standpoint. So we're playing offense on their turf. So look alive, be encouraged. There's reason for hope here, and we need to stay on it. I'm going to tell you guys really quickly about Good Ranchers. I used to think that I knew I was getting at the grocery store. Thankfully, Good Ranchers meat is actually 100% made in America from American farms and ranches, delivered right to your door, and the quality, I can say this firsthand. It is incredible. And it's over the years, it's only gotten better and better and better, because as they've grown as a company, they have better purchasing power. They are getting the absolute top quality meats you can't imagine. So I'm a subscriber. The benefits are amazing. $25 off every box, free shipping, and a free swappable gift in every box. So when you order by December 1st, use promo code KIRK. All new subscribers will get $100 off your first 3 orders. That is their best offer ever. But you have to subscribe by December 1st to claim this deal. GoodRanchers.com. That's GoodRanchers.com. Let's get back to the table. More on our Election Day coverage coming right up.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that RAV News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
Delivering 6 times stronger natural immunity to fake news. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I want to tell you really quick about YRefi. YRefi, they are amazing people. They sponsor Turning Point's campus tour. And by the way, we have tomorrow night Benny Johnson, Eric Trump, Laura Trump, and Coach Tuberville at Auburn. It's going to be another 9,000 or 10,000 person packed arena, which is really exciting. The YRefi sponsoring that whole tour. They sponsor this show. They're great Americans, truly, truly phenomenal people. And did you know that about $45 billion in the United States is labeled as distressed private student loans? So if that's you out there, you got to check out YRefi. They're good people, amazing patriots, and they will help you get a loan payment that suits your budget and your ability to pay. So if you are behind, you are distressed, default to private student loan, this is where you need to go. I say it every day, and I'll say it again. YRefi, great people. You will call and talk to somebody that will get you a tailored solution to your needs. So that's the main point. It doesn't matter if your credit is terrible. You can even skip a payment every 6 months, up to 12 times without penalty. They are amazing people. Call 888-YRefi-34, 888-YRefi-34, or log on to YRefi, that's YREFY.com. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Kolvit here, executive producer of this fine show, with Jack Posobiec from Human Events Daily and good friend of the show, as well as Blake Neff, our not-so-secret weapon. Okay, so this morning we woke up here in Mountain Time, so 2 hours off of East Coast. I'm going to get this right. We just switched, actually, in Arizona. Or Arizona didn't switch, the rest of the world did. That's how it works. So we're getting our time zones sorted here. But there was bomb threats in, it looks like, 7 different counties in New Jersey. And what's hilarious about this is that you have Zohran Mamdani claiming that this would be the work of Trump. And we'll explain why that doesn't make any sense at all in just a second. Let's go ahead and play 159.
Incredibly concerning. And I think that it is an illustration of the attacks we're seeing on our democracy. Sometimes they're blatant and explicit in the manner of these bomb threats. And we have to understand this as part of the general approach the Trump administration has taken to trying to intimidate voters.
So he says we have to understand this as part of the approach that the Trump administration has taken to try and intimidate voters. So, Jack, riddle me this. Are more conservatives or Democrats voting on Election Day?
It is typically more conservative. So it's going to be your Republicans, and then it's going to be your conservative independents.
So does it make any sense, then, that Trump would be responsible somehow for bomb threats on Election Day in New Jersey?
No, and what you're seeing here is, of course, the guy who, is the leading candidate to be the next mayor of New York City. Immediately when given the opportunity, what does he do? He attacks and demonizes his political opponents. This is the same thing that we saw Jimmy Kimmel do, by the way, in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder. He immediately said that it was a MAGA guy who did this. And so what are we seeing again from, and again, we were told, the left doesn't do this, the left doesn't demonize, we need to unite, we need to do all of it. Well, here you go. This guy, by the way, he is going to be, and if he wins, by the way, and I'm going to throw down the marker right now, if he wins the New York City's mayor race, he will be the Democrat frontrunner for 2028 for the presidential election.
I agree.
And immediately, what's he do? He demonizes his opponents and blames his opponents for political violence. When we don't have any facts whatsoever right now, we do know that there's been a lot of political violence lately done by the political left. We could ask Charlie about that, but of course he's not here to join us and be able to have that discussion because of the political left. And so, by the way, we got these great I voted stickers, and I think we have this clip from, where is it? If you guys want to pull it up, it's just a picture, 167 that we have up, and people are posting these up across New Jersey right now. I voted to honor Charlie Kirk, and in fact, because I was in New Jersey, I have a bunch of them right here.
That's amazing.
So I voted to honor Charlie Kirk. And I have a couple. Don't use them yet.
If you could zoom in here, these are phenomenal.
Isn't this great?
Yeah, I love that. And we should vote to honor Charlie. Charlie would be right here today saying vote, 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 vote. Blake, do you agree with what Jack just said? That if Zoran wins today, especially if he wins handily in New York City, does he become the de facto front runner in the Democrat presidential race?
Nah, I think this is truthfully, I think this is one of those things where it's a person on the left that, if anything, the right fixates on more than the left does. I think he's going to be especially because I don't think he'll be a very successful mayor of New York City. I think people do emphasize, they say he's going to make it way more dangerous. He very well might, but I think he's much more likely to just ruin the economy of New York. It's far easier for the left to just absolutely wreck.
Yeah, but you can't say a guy who wins a massive upset like that doesn't get put into the contention for the Democrats for 2028.
But I mean,
it's a huge win.
Bill de Blasio went nowhere. Bloomberg went nowhere, and
Bloomberg ran for president.
But he had unlimited money to do it, and he still completely flopped.
Yeah, but Bloomberg was not a populist. I'm talking about the specific brand of left-wing Marxist populism that Mamdani is embracing. It's anti-white. It's anti-Christian. He knows exactly what he's doing. It's obviously anti-Trump. It's sort of like he is the anti-Charlie Kirk, because I was thinking about how Mamdani and Charlie were kind of about the same age.
He can't run, right?
That is weird.
He's a foreigner.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you're right. You watch. They're going to try to change that.
They might. People talked about that, but
that is a really good point. Actually,
everyone in the world is an American citizen. That's why they all have.
Did you know that Zoran is more American and more patriotic than native-born Americans?
I'm sure they're going to say that.
I'm told. That's actually thank goodness for that little provision in that.
Well, and it's almost like the founders put it there for a reason.
It's almost like they had an idea that if you were born in America, you're going to be more loyal to America than if you weren't born.
Wait, so loyalty matters?
Well, I don't want you to get too ahead of yourself. Okay, so listen. Here's. I want to go back. We're going to have Rich Barris on later at the start of hour 2. But one of the things we talked about with Rich is this focus on domestic issues, and you see this candidly. Messaging discipline has been better from the Democrats, talking about costs, healthcare, things like that. We're going to have Dr. Oz joined us next to talk about the shutdown and government healthcare costs. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or movie on Angel's platform. And you'll also get exclusive behind-the-scenes access leading up to the premiere. So go to angel.com/Rav today to get that access, follow the journey of young Washington, and help make this the #1 movie of 2026.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
Across the country right now, families are feeling real pressure when it comes to rising interest rates, higher prices, and credit card balances that never seem to go down. It's really overwhelming, and for many, it feels like there's just no way out. But Iconic Debt Relief is helping Americans fight back. Their team takes the time to understand each person's situation and build a plan that can lower monthly payments and ease that constant stress. For so many families, the relief is truly life-changing. If debt has been weighing on your shoulders, don't wait. Instead, call Iconic Debt Relief now and take the first step towards getting your life back. The information and the QR code there at the bottom of your screen. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. It is Election Day across the country, and polls from the Midwest to the East Coast to the West Coast are already open. Today is the first major election day since President Trump took office back in January. Among the contests being watched most closely are gubernatorial elections in Virginia and New Jersey. The GOP candidates in both of those states have aligned themselves with President Trump and are hoping to ride his coattail to victory. New York's mayoral election also has the nation buzzing as self-proclaimed Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani is polling as the frontrunner. Even President Trump jumped into the fray, saying if Mamdani wins, it's highly unlikely that he'll send federal funds to New York. He also says the Big Apple has, quote, zero chance of success or even survival under Mamdani's leadership. We'll, of course, have live results for you this evening here on Real America's Voice starting at 7 o'clock Eastern. A whistleblower says British news agency, the BBC, quote, doctored video of President Trump's January 6, 2021 speech at the White House in advance of the now infamous protest at the U.S. Capitol. The concerns are related to a BBC documentary titled Trump, A Second Chance. The company's former editorial guidelines and standards committee advisor Michael Prescott claims the program misled viewers by splicing together clips of the then outgoing president's speech in order to make it seem like he incited what later happened at the U.S. Capitol. The misleading clips are said to be 54 minutes apart. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
You're listening to the sound of freedom. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I want to tell you really quickly about one of our partners here. You see, Charlie, he built a thriving community through conversation on a place called TikTok. And he went from not liking it to really seeing the power of it. And really, it had a profound impact on the election. We're talking about elections today, so just imagine what is capable through these discussions, these dialogues, these back and forths on TikTok. TikTok offers opportunities for respectful exchange of ideas, and through that, opportunities for community. Not to talk over each other, but to talk with each other. On TikTok, you'll find creators who teach and encourage, a carpenter passing on his craft, a mom explaining how to make a budget stretch, or a gardener showing us how to bring a backyard back to life. Different stories, same drive, the desire to connect and understand and to share ideas. That's what makes a strong community, a common desire to connect, to find a way forward through respectful dialogue, building trust and feeling heard, freedom to speak what we know and to hear each other. That's the power of TikTok. It gives everyone a seat at the table, a place to speak, to listen, and remind each other that what connection looks like. Conversations build connections, and connections build communities. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are sponsored in part by TikTok. All right, so we're going to have Dr. Oz joining us in just a second. I'm waiting for confirmation that he is, in fact, ready to go. Looks like he's just getting seated. But here's one of the things. This is why we're having Dr. Oz on an election day. So, and actually, I think he's ready right now. So, Dr. Oz, can you hear me? Are you seated? You ready?
Seated, ready in my office, actually, in Washington. I'm anxious to see what they're going to say about the election.
Yes, absolutely. Well, this has been a really, it's an honor to have you on. I know you came on the Charlie Kirk Show multiple times with Charlie, both when you were running for Senate and then later on as you've been part of the admin. Charlie would be here. Unfortunately, if you can get the wide shot, we have his open chair here. Jack just did a beautiful tribute to Charlie that Charlie would be begging everybody across the country to vote in New Jersey, in Pennsylvania, in Virginia, in New York City. And unfortunately, he's not here today. So, sir, the floor is yours. I know you had a personal friendship with Charlie. You texted often. And I just want to give you the opportunity to remember him in your own words.
Well, kudos to you for carrying on the legacy. I spent a lot of time with Charlie. He was very helpful. We got to know him quite well during the campaign. But we also stayed. I saw him the last time here in Washington in June, and we were going to do a show. We were at a meal together, and the bombing of Iran happened. So we said, well, we'll do it in September, and it speaks to the unfortunate reality that life is so unpredictable. I'm not going to take everyone through the trauma of that whole experience. Obviously, I joined the president when we flew out to the event in Phoenix, which was one of the top, memorable moment in my life, and I've had lots of interesting experiences. But I think it speaks to the power that Charlie and the whole movement has had in waking people up to some of the dishonest narratives that we've been tricked with. But it sort of goes back, I think, very fundamentally to respecting some of those Judeo-Christian traditions that so often have guided us into successful relationships, raising wonderful families, living in communities that are functional. And when we don't honor some of those basic principles, we run into trouble. And on this election day, one of the many things that's being evaluated is this government shutdown. And I thought I'd use this maybe as a jumping point to speak to those very values that Charlie and you and others would speak to. We are in a nation that treasures work. We believe in our country that business is good, and you want to work in business, and you want to do good things for your community through those businesses and build value in society and do things that fix problems, all the things that many of us grew up, I think, believing was incumbent to our opportunity as Americans.
Yeah.
And many people came from other parts of the world because they know and found out that America actually still does those things that their country stopped doing, like go to work, play a role in improving society, have agency over your own life because it matters. God put you here to do something. And whatever that thing is, go out and do it. So when we faced, as we came into the administration, a reality that Medicaid was basically insolvent because of some of the things that have been done during the pandemic, but some of that predated the pandemic as well, we had generated a system that just was not going to be functional for much longer. That would put our most vulnerable at risk. I'm sitting in the Humphrey building in Washington, right across from the Capitol. As you walk into our building, there's a quote from Hubert Humphrey, and it says it's he uses light as a metaphor. It is the moral obligation of government, he says, it's the moral obligation of all of us, to take care of those at the dawn of life, children, those at the twilight of life, the seniors, and those who are living in the shadows. Now, again, that haunting metaphor is powerful. It feels almost biblical. So if you're going to protect our most vulnerable, you can't allow fraud, waste, and abuse to strip it of its vitality. So the president very directly told me to preserve, for example, Medicare. Don't touch Medicare. Don't hurt the folks who are vulnerable on Medicaid, but take the fraud, waste, and abuse out of the system. We have been doing that, and we're going to continue to do that. And the Democrats have shut down Washington, shut the government down, because they believe that the One Big Beautiful Bill, which codified many of the things that make sense to clean up Medicaid and protect it for the most vulnerable, were wrong. They want to, for example, allow illegal immigrants to continue to get funded for their health care benefits. This fundamentally changes the equation. Democrats don't like there's a work requirement. But we tell people, fine, if you're in a difficult spot, we'll pay for your health care. But you need to actually try to get a job. And if you can't get a job, go volunteer somewhere. Go take care of somebody. Go get an education. Do something to reinforce what you should know deep down inside, which is God's got a plan for you, and go act on it. And these are fundamental differences in how folks are seeing the future of this country. I believe, because work is so fundamental to who we are, that we should have a work requirement. I believe that if you're an American citizen, you should get support for your health care. But illegal immigrants coming here and induced to stay here because they're given free health care, that should not be part of the equation. Certainly, the federal government should not be paying for that. And we know, for example, and just not to get into too much of the weeds here, that there are some states, there are 6 in the country, 6 out of 50 states, allow separate money to be paid to illegal immigrant health care from their state budgets. They claim. And, of course, that allows them to recruit and retain illegal immigrants, despite what federal law is around coming across borders illegally. And they think that's okay. And now we are just identifying, breaking news, I'll share it with you, that we believe is over $1 billion that has been taken from federal tax money to support these programs. In fact, they're starting to pay us back, so I'm pretty sure we're right.
Wow. Well, that's breaking news. So $1 billion you've identified, that's basically fraud. It's basically fraud that the states are using improperly. So I wanted to play a clip for you, and I do think it's election related because, there is some polling out there that would indicate that the American people want to focus more on domestic issues, more on cost, healthcare, things like that, as opposed to foreign issues, foreign policy. And I certainly share that belief. But one of the reasons that I think this resonates is because Democrats' messaging, and I hate to say it, but I think it's been a little bit more disciplined in this, especially this election run-up, than some of the Republican counterparts. They are talking about health care, and I wanted to play this clip for you from Rachel Maddow, and it's in relation to the government shutdown, where she's basically saying, well, if you strip these subsidies out of Obamacare, the ACA, then all these costs are going to go up for Americans, right? Now, Republicans have been warning about these subsidies for years, that they're going to make Medicaid and Medicare insolvent in the long run. But I want you to give you a chance to respond to this and debunk this. 137.
Look at these numbers from the New York Times tonight. Based on the newly posted information, meaning the pricing information that's now being posted in multiple states, a family of 4 making $130,000 in Maine. So you combine the family's income, everybody's salaries, you got up to $130,000, that family would face an increase in their annual health insurance premiums next year of $16,100. That's how much their health insurance premiums would go up. This is what Democrats have been drawing the line about in this shutdown, telling Republicans that this is the thing they need to fix.
Dr. Oz, this is your world. Respond to Rachel Maddow, because that clip on Facebook, by the way, had like 100,000 likes. So a lot of people are seeing it.
So President Obama, who created the Affordable Care Act, right? It's called Obamacare. When he pushed through Congress in a very partisan way the Affordable Care Act, there was funding for people who are at the poverty level. The question then becomes, how do you define the poverty level? Well, they defined it as 4 times more than poverty. So if poverty level, let's just make a number up, is $16,000. Make the math simple. Make it $20,000 the poverty level. Then 4 times that for an individual, $80,000, is how much they were willing to cover. They weren't going to cover 5, 6, 7, 8 times the poverty level. They just had to pick a number. We all do. So Obamacare did not cover people who are making more than 4 times the poverty level. For that reason, when they added these COVID benefits, and they were purely added because we were in a pandemic and a war, and they were added for a very short period of time, and they were set to end when the pandemic ended. Are we out of the pandemic? We're out of the pandemic. Of course. We should not have pandemic-era wartime rules when we're at peace. So the Democrats wrote the law. It expires at the end of this year. And so it's their decision. They knew it was supposed to expire. Original Obamacare never covered people making 4 times Medicare. Rachel Maddow just picked an example of someone who's making, whatever it was, $150,000 a year, who was making more than 4 times Medicare. Therefore, they were not ever eligible for Obamacare. And she's complaining that what was done during COVID as a stopgap measure to deal with the pandemic is now expiring. So that's a problem for the Republicans. We were even willing, despite all that, to negotiate and talk about some of these issues, but only if we find a true solution to the fundamental flaws in a broken system. Obamacare pricing has increased so much faster than anyone ever imagined. It is becoming unaffordable even when the government is paying for it. But that's not what the Democrats wanted. They want to hold us hostage. At the last moment, they say, forget about it. If you don't, with a gun to your head, agree to extend all these subsidies and just pay, forget about dealing with the costs, just pay for it, we're going to hold you up. And the president very wisely, very bravely, together with congressional leadership, said, no, we are not going to be extorted. You guys caused this problem. It's your issue. We will help you fix it, but don't blame it on us. And yet, the legacy media, New York Times, good example, they tell stories that are literally like Aesop's fables without the morality.
I think that's really well said. And I'm sitting to my left is Blake Neff, one of our producers here on the show, Dr. Oz. And one of the things you rail about, Blake, and we're running out of time here, I wish I could give you the floor, is that just when you get somebody addicted to a government subsidy, it's really
it just becomes permanent.
It becomes permanent.
Everything becomes permanent.
And that's what we've seen. So the whole narrative that we're trying to strip health care from people, no, this is COVID-era spending that is unsustainable. We have to do something to bring it back. Yeah, we want to make health care more affordable, but this is not the way to bankrupt the country.
But if I can just jump in there, because I do think it's critical. What is the average amount of premium that an Obamacare recipient will get next year after all these things that Rachel says are so horrible expire? It's going to be $50. That's it. It's $13 more than this year. That's the whole battle. Literally, the average person is going to be asked to pay $50 for a month for their insurance. You ask me, anyone out there working on their own dime, getting paid from a commercial insurer, would you take an insurance policy for $50 a month? That's $13 more than last year. You'd say, I can handle that. That's a cup of coffee a day. I can manage that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really well said. I mean, listen, at some point, we have to say no. We have to say no, and we have to reform some of these structural issues in our healthcare system that are driving up costs. But here, I mean, listen, that was the whole exchange with Obamacare. A bunch of people who couldn't afford it, we were going to pay for it. Of course, that's going to make costs go up for everybody else. Okay, I mean, you can't wave a magic wand and make this stuff just disappear. But you cannot also bankrupt the whole of the U.S. government to keep subsidizing these runaway costs. I mean, you just can't do it. I mean, we'd love to. We just can't do it. Dr. Oz, great job. Thank you so much for joining us. You honor us and you honor Charlie. Thank you.
God bless you.
God bless you. All right, we will be back in just a minute.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting...
Everyone now. Socialism sucks. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Blake, why don't you just riff on what we just talked about, Dr. Oz? Because, again, this is a domestic issue. This election is going to be domestically decided on domestic issues. What's up, Jack?
We do have breaking. Reagan National Airport has halted all flights after a bomb threat.
Yeah, the aircraft has been relocated to the east side of the airfield as a safety precaution.
So we don't know if this is connected to the stuff in Jersey, but yeah, more bomb threats.
More bomb threats. But to my previous point, Blake, when you get addicted to the dole, you can't get them off.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we were warned about 100 years ago when you're expanding everything is, once you are giving people free money, especially something they've done nothing to earn in any way, they very quickly become extremely entitled to it. And we've seen this transition across the board. I mean, we've seen it with the SNAP pause. There are people on SNAP who've never worked in 30 years, have not seriously tried to work, and it's an apocalyptic offense that they would ever be expected to do it, that they would ever be asked to do it.
They adjust their spending, too.
And they adjust their spending. So then if you look at SNAP recipients, they spend more money on, nice luxury foods than people who aren't on SNAP.
Welcome back, National Radio. In just a minute, we'll be right back. Really quickly, I want to tell you about Alan Jackson. Missed it in the last segment. Wanted to make more time for Dr. Oz. We're honored to be partnering with Alan Jackson Ministries, and today I want to point you to their podcast. It's called Culture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson Podcast. You can get it wherever you get your podcasts, YouTube, Spotify, all those places. They take on the issues, the most contentious issues of the day. They go right for them. So if you got a question about gender issues, abortion, immigration, Doge, Trump, the White House, things that are going on in the church, you want to tune in to the Alan Jackson podcast, Culture and Christianity. His guests have incredible expertise, powerful testimony. They take biblical values and they apply them to everyday, real life situations. So by the way, you can also check out everything else that Alan Jackson is doing at the Alan Jackson Ministries. You can find out more at Alan Jackson, but that's ALLEN, Jackson.com/Charlie, AlanJackson.com/Charlie. Great dude, great guy, great pastor, doing a lot of good work. Okay, I want to play this clip really quick because we got a lot of elections going on. But again, this is an election season that will be determined by domestic issues. Play cut 55.
The reason you have the standoff is because if the hundreds of billions of dollars to create a financial incentive to have this giant magnet to attract illegals from every part of Earth to these states. If that is turned off, the illegals will leave because they're no longer being paid to come to the United States and stay here.
Wow.
And then they will lose a lot of voters.
So this is why I played this clip. It's because this is a fundamental dynamic that you're seeing play out between left-wing messaging, right-wing messaging. This is not about common sense or logic. It's about emotions.
It's not ideology.
No, this is not ideology. This is about you're mean and you're trying to hurt people and take their health care away. And the Republicans are saying there's illegals on it. We can't afford it.
Well, and Blake, we definitely use that line. So Blake was on assignment yesterday, but he had given us this line in the group chat yesterday, and we used it. The gimme grins. And it's just very clear. This is the gimme grins. And we realize that because we now have this massive, and a place like New York City, which is the model, the Mamdani model is what they want to expand across the entire country.
The Mamdani model explicitly is
in Minneapolis,
tax white people so you can take their money and give it to resentful brown people from other countries. That is how he frames it.
No, by the way,
his framing.
It's exactly his framing.
I remember Charlie actually tweeted about that. And there was like a whole community note thing. It was like, no, that's not true. It's white people and richer neighborhoods. It wasn't just about, but it was like in his platform, his policy platform to say tax whiter and richer neighborhoods.
I just want this piece of crap shipped back to Uganda so badly.
Well, I mean,
is this real?
He's got his paperwork.
There's this clip of Jay Jones. They're saying that about the dog. Are you seeing this?
I'm having the team.
Are you seeing this thing? That's sort of about he almost kicked a dog. Well, I mean, we know how he feels about children. So.
No, this is interesting. Yeah, Jay Jones just attempted to kick a dog outside a Virginia polling station.
You're supposed to kiss babies and pet dogs when you're a politician.
Like, what is he even doing? We have the clip loading.
Know what he wants to do with babies. So
yeah. I'm saying that's what I'm saying. He's got the opposite, the opposite take on both apparently.
But there's that great clip from Tin Cup. I like the movie Tin Cup. It's Kevin Costner. It's a golf movie. Charlie hated golf, but he and I disagreed on that. But there's this moment where he's talking about that. What's that?
You a rom-com guy, Andrew? You big rom-com guy?
I don't know if I'm a rom-com guy, but I like Tin Cup. So check it out. So no, it's a golf movie. Anyway,
it's a rom-com.
Basically, the villain in Tin Cup, like they say, he hates dogs. Only bad people hate dogs.
Wait, that's the Jack Good as It Gets too, right?
All right, here it is. 178.
May he rest. May he rest. And may he wake up tonight when you get this sweet.
Goodbye, Red.
Say bye-bye.
See you soon.
Yeah, for people on the audio side, I mean he looks like he's about to kick the dog. He swings his. I mean, Blake, what's your take? You're always like Mr. Skeptic. What's your take on this?
That was a weird.
That was a weird
kick, but it's just a weird thing to do.
It's just
it's a voter's dog. It's not his dog.
Maybe he wanted to pet it with his foot. Sounds like something that would make sense to him.
He wanted to pet it with his patent shoes, patent leather shoes.
Rub his shoe on it or something.
But the guy fetishizes about murdering his political opponents and their kids.
It's the only way to change people's views, he says.
It's the only way to change people's views.
Because they have to feel pain.
Not to debate them.
Because he said they must feel pain before they change their views.
And by the way, guess what Charlie's killer said about him? Some hate you just can't negotiate.
Some hate you can't negotiate out.
Sounds weirdly similar. And then here's Jay Jones, who's campaigning to be the top cop in Virginia, the Commonwealth, and he just randomly, instinctively tries to kick a dog. Very strange.
It's almost like when people show you who they are, we should believe them.
You should believe them. Look at that. That is the image.
That's a kick.
That's a kick.
That's a kick.
All right, Rich Bear's coming up next on the Charlie Kirk Show. More with Jack Posobiec, Blake Neff, and myself. We'll be right back.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the host? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
This morning, President Trump is calling on Republicans to change the rules in the Senate to reopen the government. Trump posting overnight, it is now time for the Republicans to play their Trump card and go for what is called the nuclear option. Get rid of the filibuster and get rid of it now. The move would allow Republicans to pass a bill to fund the government with a simple majority instead of the 60 votes currently needed. But Senate Majority Leader John Thune has warned against this move, saying it could come back to bite Republicans whenever Democrats take power back.
What if Mamdani becomes mayor?
It's going to be hard for me as the president to give a lot of money to New York because if you have a communist running New York, all you're doing is wasting the money you're sending there. So I don't know that he's won, and I'm not a fan of Cuomo one way or the other, but if it's going to be between a bad Democrat and a communist, I'm going to pick the bad Democrat all the time, to be honest with you.
The front runner in the race to lead the nation's largest city, Democrat Zohran Mamdani, cheered on marathon runners in Brooklyn and appeared with the governor at a bar in Queens. The 34-year-old self-described Democratic socialist resonates with voters eager for new leadership. Mamdani's main rival, independent candidate and former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, pitched his experience.
Who has solutions that can actually work, and who has the ability to make those solutions a reality?
The race has captivated New Yorkers. Early voting ended Sunday with more than 735,000 ballots cast, far more than during the last race for mayor in 2021. And across the river in New Jersey, former President Obama campaigned for the Democratic candidate for governor, Mikey Sherrill, who's locked in a tight race with Republican Jack Ciattarelli.
What Charlie Kirk stood for
was let's have an open conversation. Let's sit down in public. Let's hash out our differences, but let's do so with civility. Let's do so with honor, and let's do so with respect for one another. That's what Charlie Kirk always did. And they couldn't beat him in a debate, so they tried to silence him with a bullet, but they failed because Charlie Kirk's voice is now louder and stronger than ever before. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We're here live in Phoenix, Arizona. We're at the Turning Point USA headquarters. Today is, of course, November 4th, 2025, Anno Domini, and today is Election Day. We are now calling for full Patriot activation across New Jersey, across Pennsylvania, across Virginia, and across Arizona. It is time for Patriots to continue. And if you're not there, you need to be texting. You need to be downloading the Turning Point Action app. You need to be reaching out to people that you know in New Jersey, specifically the Jersey grandmas. I want every single Jersey grandma to get a text today saying, Grandma, did you go out and vote today? Did you get out there? Grandma, I really need you to get out. Grandma, I need you to get out there. Make sure you're texting the Jersey grandmas. We absolutely need this. What did we see? We woke up early this morning, and the first thing we saw, bomb threats called in at New Jersey voting stations. We also saw machines going down across entire counties. And we also saw over in Pennsylvania, in Chester County, a place that I've spent many election days, worked many elections for years, going back 20 years. We're now seeing what? Independents were not included in the poll books, which means if you went to vote as an independent in Chester County, Pennsylvania today, you couldn't vote in person because your name wasn't even in the registration. It's the polling book. So you couldn't even look up your name. Look, folks, it's very clear what's going on here. This is a coordinated attack on Election Day in-person voting. We know who that benefits. We know who has been putting all their chips in on early voting. We know who's been putting their chips in on mail-in voting, and it sure as heck ain't the Republicans. It sure as heck ain't the Trump supporters, because we know that Republicans traditionally, especially in the Northeast, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, vote on Election Day. And so, of course, while we abhor all political violence, we need the DOJ and the U.S. Attorney of New Jersey is Alina Habba now to get to the bottom of where these bomb threats came in. We're also tracking a bomb threat down at Reagan National Airport, DCA, that has shut down Reagan National Airport. It is absolute chaos on Election Day today here in America. But patriots are going to the polls, and we are now hearing in certain counties, Ocean County, Republicans are at 54% compared to 45% in 2024. We're seeing numbers that are going up, and huge numbers going up across the board for Republicans. Will it be enough for Jack Ciattarelli to pull it off? We will see. But we had a huge group from Kalshi last night. We got access to the Kalshi internal data for New Jersey, and we were able to prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that if you pair back the Kalshi trades from New Jersey voters versus outside of Jersey, it turns out the people in Jersey were going for Jack Ciattarelli by 86%. And inside of Jersey, only 14% of traders were putting money in on Mikey Sherrill. What does this mean? Does this mean that there is a long shot chance for Jack Ciattarelli to pull it out in the end? We're going to be here, Human Events Daily. We're going directly on the ground to get the numbers out from New Jersey, from every other race, and we're going to be up tonight at the Election Night Super Stream. This is the Charlie Kirk Super Stream. We're keeping the tradition going, so stick it right here. We are not going anywhere. Streaming all day. Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice. We'll be right back after a quick break. We've got all of the information for you.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? If you ever talk to the hosts, you can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
And our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back. We're here live. Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona on Human Events Daily. And folks, let me just say that anybody that knows me and knows the work that Human Events does day in, day out, knows that the conservative movement never stops. And the fuel that keeps me going from election to election, from Pennsylvania to New Jersey to Phoenix, is, of course, Blackout Coffee. And for years, this has been my coffee of choice. I know that so many of you want to get in on this. People are coming in. They're loving this stuff because they understand that Blackout Coffee isn't just coffee. It's America in a cup, founded on Christian values, rooted in family, built on the belief that hardworking Americans deserve better than, that ridiculous corporate swill. Blackout Coffee is a family business that roasts every batch right here in the United States of America. 2 delicious roasts you got to try. Morning Reaper, that's the smooth medium roast that kicks off your day without bitterness. And for those dark roast lovers, you got to try Brutal Awakening. This is a bold, rich roast with deep flavor that'll keep you sharp and alert. It's perfect for serving friends and family around the holidays because, let's face it, the best gatherings start with the best coffee. Here's the deal. Go to blackoutcoffee.com/POSO. Use promo code POSO for 20% off your first order. That's blackoutcoffee.com/POSO. Support a company that shares your values, supports American jobs, and fuels your freedom one cup at a time. Really excited now, guys. We've got the CEO of the Pennsylvania Chase and also the NJ Chase, Cliff Maloney, now joining us from the PA Chase headquarters. Cliff, how goes it, man?
It's going, man. Election day. We're not going to let off the gas here until we hit 8 p.m. when polls close in both Pennsylvania and Jersey. And Jack, just have to double down on what you said about the whole Human Events Daily family. I see how hard you work behind the scenes. You guys are true believers, the whole audience, so appreciate you.
Well, thank you so much for that. And look, Cliff, you and I were there at the New Jersey Turning Point Action and NJ Chase Super Chase in Toms River, New Jersey, which, by the way, we had incredible safety and security from the Toms River Police Force. 5 snipers were up on the roof providing overwatch for us. But then what did we get this morning? A bomb threat. And one of those 7 bomb threats that we hear across New Jersey, one of which actually happened to be in Toms River. So we're seeing a lot of the dirty tricks that are coming out of the woodwork, crawling out of the woodwork. It's got to stop. But I have to say hats off to you, because you just made the huge announcement on the Charlie Kirk Show minutes ago that you have now cumulatively hit 1 million doors this election cycle. Incredible.
Yeah, and that's since we launched. Obviously we relaunched the Pennsylvania Chase first week in August, and then we launched the New Jersey Chase. And look, Jack, I got to give you a lot of credit. You were one of the first people that said, hey, we need a fight, right? There's always going to be different battles. We've always got limited resources, but we got to figure out where to aim those. And it's so easy to sit out, right? It's easy to say, hey, let's wait until there's a race that's much more winnable. Because of your messaging, your leadership, because of our NJ Chase program, because of all the state and the county chairs for the GOP, all the organizations, Jack Ciattarelli has a chance at becoming the next governor of New Jersey. Now, I'm not saying he will be, but I'm saying that if Republicans get up and flood the polls once we get to the after-dinner rush, this is the last chance. But New Jersey is in play. You said it months ago, and now it's coming to fruition. We just have to close the gap here to try to seal the deal.
Well, and we know this is what it is. It's NJ is in play, and here's the interesting thing, right? And Cliff, so just to set everyone's expectations, to set everyone's understanding, that NJ is not supposed to be in play the year after the Republicans won the White House. It's supposed to be the opposite. So when you have those White House elections, then the next year you have Virginia, you have New Jersey. Now, when you go back to 2008, Barack Obama won the presidency in 2008. Then what happened in 2009? Chris Christie wins New Jersey, and Bob McDonnell, a Republican, won in Virginia. That's typically how it goes. It's the the party out of power does better. Yet in New Jersey, because of the unique dynamics of this race, because of those trends that we've seen cross over from Pennsylvania into New Jersey, the working class voters, the deindustrialization, the mass influx of illegal aliens, now all of a sudden you're seeing these Democrat crossovers like we've never seen before. That's what flipped Bucks County for President Trump, and that's what's flipping these people over in New Jersey. That's giving Jack Ciattarelli a fighting chance when typically, just historically speaking, no Republican would have a chance in a year like this.
Yeah, and you just hit it with really what matters the most, which is, me and you, probably up until Trump, or at least last year, we were always used to the independents not swinging our way, right? Especially those that vote by mail. But the election day independents, a lot of the election day voters who are independent, a lot of them are coming around the Jack. And if you're out there wondering why, I think it's very simple. The blue-collar party is now represented by Republicans. The American worker is now represented by Republicans. Sane people that want to take their kids to basketball practice, that want to put food on the table, that want to pay their mortgage. The party of the people is very clearly the Republican Party. And contrast that. Think about this, Jack. Contrast that with what's happening in New York City. And talk about a dichotomy. If we have Mamdani as a socialist mayor of the elitist bubble, now known as New York City, and now New Jersey, a working class state, is run by a Republican, that would be an awesome, awesome way to show two very different points of view.
And so this is actually really interesting because we've already tracked, and I think you saw this in Lakewood, New Jersey, you saw this in other parts of New Jersey. There's a really interesting dichotomy you mentioned because so many parts of New Jersey, you've got people who work in New York, you got people who commute to New York, specifically in North Jersey. You're seeing a backlash to Mamdani from New Jersey voters, and this is something that I gotta say, it just plays into Jack Ciattarelli's campaign because it's exactly what he's talking about. Now they'll say, okay, Mikey Sherrill, she's not as radical. She's not as bad. But you notice that every time she got asked, and I went through a bunch of her interviews last night checking this out, she's never tweeted about Mamdani, and she's always very careful when she gets asked about him. Remember, the same way that Barack Obama came in to endorse her, Barack Obama did not endorse Mamdani. He did this sort of off-the-record, behind closed doors phone call with him. I think the Democrat Party is scared of the radicalism of Mamdani and the fact that his new politics, now he can't run for president himself, but his brand of politics is going to be the new future of the Democrat Party.
Oh, they're scared to death. I mean, this is the final nail in the coffin for the Democrat Party if you're one of the old school moderates. I mean, this is going to rid the party of the classical, leftists that we kind of knew 20 years ago and just replace them with the radicals, right? These aren't moderates. These aren't people that are trying to solve problems. They want to radically end free market capitalism in this country. They are extremely dangerous to the ideas of us being a free people and a free society. And it's at a time when the Democrat Party has no leadership. There's no vision. There's no solutions that they offer to the country. It's just Trump is bad, Charlie Kirk is Hitler, and we must take these people out. That's their entire message. And so right now, if I'm a Democrat who is actually sane and was hoping to hold on to the party as a national apparatus, you're in trouble because Mamdani is going to win, and we will have a socialist, a self-avowed socialist, as the mayor of America's financial capital city. It's insane.
No, you're going to get that. And those are the same type of policies that, by the way, are not going to be embraced by the suburban voters. And that's who the Democrats, that if Mikey Sherrill wants to win, those are the Democrats that she's got to try to pick up in New Jersey. She's got to go into them and say, look, I'm not part of this guy. But at the same time, she's got to be very careful to walk this tightrope because she knows that in the urban centers like a Newark, a Trenton, a Camden, et cetera, parts of Hudson County, that they're going to be all in on Mamdani.
Yeah, and here's the thing about Mikey Sherrill. I mean, we don't have all the numbers yet, and obviously we'll be on the live stream tonight to kind of break them down, Jack. I have a funny feeling that she is going to do exactly what Kamala Harris did when it comes to inner city votes. Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, none of them were excited about Kamala Harris. They're especially not excited about Mikey Sherrill. I just think that she's going to be so underwater with them. I'm not saying that they're all going to run to support Jack, but they need to turn out a lot of those, what I would say, consistent Democrat voters. But Mikey Sherrill doesn't excite anybody. I mean, I'd rather watch paint dry than listen to her and her yapping about pretty much nothing, offering no solutions to the people of New Jersey. Well, Jack's talking about bringing down energy prices. He's talking about siding with New Jersey residents over illegal immigrants, keeping men out of girls' sports. I mean, these are the issues people care about. So all of these things are falling into place. It doesn't mean that Jack is guaranteed to win, but the fact that he's got a shot, that should excite everybody out there that believes in the America First movement.
Look, it's real simple as this. We're going to turn New Jersey into a swing state. We've got about a minute till the break, but Cliff, what can you tell us in terms of the turnout that we're seeing right now? I'm seeing good percentages for Republicans. I'm seeing good numbers. You mentioned early on the program, though, it's good turnout, but we need it to be great.
It's good turnout. We need it to be great to win. There are two major things. Number one, 57,000 Republicans that requested a mail-in ballot in New Jersey have yet to send it back. Take your ballot, fill it out, drop it in one of the drop boxes, or take it to your county office. Second, if you're in New Jersey, call 5 people you know. Get your grandma out to vote for Jack Ciattarelli. We need that rush hour traffic pretty much after dinner of the last 2 to 3 hours to be huge. We need huge turnout for those last 2 to 3 hours. It's the only chance we have at flipping New Jersey.
We need to be absolutely huge. This is, and we know that's the post-work rush. This is when your bulk of votes are going to come in. Republicans, and we know this, by the way, Trump supporters, they work during the day. This is your muscular class. As Charlie used to say, the people who shower before work and after work. That's who Jack Ciattarelli is going to need to blow it out after they're working their shift today on Election Day to win the governor's race in New Jersey. Right back, Jack Posobiec, Cliff Maloney breaking it all down here at Human Events Daily. Real-time info on the ground.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning? Introducing RAV Ambassadors, the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Together, we're turning belief into action.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with Patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth. Together, we're not just a network, we're a movement.
One voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
From Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love RAV?
Because we've become family. All those RAV live chatters and me.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
These are influencers. And they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
America's future is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. This November, we're going to choose success. We're going to choose to put the future of Americans first. We are going to choose to no longer be spectators this election. We together are going to do the work to save America.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back live. That was Charlie Kirk, his final ever RNC speech. I love what he said. This isn't about Republican or Democrat. This is about saving America. This is about making choices to save America, and that's exactly the fight that we're in. We do have breaking news right now, by the way. This is out of New York City, where in addition to the bomb threats that we reported earlier today, we're now across New Jersey, we're now also hearing of swatting. So swatting attempts have been made and swatting incidents made at polling sites in New York, multiple sites, including Harlem, Greenwich Village, and Midtown East. And supposedly this was sent to the Board of Elections, an email that was sent in. Exactly, I'm not entirely sure what is going on. It was deemed not credible by the NYPD, similar to how 7 polling locations were hit by these bomb threats that were also deemed non-credible. And there's also that bomb threat down at Reagan National Airport, which is, of course, by the way, in Northern Virginia. So you've got these various threats across Virginia, across New York City, and across New Jersey today that are all targeting Election Day voting. I want to bring Cliff Maloney back in here because, Cliff, look, as guys who have, and this is kind of interesting for me because I focus on elections, but I've also done a lot of work on the impact of political violence, and now we're starting to see the merger of the two, aren't we?
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are searching right now to figure out, okay, who's doing this and what is their motivation. Regardless, Jack, what does this tell us? This is why we have to bank our votes, right? This is why we all have PTSD from Arizona having the ballots that were printed too short or printed too long. This is why in Cambria County in 2024 in Pennsylvania, they had issues with their machines, 2 to 3 hour waits. This is why we have to take advantage of the current rules, because the Democrats, since they don't vote on one day, they don't have to deal with the repercussions of these types of incidents, right? You and me are not here to say that we love the system or we love the rules and we're an advocate for them. But we should say that we are an advocate to use the system and use the rules to figure out the best way to win. So all these threats, where they're coming from, I could make accusations or think through what the intents are, but it just proves the point. We're relying on one day of voting still, predominantly for what we're trying to do in these elections. We need to start rethinking getting our low props to vote early, because when stuff like this pops up, there's no recourse, right? There is no solution. It's just going to turn people away from the polls.
No, it's going to turn people away. And we all remember Maricopa County not having the paper. I was here. I'm right here in Maricopa County right now. I was here on Election Day in 2022 when that happened. And I remember talking to Charlie about this and then going to Tyler. Of course, he was the Maricopa County chairman years back. And I said, guys, what is this business about? You got to handwrite your ballot and stick it into door C. I'm a Pennsylvania guy. I never heard anything about door C when you handwrite your ballot. I mean, that just, and we remember what happened. It turned a lot of people away from the polling places, and we'll never really know whether or not it would have been the margin of victory for Kari Lake when she was running for governor in a very tight race like that. And this is what happens. This is what happens, the chicanery, the political trickery that goes in, the dirty tricks that happen when this comes up when elections are tight. It always comes up when elections are tight. 2024 wasn't tight, a blowout for Republicans, and that's why you didn't see, remember the pipes breaking in Georgia in 2020, by the way, et cetera. I could list off things all day long, but all of this, again, to your point, it's done to suppress election day voting. And that's why, and we know one party has tried to turn election day into this election month, and that's why your organization, incredible organization, the PHAs and the NJHAs, has been created to try to fight back against this. Meanwhile, George Soros has been flooding millions into this infrastructure for years.
Yeah, and I'm actually pretty fascinated to see just how much money, after some of the USAID cuts, that were going to so many of these left-wing nonprofits, 501c3s, 501c4s. But here's the good news, Jack. Win or lose tonight, I feel like we are at a breaking point that started in 2024 with Republicans learning what it is that they need to do to win. And I'm not saying we're going to beat the Democrats when it comes to mail-in ballots anytime soon, but we're competing. That's what's making Jack Ciattarelli a potential governor. It's what's making some of these other House races in Virginia that we're targeting potentials for wins. And it's why Pennsylvania will become the red wall leading up to 2028. We've learned to play by the rules, to fight fire with fire, to compete against the Democrats using their own tactics, right? Remember, this is not our playbook. This is simply taking the Biden 2020 playbook of going out there and chasing ballots, harvesting them where it's legal. And so I think we're really hitting a peak moment where now we've got kind of all of the states, even non-swing states, understanding if we fight fire with fire, if we compete with them, we cannot do it just on Election Day. We have to look at every form of voting and figure out how to be competitive. And we're so close to hitting that threshold.
We're very, very close. Cliff, you're going to be back with me later tonight. We're going to be rekindling, firing up the election night super stream from the Charlie Kirk studio the way we did. It'll be 1 year ago tomorrow. The days, of course, changed a little bit. Last year, Election Day was the 5th, but it'll be 1 year ago tomorrow when we had that historic election night stream. And I know that Charlie would have, if he were here today, he would say, guys, we're streaming all day. We're streaming till the bitter end, to all night, because that was his favorite day of the year. So, Cliff, I just want to say thank you for continuing to do what you're doing. I know Charlie would be really proud of you. I know Charlie would want you to be on the stream with us tonight, and I'm glad you'll be there.
Appreciate you, Jack, as always, and thanks to the whole Human Events Daily crew. Really appreciate you guys giving me a platform to get my word out. We're going to get back there. We're going to knock that extra door.
We're going to knock that extra door. Who knows? New Jersey could come down to just one vote. Jack Posobiec coming back. We'll have more from On the Ground in New Jersey when we return. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning? Introducing RAV Ambassadors, the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Together, we're turning belief into action.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with Patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth. Together, we're not just a network, we're a movement.
One voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
From Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love RAV?
Because we've become family. All those RAV live chatters and me.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec. We're back here at Human Events Daily. I'm just reading a tweet here from Scott Pressler, which is, and he's calling a red alert. And if Scott Pressler is calling a red alert, you know it's serious. He's talking about Pennsylvania, and he's saying one of the biggest scandals in Pennsylvania history is happening right now. Chester County polling locations, just talked about Chester County earlier, how they were having issues with their independent voters. Now they're saying Chester County polling locations are running out of provisional ballots and voters are being turned away. This needs to be national news. Red alert. This is an absolute travesty. This is absolutely horrific. We've got Noah Formica on now. He's the senior field representative for Turning Point Action on the ground in Pennsylvania. Noah Formica, if you could just remind me, who is the governor of Pennsylvania who's supposed to be in charge of all of these things on Election Day? What's that guy's name again?
Oh, gosh, I don't even know where our current governor is right now, to be completely honest with you. I think he's somewhere out campaigning in Virginia, but, you know, he goes by, some people know him, but he's like a groundhog. His name is Josh Shapiro.
Josh Shapiro, right. Josh Shapiro. I totally forgot that guy's name. That's right. It's Josh Shapiro. So Josh Shapiro, the man who was the face of saying that the 2020 elections were the safest and securest in America. Now, all of a sudden, an entire county, huge county, a purple county, Chester County, Pennsylvania, It's the Philadelphia exurbs. This is Downingtown. This is Westchester University is suddenly running out of provisional ballots, which are the ballots that are cast on election day. When you think there's a question about your status, you cast a provisional ballot. Now voters are being turned away. Noah, are you hearing anything else like that in other counties across Pennsylvania, or is this just located to Chester?
So I am ground zero here in Pittsburgh. Yinzerland, sorry, Eagles people or Philadelphia people. Our GOP currently down here is on high alert.
Excuse me, the champions, the new champions of football. Just wanted to say, the Roethlisberger era is over. It's the Eagles era now.
Well, it's okay. Whenever we lose, we root for you guys anyway. So, I mean, it goes both ways.
That's what I did with the Dodgers after they beat my Phillies.
But we're not hearing too much on the ground here in Pittsburgh. Our GOP is on very high alert, monitoring the situation, making sure that no funny business happens at all down here. So Allegheny County's looking great. Mostly what we're hearing is, like you said, Chester County, that complete disaster, what's going on there. And as far as I'm concerned, it's just affecting a lot of voters today. And who knows, a lot of people are saying the vote no race, the vote for Maria Batista, Mount Wolford, all those Supreme Court races are going to be super close. So, you know, it's completely just affecting our Republicans. I've heard from a couple people, they're like, I live in Chester County. I was turned away at the polls. I don't even want to vote now. And that's not something we want here on the ground in Pennsylvania. We want people to vote. And any Republican, if you're hearing any situation at your polling location, don't hesitate to call your Board of Elections for your county. And also, I'm encouraging you guys, stay in line. Just like we were saying last cycle, stay in line, because it's only going to get crazy from here on to the rest of the day.
No, if there's anything else, and I'm just going to say this, you don't want to be filming inside the polling location, but if something happens outside the polling location, if you're getting turned away by a judge of elections or someone like that, someone in official capacity or in unofficial capacity, film it. Make sure you get this on film, because we need people to stay in line. And by the way, if they're telling you that they don't have a provisional ballot, you need to stay in line anyway. Make sure you stay in line until someone shows up. If they have to run to the printers and go get a provisional ballot for you, then they can, because they're the government. That's their job. You have a right as a citizen of the United States of America in good standing to vote on Election Day. It's really as simple as that. And I want to play games with, and we learned this in Maricopa County 3 years ago today. We learned this in Maricopa County when all of a sudden the machines went down and they had the printers and they had the Dorsey and the rest of it. No, stay in line. This is so incredibly important. Noah, what else are you hearing? Because I know, of course, Turning Point Action was covering down in New Jersey as well. What are you hearing on the New Jersey side?
Well, on the New Jersey side, I will tell you what, I was half the month in Arizona, but as soon as I got out of Arizona chasing ballots in Mesa, shout out to our Mesa mobsters right now, working hard for Dorian Taylor. But in Jersey, our Turning Point Action team was on the scene chasing ballots with hundreds of volunteers. And what we're hearing on the ground, just talking to people door to door, is there's so many people. And even when we went to team dinner one night, we were talking to a Democrat. They're like, oh, yeah, I'm voting for Jack Ciattarelli. We can't have the latter. And a lot of people are starting to see, like, hey, the Democrat policies that are in charge of our state, that have been in charge of our state for quite a long time, we have to get rid of that. There's so much on the line from, obviously we want or plastic bags again. That's the number one issue I've heard from some people. We want Jack because he's going to stand up for our police officers. He's going to also on day one, make New Jersey not a sanctuary state anymore. And then also, which this hits Pennsylvania close to home. That's why we elected Senator Dave McCormick, our great senator. The energy policies. People want energy independence within the state of New Jersey. Jack is promising every single bit of that. And that is all at the forefront. And honestly, there's a lot of momentum. It's electric right now. And people are going to come out to vote in record numbers for Jack. I can just feel it. And it's going to be like that till the end of the polls close.
No, I see that as well. I'm also seeing out of this is Election 2025 updates, has this account up, and they've got a tweet that's coming in right now that says New Jersey seeing Republican surge in Ocean County. Now, Ocean County, no, that's where you and I were on Sunday. This is a huge Republican stronghold. It is the Republican stronghold of New Jersey as a state. They're seeing a surge in Republican voters right now in terms of their noon update. 36,527 voters. That's 54%. That compared to 2024 on Election Day, that's up 9 points for Republicans compared to where so at 54%, 9 points ahead of where they were before. 76,000 is the number Republicans need to beat. So they're on just under halfway there to getting towards that number. And if they're able to do so, this actually is a huge boon for Jack Ciattarelli. And again, this is not supposed to be a competitive race. This is, and Noah, to your point, right? The Turning Point infrastructure was really just getting started in Pennsylvania in 2024. Now to move it over to New Jersey, this shows just how fast these trends are moving and how fast these shifts are happening. So it's never been done before. There's never been a Turning Point deployment in New Jersey before. Talk to me about some of these trends that you're seeing on the ground that are still moving. And that's why the polls, it's been so hard to capture this.
Right. So when I first started with Turning Point in 2024, we did not have a single other staffer with Turning Point Action. I was the only paid staffer within the state of Pennsylvania. Now we've expanded. Now we have Brandon. Now we have Will. Now we have Mallory. And now we have people in New Hampshire as well with Davis and Lisa. So, I mean, shout out to the entire Northeast team. But Charlie was dead set on making sure that we expand our foothold within the Northeast, especially with what happened to Election Day, because he saw the signs. The Northeast is trending overwhelmingly Republican. Pennsylvania is becoming a red state faster than the Democrats can even try to register voters. And look at what's happening in Jersey. What we saw last election, you would have never thought, and my family even said that. They live in Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey, and they even said never in a million years would we have thought that we would see Trump almost win the state of New Jersey. Now we are on the verge of what I call a red resurgence within the state of New Jersey right now. And like you said, we were in Ocean County chasing as many ballots, talking to as many voters as we can. And one of our deployments at Toms River, we had 260 people there ready to chase as many ballots with us as possible. So our team on the ground is talking to as many Republicans, and we're talking to as many people also by our phones. We're texting people, making phone calls to these people day in and day out until the polls close, just so we can bring in a cluster line for Jack Ciattarelli.
This is absolutely huge. Noah, where can people go to keep up with everything that you're putting out? I know you're on the ground, but you're also putting out such good information. We're going to a break here real quick. Where can people go to keep track with you and keep track with all those updates coming from Pennsylvania and New Jersey?
Right. So you can keep up with all the great information regarding Pennsylvania from our PAGOP at PAGOP. But if you want to follow me personally, you can go to at N for Micah GOP. That is at NFORMICA-GOP. And then also follow the Turning Point Action account. Help us grow on the battlefield and get involved with us.
I hear your Facebook pages are blowing up too, by the way, right?
It has. So we had a Facebook page just centered around Pennsylvania. It had 1,000 people. And then, once, unfortunately, we lost our great fearless leader,
Incredible.
Charlie.
So go follow them. Turning Point Action Pennsylvania, Turning Point Action New Jersey. You're going to get all the updates right.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning? Introducing RAV Ambassadors, the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Together, we're turning belief into action.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, badges, and ranks. Compete with Patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth. Together, we're not just a network, we're a movement.
One voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
From Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rav. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back live here, Human Events Daily. It's Election Day, and I want everyone to remember that that tonight we will be reigniting. We'll be launching the Election Night Super Stream, Charlie Kirk Show. So we'll call it the Charlie Kirk Super Stream. And as much as we'd love for Charlie Kirk to be there, even though we can't have that, we do want America to be Charlie Kirk's America, and that's what he was fighting for. That's what he was talking about at the RNC, his last ever speech. So we will be going live. I believe it's going to be from 6:30 p.m. Eastern. So stay tuned for that. Make sure you come up. It's going to be incredible. We're going to have the entire family there, the entire gang there from last year, which everyone remembers, obviously, except with the exception of one man whose seat will always remain empty directly next to us because he is on assignment with God. And I want to bring in now Paula Scanlon. She's been on the ground fighting in New Jersey, a little bit in New York as well. What's going on, Paula?
Hey, thanks for having me on today. I'm on the road just making sure everyone's good in New Jersey, so that's why we got the car back around. If you know media training, this is probably not what you're supposed to do, but Election Day comes with its own challenges and circumstances, and we're excited. We've seen good turnout. There's been a little bit of drama going on, during Election Day, some bomb threats, some not so good things, but we're fighting through. All of our coordinators are out working so hard. They're driving people to the polls. They're getting this done. They're making last-minute phone calls. I can't tell you how many calls we've made today. I can't even keep track, and I'm pretty good at math, so they've been working so hard, and I'm just so proud of our team no matter what happens.
Well, Paula, and just in case people don't realize this, that you actually, I mentioned the RNC just now a minute ago from from Milwaukee last year, and you actually, I remember you and Riley Gaines stopped by when Charlie and I had that sort of outdoor studio stage kind of set up right outside the RNC, and you and Riley stopped by. You were there with us, with Charlie. Obviously, we had no idea that was going to be his last ever RNC. That was just days after President Trump had his assassination attempt a few days before. But, having been there, having come out to Turning Point events, talk to me a little bit about Charlie Kirk's legacy as pertains to getting out and becoming active and motivated on on Election Day and for elections. Is that Charlie Kirk's legacy?
It absolutely is. I mean, Charlie spent so much of his time at the RNC at these things. Obviously, Turning Point as an organization is wonderful, but something he really emphasized was getting out the vote and really being there for the young voters, especially. He had been involved with the RNC from his very beginning. I think that was one of the first things he started coming up and doing. He started, befriending people who were high up, and everyone loved him and everyone wanted his help. And even President Trump himself, knew Charlie personally, could speak to his influence, could speak to how important Charlie was as a person, not just a political figure who had followers, but as a person who could shape policy, who could shape voters, and really wanted people to get out and vote. And obviously, I can't speak for Charlie personally, but what I do know is that the values that he fought so hard for are represented by many candidates who are on the ballot today on Election Day. And that's why I think, to honor his legacy, I think what we need to do is we need to get out and vote for those people, and we need to get everyone in our communities to do the same as well. And I think that's really the best way I know to honor him today on Election Day, and I hope other people agree with me and see that as well.
No, I think that's right. And I think, just again, as someone who's been through, I don't know how many election days with Charlie and various rallies, this was his favorite day of the year. It really was, beyond, outside of holidays and stuff. And Charlie and I, people were joking the other day, we used to go back and forth because I love Halloween, and he's a noted Halloween hater. And we would always go back and forth about it on Halloween. But Election Day was just that was the day that everyone was in lockstep, and you could tell Charlie would get so excited for these. It was always his favorite live stream in the evening. And so, I think if we do want to honor Charlie's legacy, the best way to do that is by getting active, participating in get out the vote drives, and focusing on these elections in key races. And people have said, Jack, why do you care about New Jersey so much? And it's like, I care about winning so much. I care about saving America so much. That's kind of the whole reason that I do this stuff. I don't particularly enjoy it. It's a lot of travel. It's a lot of time away from my family, but I actually do believe in it. And so, Paul, I just wanted to say thank you to you as well for stepping up so much the way that you have this year. You were getting involved towards the fall of 2024, but you've just absolutely taken it upon yourself to get so active this year. And I just want to let you know that it's really been noticed. It's really been noticed. People have seen it, and people are talking. People are talking, Paula. People are talking.
Well, I appreciate you, and I think the biggest thing is this is a team effort.
We might be getting a little bit of a hiccup there. Paul, of course, she's in the field.
Really
she's participating.
All credit for this. I think we have wonderful Quarterly Vote Action to. Did it cut back in? This is what happens when you're not in your traditional background.
No, you're in the field. You're in the field. It's totally fine.
Amazing. But I just wanted to say this is not all on me. I want to just give a shout out to my team at.
All right. Yeah, I think we'll have to reconnect with her. Maybe we'll get her on the super stream later. Look, folks, she's in the field. She's out there. Look, it is about taking your personal time, and this is what Charlie was all about. Charlie was all about finding people, motivating them, getting them to get more active in the elections. And by the way, that doesn't mean you have to go and be the next Charlie Kirk, right? No one's ever going to be the next Charlie Kirk. It's really as simple as that. But he would want you to be active in your local area. If you're at a high school, start a Club America. If you're at a college, start a Turning Point USA. Go and look what the young students over at Rutgers University in North Jersey, the way that they were able to take in the wake of Charlie's murder, all of this, their Antifa professor, the way that they've stood strong even after being placed under investigation for calling him out and spotlighting his violence at a time where that's a key university, a public university in a place like New Jersey where we are seeing this. And it's something that I really think that Charlie would be looking down right now and saying, God bless the people for coming out and doing what they are doing. Do we have Paula Scanlon back from Early Vote Action? Do we have her back, guys? Paula, are you there?
My God.
All right, there it is. So So, Paul, we're now hearing, by the way, huge Republican surge in Ocean County. I know this is obviously a place that you were really focused on. We were out there for so much with Early Vote Action. We know Scott was out there with us at Toms River. We know Scott's over in Pennsylvania right now. I mean, you look at so many people that are just punching way above their weight, and that's what's amazing to see, because it doesn't take a lot for people to have a huge outsized impact. And that's something that I think that you've done, the Early Vote Action, Cliff Maloney, of course, with the PHAs, the NJHAs, Turning Point Action. What is your message to other young people out there when you look at organizations like this and want to get involved?
Yeah, it's worth doing. And again, I think that what we've done so wonderfully, especially in places like New Jersey and Pennsylvania, is how well we've all worked together. I think really, truly, the coordinators I've seen, they're across different counties. They're people from different walks of life that we've hired. I mean, we have really young kids who are college students that are working for us at Early Vote Action. And we have people who are, grandparents and want to save their grandchildren. And just seeing everyone come together means so much. So it doesn't matter where you are in your life. It doesn't matter what your career is. There's a place for you. Every single vote counts, and every single voter you help to sway can be that difference in winning or losing an election. And I just want as many people involved as we can, because again, this is a group effort. This is not won by one person. This is fixed by all of the grassroots people that come together and make this happen. And so to everyone who's worked so hard, I'm grateful for them, really.
All right, Paula Scanlon, go give her a follow. Early Vote Action. Ladies and gentlemen, that is pretty much all the time we have for tonight. We'll be back in a couple of hours. The election night super stream. We're firing up the engines. We're revving it up tonight. We're pumping the gas. We are pulling the horns. We're pulling out all the stops. We'll be up tonight, so we'll see you later on the super stream. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore. Get out and vote and stay in line.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb? They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith. It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/RAV to join the Angel Guild.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch.
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gerber.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
RAV's own Ben Bergquam.
Right up over this hill, we got Armed Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gruber, back in the saddle. Today is Tuesday, the 4th of November, in the year of our Lord 2025. As always, thank you for joining me here on Real America's Voice. We appreciate you spending time with us. Today is the day of several key elections across the country. Real America's Voice correspondents spread out, joining me today from different parts of the nation to discuss those elections. One key election we're keeping an eye on is the governor's race in Virginia between Democrat Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger and the Republican Lieutenant Governor there now, Winsome Earl Sears. I want to bring on RAV correspondent Britt McHenry, who is on the ground in Virginia. Britt, welcome to the program.
Hi, thank you for having me. Yes, we're at a polling center right now.
Good to see you. Yeah, good to see you. So, looks kind of quiet behind you. Tell us what you've been seeing. What's the voter turnout been like? What's the enthusiasm been like?
Yeah, so looks can be deceiving. It's quiet at this high school, Loudoun County High School, because it is a polling location. So there's still several people coming in and out. We have to stay at least 40 feet away from the polling center outside, which is why we are right here. This is a huge election, and everything you will read or hear about it here in Virginia is how it's a referendum on Trump's administration, because this will be the first time in Virginia's history on either the red or the blue side that a woman is voted as governor of the Commonwealth. Now, Winsome Earl Sears is projected to have a bit of a battle in this contest. Right now, as of 12 p.m., the numbers are showing that voter turnout is close to matching already 2024 numbers. Now, in a lot of Northern Virginia, that is a very blue-purple section. Where you might see more for Republican turnout will be in Southwest Virginia, Dickinson, Buchanan, Carroll, and Pulaski counties. Those are a little slower in their reporting as of right now to see what the tally is for early votes. But I can tell you right now, the numbers show already in 2025, this is a record-breaking year for Virginia for voter turnout for a non-presidential election year. It should be interesting, and you have to consider the Attorney General vote, too. I'm sure you've heard a lot about that in terms of the controversy with Jay Jones. Text messages of his were leaked about 3 weeks ago. Very violent, vile text messages threatening what he would do with a gun to certain opponents of his. So that has also led a chaotic mark on this election. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out, if it's split down the ballot for some people, or if, as traditionally in Virginia, they decide to go with the party that's not in office right now. But we're yet to see, and voting closes at 7, so we'll be here for all the live action, of course.
Yeah, we'll see. Right now, it looks like it's Spanberger's race to lose, I would say, is a fair way to put that. Winsome Sears fighting a good fight, but the closest polling puts her about 7 points out. That's a Trafalgar group, pretty pro-Republican polling operation, still puts her 7 points down. It's going to take quite a push for her to get over the hump, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Everyone's already been calling it for Spanberger at the Commanders game this Sunday, which was depressing in itself. A lot of fans there, a lot of chatter about this election because it is critical. Also, you have to keep in mind for the state of Virginia, 100 seats are up for grabs for who will take the majority for the delegates in the state of Virginia. So monitor that as well. But yes, Spanberger has had a surge of, call it what you will. Again, historically, this state has voted in opposition of what or who is in office, overwhelmingly showed support to Trump last year, but it will be an uphill fight for her, a very contentious attorney general fight, and we'll be here throughout it all.
Yeah, Jay Jones trying to unseat Miyares, the sitting attorney general in that state. We'll see how that plays out. Britt McHenry in Virginia, one of our many RAV correspondents around the country. Britt, thank you. We'll check back in with her in just a bit. Now, with all that in mind, today is not just another election day. It really is. It's D-Day in some ways for the soul of this country. I'm talking about the fight for our very way of life, the battle against the creeping rot that's turning our shining cities into godforsaken socialist city-states. You know the ones, Seattle, New York, Minneapolis, of course, once beacons of innovation, culture, and freedom, now petri dishes for far-left fever dreams, where anti-American candidates aren't just rising, they're metastasizing. These aren't your quirky progressives. These are radicals who want to open the borders, defund the police, worship at the altar of equity over excellence. Zoran Mamdani is seeking to provide a playbook for wannabe communists to lay claim to America's major cities. We'll find out tonight if he is going to be successful. Independent Andrew Cuomo and Mamdani are out front, but all the money is on the communist to win it at this point. But Cuomo has had a surge in the last couple of days. Mamdani isn't the only one trying to create a socialist city-state over on the other coast in Seattle. Things could be a bit worse, believe it or not. The city once known for coffee and innovation is now known for being a hotbed of Antifa activity and having its streets overrun by growing homeless populations. And over in Minneapolis, the city on fire for practically the entire summer of 2020, the front runner there in a 15-candidate ranked choice voting race, Omar Fatah, another Muslim democratic socialist just like Mamdani, and he's advocating for many of the same things, all of which boil down to more government, more free stuff at your expense, and a lot less freedom. These far-left darlings are back peddling community safety. That's code, by the way, for letting thugs run wild while law-abiding folks cower behind smart locks. They try to deny just how radical they are, like when Mamdani says he's not going to defund the police, but here's a minute outlining his priorities. Listen.
My statements in 2020 were ones made amidst a frustration that many New Yorkers held at the murder of George Floyd and the inability to deliver on what Eric Adams, of all people, described as the right for all of us to be able to enjoy safety and justice, that we need not choose between the two. I know that Governor Cuomo is far more comfortable in the past, whether it be his own or whether it be in attacking me for tweets made before I was even an assembly member. What I have said time and time again is the campaign that I am leading, the campaign that I am asking New Yorkers to consider, is one that has been clear on its public safety approach. It's one that speaks about a desire to work with police officers.
Yeah, it's not what he said. He has no desire to work with police officers. He despises them. If these anti-American extremists actually win today, which many of them might, expect rent control that crushes small business, green mandates that black out the grid, and hate speech laws that can send you to jail for quoting the founding fathers. Yes, it's not an exaggeration. Our major cities have become test tubes for tyranny, and the poison is spilling into the suburbs, the states, and yes, even to the nation. And here's the bigger picture. Democrats don't have a leader. They can't figure out which is more popular, a return to common sense or a full-on head-over-heels embrace of socialism and communism. If these key players win today, I'm afraid they'll take that as their answer and move forward. Over in the establishment, they're also looking to secure a Democrat-run future. There's Gavin Newsom, of course, the slick-haired snake oil salesman masquerading as California's governor. He's not content with turning the Golden State into a one-party fiefdom of sky-high homelessness and fleeing families. No, he's gunning for a complete federal power grab with Proposition 50, the so-called Election Rigging Response Act. This mid-decade redistricting scam slapped on today's ballot by Newsom and his Democrat cronies would torch the bipartisan Citizens Redistricting Commission that was voted on by Californians back in 2010. It's the law of the land. They don't care. Why? To let the legislature stacked 80-20 with leftists gerrymander congressional districts even more through 2030 to carve out 5 extra safe Democrat seats. Newsom's excuse? Trump's changing the rules. Newsflash, Trump didn't do anything about any of this. Drawn by Democrat hack Paul Mitchell and bankrolled by the DCCC, these new lines would snake through communities like a Democrat donor's offshore account, twisting fair districts into partisan pretzels to entrench one-party rule, which has always been the dream. Polls show, by the way, 60% of Californians buying the snake oil, galvanized by Obama ads and AOC cameos, framing it as standing up to Trump. But let's call it for what it is. A blatant bid to flip the House blue, neuter any Trump agenda, and lock in socialist policies nationwide. If Prop 50 passes, kiss goodbye to competitive elections in the state of California with more House seats than anywhere else. Here's a California congressman's response to all of it. Listen.
We have 9 right now, so that's about 17% of our state seats. And as you say, we get about 40% of the vote in statewide elections. So already very disproportionate. But now Newsom has come up with this gerrymandering scheme where he has explicitly said the goal is to make the states, quote, a whole lot bluer and pick up 5 seats. And, you know, you got to hand it to Newsom. He's not doing just any old gerrymander. He's doing a gerrymander that has been called one of the worst of the last 50 years by Princeton University's Gerrymander Project. They gave it an F grade. So, you know, you guys were talking about the failed policies in California. California is #1 in poverty, #1 in homelessness, #1 in unemployment. So now with Prop 50, Gavin Newsom also wants to make us #1 in gerrymandering.
Nothing like being #1. Meanwhile, in Virginia, as we've discussed, Abigail Spanberger seeking to beat Republican Winsome Earl Sears with the one message: she'll fight Trump to the death. Even if it means hampering her state's growth, doesn't matter. Listen.
You position yourself as a consensus builder, someone who works across the aisle. Would you work with President Trump on areas like job creation?
I think that, you don't work with the arsonist who burns down the house to rebuild it. And in this particular case, the individual who's responsible for an absolute attack on the federal workforce is not the right person to help rebuild our economy.
I think that's a no. The message is clear. Fight Trump at all costs. Doesn't matter. Just fight Trump. Even at the expense of job growth. Even if it means throwing your support behind a man who supported and sported a Nazi tattoo on his chest for 20 years. The tattooed man, Graham Plattner. He's still doing great in the polls over in Maine against Republican moderate Susan Collins. And he's another radical trying to hide his true colors. I mean, they're everywhere. He wants us to believe he was just joking when he told the internet a few years back that he was a communist. But this was written when he was in his 30s, folks, not when he was some teenager. Several of his campaign staffers have already quit, disillusioned with who he really is, but the rest of the blue American team seems ready to fall for the farce. Because in the cult of the left, forgiveness is for felons and Nazis who pivot to pronouns. Plattner embodies the hypocrisy, a communist cosplaying as a centrist, tattooing terror while preaching tolerance. It's all there for you. It doesn't take much to get the passionate left in a tizzy. They love their protests and their marches, but who's funding it? Not hardworking Americans, but activist slush funds with billions from domestic billionaires and foreign meddlers alike, all bent on eroding our democracy from the inside out. And Democrats have no problem with it. Whatever helps them win in the next election. We say that in the way they're using the government shutdown. Ted Cruz says it's all a power play for Election Day. I believe he's right. Here he is.
Senator, before you go, will the government open this upcoming week? This is getting seriously impacting the U.S. economy. What's your take?
I think it's likely to open Wednesday or Thursday of this week. The Democrats will wait until after Election Day because they think a shutdown is good for energizing the crazies in their party. But I think it'll be either late this week or early next week.
Democrats using desperate measures for what they see as desperate times. I hope the public sees through it, but I'm concerned they will not. Folks, the stakes couldn't be higher. Today in Seattle, Minneapolis, New York, and beyond, we face the fork. Reclaim the republic or surrender to the radicals. We saw a big win in 2024. Will Democrats be pushed even further to the left by it? Will the rest of America let them get away with it? We'll keep our eye on it right here at RAV throughout the night and have special election coverage for you this evening as well. We hope to have you here with us. Coming up after the break, I'll check in with RAV correspondent David Zier. He's on the ground in New York City to give us details and updates on the mayoral election there between Mamdani, Sliwa, and Cuomo. Stay tuned right here on Real America's Voice.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb? They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. all of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith. It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Hi, my name is Tracy Down from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest.
A lot to talk about today, continuing the discussion now of today's key elections. I want to turn your attention to New York City. It's had most of it during the election season. It's decision day there, of course, and voters are choosing between three very different visions for the city's future, as you probably know. Democrat Zohran Mamdani, a self-described democratic socialist, hoping to take control of City Hall, though he's never actually had a real job. He's 34 years old, and he is from Uganda. A move many say would push the nation's largest city even further to the left at a time when many New Yorkers are already frustrated with crime, taxes, and the decline of the quality of life there. Former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who lost the Democratic primary but stayed in the race as an independent, is positioning himself as a more moderate choice. And Republican Curtis Sliwa, the longtime advocate for tough on crime policies, sits a distant third but continues to hammer the message that New York needs law and order restored. The outcome of this election, widely seen as a test of where the Democrat Party and the city itself is. All right, joining me now to discuss this, Real America's Voice correspondent David Zier, a man who has spent most of his adult life right there in New York City. David, nice to see you. Look, New York is the financial capital of the world, and I said to you in the break, and I wasn't kidding. This happens, people are going to flee New York. You'll see the stock market will end up being in Texas. I mean, this is a road to destruction. Anyhow, your thoughts?
Well, New York leads the United States in emigration, losing about 1% of its population over the last 6 years or so. I've been on the ground for the past week down here talking to voters and people on the street here. I don't know if they get it. Mamdani early voting in 4 of the top early voting areas are all Mamdani bastions. The Upper East Side, the Upper West Side, Little Bangladesh in Washington Heights, Astoria, where Mamdani is from, all came out in big numbers. And now they're saying Zenith Research, Adam Carlson is predicting that Mamdani may get 1 million votes today. But Michael Goodwin in the New York Post always has great columns here. And he said a Mamdani win would be a long, sour decline in New York. And I've been talking to people exiting the polls today. It's been a mix of Cuomo, Sliwa, but mostly Mamdani. I just spoke to 3 girls, Pace University students, probably from wealthy suburbs, right? Little McMansions living in New York City. They love Mamdani. And all they said to me is that they're young, that Mamdani's young, and he relates to the people, and they need cheap housing. So I guess they don't care or know the economics behind it all, and how do you make that work here? But JL Partners for the Daily Mail is predicting that 9% of the population of New York City could flee if Mamdani comes in. I don't know if it'll quite 9%. Be that high, but it's a big deal. It's a big deal.
9%. Is that what you said? 9% could leave the city. That wouldn't surprise me. Look, he's offering one of the things I just saw, which I was surprised with, gender-affirming care for anyone in the city and anyone not in the city. You want to come to New York City? They'll pay for your gender-affirming care. Free bus rides for everybody. That should certainly help give bus rides a lot safer, right? As government-run grocery stores. So here's the thing, David. I heard some conservatives say, and maybe this is the right thing, let him win. Let him be a demonstration of what that means to New York City, and let it be an example for the rest of the country before we get to November of next year. What do you think?
I think it'll bode well for Elise Stefanik or Bruce Blakeman if she doesn't run to be the governor of New York, because there'll be harsh parallels. And also, remember, everything Mamdani does, if he does become mayor, will be under a microscope. And we'll see if there's a decline. Their case will be proven here. But I wanted to tell you, I'm in Greenwich Village right here, and this is home to the Halloween parade the other day. And everybody's dancing in the street. They're transgender. Guys are naked and everything. This is like Dante's Inferno down here. But you do meet conservative people down here. I just spoke to a guy named Steve DeLauro. He's a writer. And I'm like, oh, my God, here it comes, the liberal sermon. But he loves Sliwa because, you know, he's voting on principle, right? He didn't cross over and vote. A lot of Republicans won't do that. But Cuomo could pull an upset out tonight, but it's not trending that way. But, you know, they're fed up with the crime down here and the drug use and everything. And we're right next to an empty lot over here. And it smells like human waste. I have footage from Penn Station last week. Smells like human waste. Mentally ill, sitting down with people in restaurants that they don't know, scaring them away. That's what's going on in New York City. And with 64,000 felony and misdemeanor assaults so far in New York City, and rape up 19%, and some parts of the subway up 60% crime, violent crime. I don't know if it's going to get any better under Mamdani. We'll see what happens
the other things
tonight.
that he's put forth, David. One of the other things he put forward, one of these elite anti-terrorist groups within the NYPD.
Yeah,
they are
he wants to get rid
the
of
best
it.
in the country, not just the best in the country, the best in the world at figuring out terrorism. They did this after 9/11. They figured out how to identify terrorists, how to track them down, how to put them out of business, and prevent that sort of attack. You're going to dismantle the most elite anti-terrorism organization, police operation in the world? I mean, talk about foolish. I can't even put I don't know what to do with that.
Steve, I have family in the Joint Terrorism Task Force, both on the NYPD side and on the FBI side, and they've prevented hundreds of attacks, not only here, but around the world. And there's a 40-year history of terrorism, starting in the Al Farouk Mosque in Brooklyn in the 1980s, and then the Sahadi spice market, recruiting for the Mujahideen in Afghanistan in the 80s, right across the East River here in downtown Brooklyn on Atlantic Avenue. It's real, and it's something that cannot be, it can't be diminished, that fight and the vigilance. You drop that guard, it's going to happen again.
Well, David, like I said, before we came on, I feel sorry for you because you're going to have to live this nightmare, it seems, because I think Mamdani's going to win this thing in a walkaway tonight. That's my feeling. I could be wrong, and I hope that I am. David, thank you. We'll talk more throughout the day. And with tonight, we're going to have special coverage right here in Real America's Voice beginning at 7 o'clock Eastern. Live election coverage starting with Studio 6B and Steve Bannon taking over at 9. Let's take a look at the special we head into break.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Well, not surprisingly, Planned Parenthood among those digging its heels into the elections this time by sending out mail that supports Jay Jones. Yeah, Jay Jones is the controversial figure who sent violent text messages referencing political opponents. He's running for Attorney General in the state of Virginia, and his latest campaign run had him hosting a reproductive rights roundtable with the Planned Parenthood PAC. Of course, this play for reproductive rights actively contends with the Republican nominee for governor in Virginia, Winsome Earl Sears, who is in support of near total bans on abortions. And if she wins, the governor's seat, Jay Jones' appeal for reproductive rights might not hold any water. Here to discuss, the founder of 40 Days for Life, Sean Carney. Sean, nice to see you today.
Good to be back. Thanks for having me.
So, to be fair, the abortion question has been settled, and it's been sent back to the states for the most part. Do you really think that it would change in Virginia? That's a fair question, and I know where you stand, obviously. But could it change in Virginia?
Yeah, and I'm not just looking through the pro-life glasses. I mean, this has gone back to the states, and you have a lot of purple states like Virginia certainly is in a post, Trump 2.0 era that can pass a lot of pro-life laws. Remember, Virginia is very pro-life once you get Fredericksburg south. And, they had Governor Northam, who awkwardly described infanticide on the radio. They had him as governor. That only made Virginia more pro-life. It certainly made the pro-choice supporters in that state embarrassed of their insane governor. So I think you have a lot of chances in Virginia. They have some great judges. They have some great lawyers and politicians in their state house in the Commonwealth. So I think that they have a shot at this. And of course, Jay Jones is crazy. And it's not like, you or I getting cut off in traffic saying, I could kill that guy. I mean, he's actually wishing death upon Republicans and their children. It's insane. Even had to be told in one of the text messages, you need to stop. You're sounding a little nuts. So he's crazy, and hopefully he loses today.
Well, you would hope so. Miaros has done a fine job as the AG in the state of Virginia. He should continue in the job because he's done well. But look, I can look all over and see craziness. There's a guy up in Maine who's got a Nazi tattoo that's been on his chest for 20 years, and they seem perfectly fine with that. I mean, what planet are we on some days? I'm serious. It just makes you wonder, doesn't it, Sean?
Yeah, and today, I know we have to sell airtime and all of that, but there's two sides of this. Number one, this doesn't determine what happens in 26 and 28. It just doesn't. We've been set up and disappointed many times with some of these small elections thinking, well, this is what this means, and then it doesn't mean anything, when a general election comes around. So, but I do think, number one, that Jay Jones has a real chance of losing. I think that that's very much on the table because of the job that's been done there. But I also think that this notion that everybody's going to come out, the left is going to come out. I do think in New York that'll be a disaster, as you covered earlier in your show. But there's this myth that, because Trump is in, all Republicans will lose. And I just don't really buy that. I could be wrong for today. But if I'm wrong for today, I don't buy that that's the case in 2026. I think it's going to be a landslide because the left has no identity except Nazi tattoos and death to Republicans.
Well, here's the question, Sean. Who is the leader of the Democrat Party? Is it Barack Obama? They paraded him around over the weekend in Virginia and New Jersey. Is he still the leader of the party? Or is it AOC? Is it Mamdani? Who is the leader of the Democrat Party? What do they stand for besides hating Trump?
Nothing. It's a great question. They are falling into what the Republicans fell into in 2011 and 2012, which is Obama is evil, and they had no plan and ended up running Romney and lost. The left just did this with Kamala, lost handedly, and they still don't have an opinion. I think today, it's like picking college football. I think it's Obama is the leader. He's sort of, inserted himself as that. It's not Kamala. Her mere existence makes everyone uncomfortable as she fumbles around, after losing. And it's not AOC. She's still too polarizing and she's all over the place. And so I think it is Obama, and that's a very weak place to be.
Yeah, it is. He's been out of office since 2017. He has been around a long time, and that's the leader of your party. That's all you've got.
And we've heard it all
that's
before.
That's a recipe for disaster. Right, we have.
Yeah, his DNC speech, you and I have heard 35 times. I mean, we could have written the thing for him. He's done the same beat and the same note, and it's sensational, and it's and it's us against them, even though I'm not dividing the country, and all of that, and it just. It's old, and they don't have a new up-and-coming leader, and we are loaded. We have a wonderful lineup in Vance and Rubio and all these young Republicans that Trump has really risen up.
Yeah. Just remember, you can keep your plan and you can keep your doctor. Just remember that. It was said 37 times on tape, but hey,
don't remind me.
Where you're going with right. Look, I don't think it's going to be a good day for Republicans today. I don't. The polling numbers are pretty big hill to climb. We'll see. And I'm not trying to be negative Nancy here, but the fact of the matter is it's tough polling numbers. Donald Trump's numbers are a little soft right now compared to where they were a couple of months ago. But for 2026, those are light years apart. Light years. What happens today means nothing for next year. I'll give you the last word.
I agree. I completely agree with everything you said. I don't think it's going to be a good day, and I don't think it's going to, I think the sun will come up tomorrow. We're talking about Virginia, which is obviously leaned very, very left. Although it's gotten a little better, it's still a left state. We're talking about New York. I mean, who cares? They're just going to get what they deserve. Unfortunately, they've ruined that great city after Giuliani left. And then we're talking about Maine. So, it's not going to be very what people don't realize is Trump got elected on immigration and the transgender insanity. And that is what he has been so good at since taking over office. He's also been good in foreign policy, curing all these wars and conflicts around the world. So 26 and 28 are looking great right now.
I would agree with you on that. I appreciate the conversation. Thank you. A little upbeat there. It could be a tough day, but do not lose hope. We've got a long way to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. A new administration in Washington has brought a lot of changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality is, however, that there's only so much the government can do, especially during a shutdown. If you want to make America healthy again, that starts at home with each and every one of us. It does. It belongs to you. That's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear their doctors here on this network all the time. You know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you are prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. It can help you stay healthy and live a longer, more productive, more vigorous life. Isn't that what you want? Make America healthy again starts with you at home. Do your part. Protect the health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/voice today and order. That's twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE. You will save 10% right now, and you will not be disappointed. Coming up after the break, I'll talk about the election for the governor's seat in New Jersey and what the results there could mean. More on that after the break here on America's Voice Live.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
As we make our way around America, New Jersey, also on everyone's mind as the race for governor there could change the landscape of that state. It is the one race where the Republican could pull it out. Jack Ciattarelli is the Republican. Mikey Sherrill is on the Democrat side with the biggest policy centering around tackling the cost of living in the state. In fact, they're talking about putting a freeze on electrical rates. Jack Ciattarelli has gone full steam ahead with his policies in regard to the cost of living by setting up a cap on property taxes to a percentage of assessed home value. And furthermore, he plans to implement a reduction of 30% when it comes to state spending to ensure the state funds are allocated to causes that directly impact residents in that state. Joining me to discuss is the host of Last Call, Mike Crispi. Mike, all right, good to have you here. You're in New Jersey. You're on your way over to the event. You told me as we were coming into the break. Look, Ciattarelli has surged here. It's the one race that I think has the possibility to come in for the Republicans tonight. The other ones, it's going to be a tough night, I think, in a variety of places. But I think he can pull this one off. What is your feeling on the ground?
Well, I think people are really energized. Obviously, if you look at the early voting numbers, the turnout is up across the board, particularly with unaffiliated voters. There's 130,000 more unaffiliated voters than last time who have voted at this point headed into Election Day. That's an interesting thing. The overall gap right now is about the same, again, coming into Election Day as it was in 2021, but way more unaffiliated voters. So it'll be interesting to see, Steve, where those votes break. And Jack Ciattarelli had some key endorsements in some key Democrat areas in Hudson County, very populous. One of the biggest mayors in Hudson County endorsed Jack Ciattarelli, and in Lakewood, New Jersey, where the Lakewood VOD, the Jewish Council, endorsed Jack Ciattarelli as well. Really high early voting numbers and Election Day numbers there. And there's obviously a percentage of that electorate that's Democrat because they have Democrat local representation. My understanding is they have all turned around to vote for Ciattarelli. They'll vote for him by a margin of 98%. So I am expecting a pretty close race. I think if we get 10% of Democrats to cross over, I think if we win 55% of independents, in addition to that, we will be in really good shape. We'll just keep seeing what happens with the returns, but I expect high turnout, way more than the 2021 election where Jack came up 3 points short against then gubernatorial incumbent Phil Murphy.
Yeah, let me ask you about this, Mike. The Jewish vote, very important in New Jersey. It's a significant vote there. And obviously, the things that have been said and done over the last couple of years have really driven. Look, I've got some Jewish friends who had never voted for a Republican in their lives until November of 2024 because they said, we cannot support the things that we hear from Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib or a host of others. That could be a significant block of voters, couldn't it?
100%. You know, already in Lakewood, New Jersey is the Orthodox Jewish community. The early vote total number was 20,000 early votes. That was in 2021, the total number of votes that came out of Lakewood. So their early vote total is already more than the total from 2021. So what is that going to shape up to on Election Day? Are we going to see 50,000 total votes in the Orthodox Jewish community come out? That's important. Again, Jack came out 84,000 votes short in 2021. Where does he make up that gap? A couple more points with Democrats and some of these endorsements, way higher turnout in the Jewish community. That would be good. And a little bit more of the unaffiliated vote share with more unaffiliateds coming out. I think that is a recipe that has people excited here, Steve. I think it's going to come down to the wire. I think this thing is going to be won or lost by 1 point. I think Jack has everything at his disposal right now to get this thing through. Republican voter registration from 2021 to now has been up 11% for Republicans, where Democrat registration has been down by about 200,000 votes. So it's a really good perfect storm brewing. We'll see if Jack can finish the job.
There you have it. 1 point either way, says Mike. We're going to go ahead and we'll check that come tomorrow, Mike, and see how close you were. But I think you could be right on the money. All right, Mike Crispy, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, after the break, we'll shift our attention now to California, where voters there are choosing whether to go ahead with Proposition 50 and getting rid of their redistricting commission that's been in place as a result of California voters since 2010. More on that after the break.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
As we round out our coverage for today, we would be remiss if we didn't cover California's Prop 50, of course. The proposition would see the complete redrawing of California's district maps for Congress, a play that supporters argue is done to combat gerrymandering in other states. The idea was spearheaded by Governor Gavin Newsom, who has constantly uttered the sentiment of leveling the playing field, and the passing of Prop 50 would give the state of California 5 more congressional seats, which would, of course, affect the 2026 midterm elections, meaning that the proposal has consequences in the near future. Joining me is Real America's Voice correspondent Ben Berquam. Ben, nice to see you. Look, Prop 50 basically sets aside what California voters put in place in 2010, which is a redistricting commission, a nonpartisan, they claim. Look, there's only 7 or 8 members of Congress, the Republicans now. There aren't many to begin with. And they're trying to squeeze out the few that are left, aren't they?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what this is. And it's a pure example of non-representation, creating district maps that don't represent the actual demographics and actually take away your voice in places like Fresno County. Just to give you an idea, some of you guys may not know the area, but Fresno County, this district, David Valdeo's district, would be combined with San Jose, which is basically a northern coastal district, which are in a lot of ways diametrically opposed when it comes to representation. The issues that represent that matter to the Bay Area are almost the opposite issues that matter to the Central Valley. You look at the same thing with Redding and going to the Bay Area. Again, similarly different districts, different demographics. There's no way a representative can represent both of those well. And the same with Truckee and East Sacramento. So you've got 5 districts: Darrell Issa's, Kevin Kiley's, and again David Valadeo, who, between you and me, he's a guy I quit voting for when I used to live here because he was such a limp noodle, weak Republican that I said, well, I'm not going to put my name behind you. But this is, that doesn't, I got to that point with him personally. But when you look at what Gavin Newsom's intent with this is, it's basically to give Democrat seats, to take away Republican seats, to make the 2026 that much harder for Republicans to hold the House. It has nothing to do with actually representing people.
You touch on something important here. You touch on something really important here. You look at somebody like a Don Bacon, right, in Omaha. He is not a staunch conservative. We know that, right? Same thing for some of the folks there in California. But your option is something far worse in this particular case. Far worse, because you end up with a radical far-left Democrat who will vote for socialism, who will vote for who knows what, right? Open borders and all the rest. So we have to be very careful about what we wish for sometimes, don't we?
Yeah, and this is all being driven by the same No Kings organizations, all of these leftists, the Vote Blue, Act Blue, Indivisible. That's really what's the undertone on all of this, is to take back the 2026 House and the Senate and impeach President Trump again, get him out of office, undo everything he's doing when it comes to illegal immigration and deportations. That's really the base of all of this. But you're absolutely right. It's one of those things. And I can't tell anybody how to vote. I got to a place where I'd rather have an enemy that I knew was stabbing me in the front than somebody who pretended to be on our side, stabbing us in the back every time. But you're right. When it comes to the balance of power in the House and the Senate, that one vote can make a difference. And so you've got to really weigh that out when you're making that decision of whether to vote or not vote, or leave it blank, or choose a different party that is just a throwaway vote. So, yes, I can't tell anyone else what to do, but I would say absolutely consider it very, very carefully. And just to give you an idea of what to come, right now the Democrats are up in voting, early voting, almost 2-1. You've got 51% of Democrat turnout to 27% of Republican, which is generally lower anyways. But of total ballots turned in, 51% of the total ballots turned in are Democrats, 27% are Republicans. The other less than, that still don't make up a plurality are non-party affiliation. So as of right now, it's looking good for the yes and bad for the no, unless we get some major turnout by day of Republican voters.
So my last quick question about this. They have a redistricting commission voted in by California voters 2010. Can this not be challenged in court even if it passes?
Well, there's several things that can be challenged. One is that you're not actually representing the people of those districts. This is, there are gerrymandering laws that prevent, racial discrimination and that sort of thing. There's no doubt about it. It will be challenged if the vote turns out like I think most people think it's going to turn out. A lot of Republicans or a lot of patriots in California believe between voter fraud and the Democrats that are here, it's almost a foregone conclusion. But with that being said, it will immediately be challenged. Whether or not it goes anywhere, is yet to be seen.
I guess we'll find out. Ben Bergquam will be there in California for the remainder of the evening as well as we begin special coverage here tonight at 7. Ben, thank you as always. Now, let me be blunt. Gold is up around 40% this year, 46% actually. I just looked. It's not speculation, it's reality. If a portion of your savings isn't diversified into gold, you're missing the boat. Here are the facts. Inflation is still too high, the U.S. dollar is still too weak, and the government debt, it's ridiculous. This is why central banks are flocking to gold. They're the ones driving prices up to record highs. But it's not too late to buy gold from Birch Gold Group and get in the door now. Birch Gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. You don't pay a dime out of pocket. Just text America to 989898 and claim your free information kit. There's no obligation, just useful information. The best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven for millennia. What else can say that? Text America to 989898 right now to claim your free information kit on gold. That's America to 989898. Protect your future today with Birch Gold. After the break, we will have a story that reminds us of how wonderful America is. We try to do it every day, plus your answers to our America's Voice question of the day. Of all the elections happening today, which one are you paying more attention to and why?
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rob? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Tuesday night, America decides. From coast to coast, the eyes of the nation turn to New York, New Jersey, and Virginia. Who will win in New York, Cuomo or the city's first communist mayor?
I am Donald Trump's worst nightmare.
What happens in New Jersey could shake the entire political landscape, and Virginia's outcome could signal where the nation is headed. Join Steve Bannon, the guys from Studio 6B, and our entire Real America's Voice family as we bring you live, wall-to-wall election coverage from 7 p.m. to midnight with RAV reporters on the ground across America. You'll see every update, every surprise, every race as it breaks in real time. Join us as we witness history together. The Road Forward 2025, Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern on Real America's Voice.
Well, what makes America wonderful? We do it every day because we want to put a smile on your face no matter what's going on. Today's story comes to us from Pensacola, Florida, where a church and its congregation helped to pay off a staggering amount of medical debt for churchgoers. Yeah, Transformation Church in Pensacola partnered with and donated $40,000 to a nonprofit named Undo Medical Debt, who shared the donation on social media and got more traction to the cause. Well, during service this past Sunday, the lead pastor for Transformation Church Brad Livingston announced, that the initial donation of $40,000 had miraculously transformed into $6.5 million. And that the money raised would be allocated to over 4,000 churchgoers who had noted their struggles with medical bills. Faith in God and an overall desire to do the right thing garnered these donations, and the combined effort of the church and the nonprofit accomplished a mission that reminds us of what makes America wonderful. What makes God wonderful? How about that? How about your America's Voice question of the day? Of all the elections happening today, which one are you paying the most attention to? Shelley Kimball Heindel, New York City. If the communist wins, it's a sign that our country is being taken over by radicals more than it was already. Chet Coleman, I'm concerned with the governor's races in New Jersey and Virginia. It would be great to turn those states red. It would. Phil Day, I have multiple areas of concern, as should every red-blooded American. I agree with that. I do, Phil. I think you've got it nailed. Lila Pruitt-White, New York, we must not allow the communist to win. I think it's too late for that. David Nearhood, the New York City mayor. If the Democrat wins, it will be a mess. And Tricia Smith Watkins says, Minneapolis. Watching that one, 15 people in that race. Let's see, Christine Longmuir. Living here in California, I'm watching Prop 50. I hope it goes down, but the rigged elections, unfortunately, it will pass. One more, Robbie Masson. The ones that involve the people who seek to destroy America, so all of them. All right. If you want to be part of this every day, pick your platform. Follow me on X, Truth, Facebook, all over. We have the question of the day. All you have to do is follow me there. And if you don't want to be on the question of the day, send me an email. Go to stevegruber.com. Send me a note. We might read it right here on the show, too. We do that from time to time. The other thing we do every day is we say, hey, bowling, what's going on? Because Eric Bowling is up next in queue. He's ready to go. And there he is with a big smile on his face. Bowling, what's up?
I'm smiling, but I'm watching my Bitcoin portfolio evaporate as we speak.
Yours too, huh?
Steve, it hasn't seen this level for, I believe, 6 months, and Ethereum hasn't seen this level for a year. There's a mass liquidation in that market. And I have to wonder, I'm watching the stock market meltdown too, 500 points in the NASDAQ, 300 and 400 points. And I wonder if it's because the socialist is being elected mayor in New York City, the financial center of the planet. Really? Listen, there's literally nothing else out there. I watch the business headlines all day. Yeah, some companies are laying off people, but this is a liquidation of assets, and it may have something to do with the socialist mayor in the biggest financial city in the world. I don't know, but it is interesting to watch. Yeah. There are no coincidences in life, as we've been told, and this may not be one out there.
Yeah. I see a lot of people saying that if this happens in New York, it will no longer be the financial capital of the world. There'll be a migration to Texas. We'll see how that plays out. But people say, look,
did you see what Abbott said? Greg Abbott said, well, if you New Yorkers think you're coming to Texas, you're going to get a 100% tariff slapped on you when you come here. That was I love that. I wish DeSantis would do it too. It would be good for real estate prices down here in Florida, but I've had enough. I've had enough New York. No offense, Steve, the Midwest. I've had enough New Yorkers and New Jersey people down here. They they can keep their blue vote up there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, go somewhere else. Yeah, we'll see what happens. But you're right. Gold also way down to 3,900 now, and the Ethereum, Bitcoin.
Hey, don't take gold away. Don't take gold. $39.50. All right, let's not take that extra $50 off the price of gold just yet.
Well, fair enough.
Things are in a bit of a liquidation. Well, we have MTG on today. You know, she's standing by. She was on The View this morning. If you haven't heard about it, it's all over. It's going viral everywhere. Yeah, and she's going to come on and give us assessment of the ladies of The View and what she did to tame them.
Face, she seemed pretty happy. She was a little irritated that conservative, influencers just ripping on her. I mean, we got to be able to have conversations, don't we?
Yeah, listen, I really like where MTG is. And I know it's not always exactly everything Trump wants to hear, but I like where she's coming from. People are mislabeling her. I think if people are saying she's moving left, she's really not. She's an issue by issue person, as am I, because you and I both know I don't like tariffs. There's things I don't love, but I do love everything Trump's done and the America First policy. So I'm kind of feeling her vibe, so to speak.
There you go. All right. I'll keep an eye on your Bitcoin.
Please. Under 100. Get back up there. Get it back up there. All right. Tuesday, markets close, 4 o'clock. Let's take a quick look. Rough day, 245 in the Dow. That was a lot more earlier, but NASDAQ really took it on the chin. Palantir, it's a big tech stock, was down 9% at one point, maybe even 10%, based on some earnings or some forward-looking numbers. So that started to tumble. And I do believe, folks, that electing a socialist mayor in New York City, the financial capital of the planet, certainly of the United States, but probably the financial capital of the planet, certainly bigger than London. I would say that's number 2. Doing that, socialism has a tendency to creep. And I think maybe investors are saying, got a big profit this year, got a lot of money, let's start selling, taking some profits. And I think that's what you saw. Gold took some profits, oil down. That's the good news. And then we talked about Bitcoin. It literally dipped under 100,000 Bitcoin to the Bitcoin for just a brief second, jumped back up over to 100 and change thousand. But that's a 27% slide off the top. That's really, really rough. All right. As promised, I'm my first guest, a great friend, not only to our show, not only to the network, but also a friend of mine. She's the Congresswoman from Georgia who took on the women from The View this morning. Always happy to have Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene on the show. Congresswoman, you had we were all waiting for the fireworks. You had a very civil conversation with the women of The View. Were you surprised they were civil back towards you?
I was surprised, but honestly, Eric, I think that's the tone that is needed in the country today. And that's the tone that I feel is needed. And I also hear it a lot back at home. People are really tired of the political drama. And the political drama in Washington that we're watching every single day today, especially with the shutdown, is not solving any problems. And most people that I talk to, they care about the cost of living. They're extremely upset about health insurance premiums. And they're really looking very closely at their bank accounts right now. And those are the things I care about. Those are the things that are important in my district. We're very thankful to President Trump for all the secure border and immigration policies that they have brought for us. That's America first. But people really care about domestic issues. No more foreign wars, no more foreign aid. And that's what I wanted to bring to The View today and actually have a civil conversation about.
So tell us a little bit about this. I've been on The View twice, and I remember, and this the first time was when Trump had just won, and I was obviously way out in front pro-Trump at Fox. And I was probably the first person really at Fox to push him before Sean Hannity, my dear friend, who was Ted Cruz at first. We've talked about this before. So I'm going on The View, and I know they're going to attack me because they hated Trump all the way back in 2016, as at the beginning of 2017. Actually, he was sworn in. So, and I'm going on, and I'm like, I know I'm going to get just beat up. It's going to be 5-on-1. And I did a little something, I don't know if you did this, but I walked out there and I had brought roses to each one of the ladies at The View. It kind of got Joy Behar toned down, Whoopi toned down a little bit, but that Sunny Hostin, man, she was just a pit bull. She just attacked me. Did you tell them in advance you want to have a civil conversation?
I didn't actually had no communication with any of them in advance. And so, but they had been saying some nice things about me leading into this. And it was really from my heart. I felt like it was the appropriate way to go about the show. And, people see it. This is all we see from the left and the right. All you ever see is fighting and name calling. And I really don't think that is going to heal our country. And I don't think that is going to solve problems. And so I took it upon myself. I'm a leader. I'm an elected leader. And I felt like it was the appropriate stance for me to take. And I was very appreciative that they had the exact same stance and treated me the same way. So I think this is a good direction to go in.
Can I be a little skeptical, not a view of them, maybe a little skeptical? Is it possible that they see the writing on the wall? They see, 60 Minutes kind of toning down their interview with Trump. They see... various people. Barry Weiss comes from the center-ish print, goes there, says they're not going to rip Trump the way they have. Maybe they're seeing the writing on the wall that America wants a little less Trump derangement syndrome, and maybe this was their opportunity, maybe an olive branch, using you, but also maybe an olive branch to MAGA.
Maybe that could be what it was, Eric. And, we can't change their opinions of Donald Trump. These are opinions that people have had. Trump derangement syndrome is real. We've been watching it live for almost 10 years now. And that's something that's really hard to get people to change. But I think when we come together and we discuss policy and talk about what do we share as Americans and what's important for our future, I think that's where we can find bridges. And I think that's incredibly important. I'm really... I ran for Congress, Eric, mad at Republicans and Democrats, both sides, because it's taken decades to destroy our country and get us to where we're $38 trillion in debt. And, I serve in Congress, and that's where my frustrations are. It's not at the president at all. My frustrations are in Congress because we're the legislative branch. We should be passing bills. We should be passing the agenda that the American people voted for, and we're not. We're literally shut down. I'm angry at the speaker. I think the House should be in session. We should be doing our job. And over in the Senate, Democrats can reopen the government, but Republicans can do it too. And I called to end the filibuster and use the nuclear option a month ago. MTG, these are just truths. I
don't want to cut you off. We'll expand on that in just a bit. I just want to stay on this because, they billed this last week. MTG's coming on, and they kind of hyped it up, and we're all. And I'm not disappointed that there weren't fireworks. I'm just concerned about the motivation for them treating you nicely. I see how they talk about Trump nonstop. I see how they talk about MAGA nonstop. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's because you happen to be the one person that will go on there and actually take an issue that, like, everything Trump does isn't necessarily in the best interest of your district, and maybe that's where they saw their opening. What was their motivation? I just don't think they've seen the light that conservatism is actually a viable option to what the form of, I don't know, government socialism that they would choose.
Honestly, I couldn't answer that question for them. I don't know what their motives were, but they did tell me they've invited other Republicans on. They said they've invited Mike Johnson quite a few times, and he won't come on. And I think that's wrong. Imagine if more Republicans went on shows like The View and we bring our ideas and our policies and explain our viewpoint, just like I did today and representing my district. I think that's... Personally, I think that's the right way to go about it. Instead of sitting in our camps, locked in our own sides and just continually fighting each other. So I don't know what their motivations were. Perhaps it was the overwhelming win in 2024 at the election and Americans just having a sentiment of they're tired of the political drama.
Nah, that's not it, because they've been just horrendous to a lot of us on the right since the win. I'm not going to go with that. Our guys pulled some clips from the show today for the folks to see. Take a look at this, where you say that you're, I guess you're nonpartisan in your criticism when things look wrong. Do you watch?
Trump is reportedly calling his MAGA cronies because they say that you're slamming Republicans too much. Well, you're taking my job. You're slamming Republicans a lot on topics like health care, the Epstein files. We know he's still your favorite president. I mean, Truman is mine. I dated him.
I did not date Donald Trump. But I do love him.
You do love him, yeah.
Yes, I did.
All right, well, whatever. So when was the last time you spoke to him, and what's with the tension between the two of you? Now, you may love him, but he may not love you back right now.
Well, that's okay. I mean, Donald Trump, he usually yells at everybody, so we're all used to it. But he's the president of the United States, and here's something you all may not know about me. I think a lot of people on the left are learning that when I ran for Congress in 2020, I ran criticizing Republicans and Democrats equally, because I come from a working class family, ran a construction company for over 20 years, and I feel like the government has failed all of us. And it purely disgusts me. It really does. And I represent a district that is rural, manufacturing district, blue-collar workers, and people have been crushed by decades of failure in Washington, D.C. And so I have no problem pointing fingers at everyone. And the worst thing that I just can't get over is we're not working right now. And I put that criticism directly on the Speaker of the House. And we should be at work. All the people sitting in this audience, they go to work every day. People at home watching this show, they go to work every day. Ladies, you go to work every day. The people on your set, and it is an embarrassment to me that we're not in session.
Very interesting, because you've been on here saying that Speaker Johnson, he's kind of at fault. There are so many of these executive orders, some of them, some even bills that you brought up that Speaker Johnson won't bring to the floor to vote. What do you think is going on with Johnson? We can still talk about The View, but I just want to just dip into that a little bit.
Yeah, I honestly have no idea why we're not in session. And just like you said, we have mountains of bills that we could all be voting on that reflect the president's executive orders. I have multiple bills that are his executive orders. We have committees that we could be doing work on. I chair the DOJ subcommittee. I've had to stop all of my hearings that I had planned, and so has everyone else. But there's absolutely, Eric, to me, it's a complete failure that we're not in session. And I can't even believe that our Republican speaker has literally told us not to come to work, because that's not what the American people are doing every day. And I think that's a very poor look for our entire country to see Congress just not going to work. And there's no excuse for it. And that's why I'm calling it out. And I think it's right to call it out.
I think it's right to call anyone out who's not doing their job, including Republicans, including rhinos, including a guy named Speaker Mike Johnson, and that other guy on the Senate side called John Thune. Just do your damn jobs, guys. Just represent MAGA, America first. Don't represent rhino policies from an era that's clearly behind us in the rearview mirror. We don't want liberals. We don't want progressives. We don't want socialists. We also don't want rhinos. I'm speaking for people who I talk to.
That's right.
I don't mean to speak for you, Congresswoman. Can you stick around after the break and do another segment with us?
Sure.
Okay, cool. We'll be right back, folks, with Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. First, I want to just thank you for subscribing to The Edge. Take a look at a couple of these pictures here. The next segment, we're putting this together right now. Bo Dietl on the right, sitting with Leonardo DiCaprio in the movie The Wolf of Wall Street. And there's Bo back in the day. Bo was a cop, a New York City detective who grew up in neighborhoods with the mob, with the mobsters and the gangsters. At some point, he was busting perps all over the place. Martin Scorsese says, Bo, I want you for my films. And he starts putting him in Goodfellas, in Wolf of Wall Street. Bo will sit down with us because he's a living proof of The Edge and what The Edge is all about. Hit that full screen right there with the QR code. Use your phone. Just hit that. When you open your camera on that, hit that yellow thing line there that you will subscribe. I will tell you, your subscription means the world to me and to this. We're the #1 show. We're 0.1% in our growth of all new YouTube shows because of you. YouTube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. YouTube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. Subscribe. I appreciate you, your viewership, your support, and your subscription. We will be back with Marjorie Taylor Greene in 2.5 minutes.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rob? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
And we had a little bit of a delay with Marjorie Taylor Greene, so we cleaned most of that up. Let's bring back Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. Congresswoman, you're in New York. You were in New York City for the taping of The View, obviously. We're about to elect a socialist mayor of the biggest financial district in the biggest financial city on the planet. What the hell are the New Yorkers thinking?
I have no idea. Well, honestly, Eric, look at the quality candidates that they have to vote for. They've got a socialist, Mamdani. They've got failed New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, that a lot of them are still mad at for the lockdowns and killing people's grandparents and parents in nursing homes. And he had all kinds of sexual harassment charges against him. And then there's a Republican candidate that the Republican Party hasn't largely gotten behind. And so, and then you've got all kinds of issues with their ballot, like Mamdani's on there multiple times. The Republican candidate's on there multiple times. Forgive me, I cannot pronounce his name correctly. So,
Curtis Sliwa.
What is it?
Curtis Sliwa, but there's
Curtis Sliwa, that's it.
There's some thoughts that he should have dropped out. And look, if you're gaming this out as we do here, like Curtis early, don't forget Eric Adams was still in that race for a while. There was an opportunity for it to end up being Eric Adams, who's kind of becoming a little bit more friendly to Trump over the last year and a half as New York mayor. It could have come down to Mamdani and Adams probably would have gotten the conservative vote. Curtis, no one takes him that seriously. He wasn't going to get it, and no conservative worth their salt is going to vote for a Cuomo. Let's just be honest. I'm sorry. I'll let you continue.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree with you. As a Republican, that's what I said on The View today. If I was voting in that election, I couldn't vote for Andrew Cuomo. I just couldn't because of his stances on COVID and all of that. Right. And so if I were voting in the mayor's race today as a New Yorker, I would vote for the Republican candidate because I'm a Republican. But I think they're going to end up with Mamdani, and it'll definitely be something that the entire country watches, what policies he takes on, and how much money successful New Yorkers are going to have to pay for all these social programs that he's planning to create.
Yeah, it's awful. You told the ladies of the View, the Schumer shutdown, regarding the Schumer shutdown, you're not taking a paycheck. Let's take a look.
And getting paid.
I'm not taking a paycheck.
Good for you. Exactly.
I'm not taking a paycheck.
Exactly. Good for you. I think you're one of the only ones.
Well, like the air controller list. I think that should be a public list.
Yeah.
I think that's fair because our paychecks are taxpayer funded.
Correct.
However, I voted to fund the federal government on September 18th. I want all federal employees to be paid. I want all the programs to be funded. And I think that is our job, all of us together, Republicans and Democrats in the House and the Senate. And I'll look, I'm with women, so I feel very comfortable saying this. I'm really tired of the pissing contest in Washington, D.C. between the men.
I don't know, MTG. I don't know. I'm thinking they like to have a semi-conservative voice on that show. If this congressional thing doesn't work out, you might be sitting in the far right seat on The View. They to the issue. The left wants to paint this as Trump's shutdown. It's clearly Schumer shutdown. Trump offered it. What's it going to take to end the shutdown?
Well, here's what I told the president months ago, Eric, that the Republicans in the Senate need to grow a spine and use the nuclear option, and we could pass his entire agenda through the House and the Senate if they would do that. And that's why I've been very happy to see the president come out in the past few days demanding that Thune and Republicans in the Senate use the nuclear option, override the filibuster, and get the government funded. But I think we need to go much further than that, Eric. We need to pass our entire agenda because the Democrats are going to do it when they get their turn. They already tried to do it in 2022 with the Voting Rights Act. And the only people that stopped them were two moderate Democrat senators, and that was Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema. However, they're not there anymore. So if Democrats get back in control, they will blow through the filibuster and they will pass their agenda. So this is, again, when I say weak Republicans, this is what I'm talking about. We can pass the entire America First agenda if the Senate and the Republicans would get their act together and actually do it.
You want to send Trump an idea that will probably end the shutdown? I mean this very sincerely. I think about these things. Sometimes I'm laying in bed thinking about these things. So I don't particularly love tariffs, as everyone knows, but they're bringing in $200 billion so far. It's about the same as the federal payroll. It literally is almost the same as the federal. Why don't you send the tariff money and pay the essential employees and pay maybe even re-up the SNAP benefits and whatnot through the tariff raise, the money he's raising through tariffs? Can you imagine the upside and goodwill he would get, and Republicans, or he would get, for keeping the most needy people at least fed while the Democrats continued to stall the process? Send it to him. Take it if you want it. But what an idea. Thoughts?
I think it's a great common sense idea. I mean, that's something that would work, and I'm sure they're probably looking at that, but their Supreme Court case is this week, and we may see a ruling from the Supreme Court where they may not rule in the president's favor. So that's yet to be seen. So we're not sure what will happen with the money that's been collected on tariffs.
MTG. So those who say, oh, she's no longer MAGA or she's not conservative anymore, what's your response to them? Because the chat is they like to hate on everyone, but me inclusive. But what's your comment to them?
Absolutely nonsense. Don't believe the paid social media influencers that are being paid by a certain foreign country. And I think you guys know the one to tear me apart. I am 100% MAGA, America First, way before Ted Cruz ever was, way before Mark Levin, and way before a lot of the people serving in the administration. So don't believe the fake news, everybody.
There you go. Marjorie, always good to have you on, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, and really, really good that thank you for coming to the bowling show right after your big The View debut, so to speak. Marjorie, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah. Thank you, Eric.
All right, we'll see you soon. All right, folks, let's be blunt. Gold is up more than 40% this year, including today's move down. No problem. Not speculation, that's fact, that's reality. And if a portion of your savings isn't diversified into gold, well, you're missing the boat. Here are the facts. Inflation is still too high. The US dollar is still too weak and getting weaker. And the government debt is insurmountable, $37 trillion and counting. This is why central banks are flocking to gold. They're the ones driving prices up to record highs, but it's not too late to buy gold from Birch Gold Group and get in the door now. Birch Gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. You don't have to pay a dime out of your pocket. Just text the word America to 989898 and claim your free info kit. No obligation, just useful information. The best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven forever, for hundreds of years. What else can I say? What else can we say? Gold has been amazing, amazing. Text the word America to 989898 right now to claim your free info kit on gold. That's America to 989898. Protect your future today with Birch Gold and silver. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the hosts? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Nancy Pelosi will not run for re-election. Did you hear me? She will not run for re-election. What do you mean she won't run again? But she's only 85 years old, which is practically a baby by the swamp's standards. Maybe, just maybe it's because she says things like this.
It's just a vile creature. The worst thing on the face of the earth. But anyway.
You think he's the worst thing on the face of the earth?
I do, yeah. I do.
Why is that?
Because he's the President of the United States and he does not honor the Constitution of the United States. In fact, he's turned the Supreme Court into a rogue court. He's abolished the House of Representatives.
She looks good, huh? I'm just kidding. 37 years in office and $267 million of net worth later, is Nancy finally throwing in the towel? The mastermind of January 6th, the grim reaper of speeches. Is it possible she'll just walk out before she has to be wheeled out? Say it ain't so. Say what you want about Hillary Clinton failing to break the glass ceiling not once, but twice, or Kamala Harris failing to DEI her way into the Oval Office. I think that Nancy Pelosi broke barriers, albeit in the opposite direction. Few have gone lower, and I'm not just talking about that hole Nancy dug all the way to China.
When I was a little girl, I was told at the beach if I dug a hole deep enough, we would reach China. So we've always felt a connection there.
It's actually a metaphor for our financial standing. Keep digging the hole, China will bail us out. Keep digging, Nance. But seriously, aside from her deep admiration for the Chinese Communist Party and their ways,
China is one of the freest societies in the world. Don't take it from me. That's from Freedom House.
Let's talk a little bit.
Democracy, courageous people.
China, one of the freest societies, she says. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Muslim Uyghurs don't feel that way, Nance. Or how about the people who were locked inside a building during COVID? Remember that? Or the people being controlled through digital IDs. But aside from her deep love and respect and admiration for a perpetual human rights violator, China, and a country that would prefer to wipe us off the map, Pelosi really has maintained that classless, deep state corrupt demeanor the whole way through, hasn't she?
Nancy Pelosi became rich.
Why do you have to read that? We're here to talk about the 60th anniversary of Medicaid. That's what I agreed to come to talk about.
But I wanted
what that means in the election.
I wanted to give you a chance just to respond. He accused you of insider trading. What's your response to that?
That's ridiculous. In fact, I very much support the stop the trading of members of Congress. Not that I think anybody's doing anything wrong. If they are prosecuted and they go to jail. But because of the confidence it instills in the American people, don't worry about this. But I have no concern about the obvious investments that have been made over time. I'm not into it. My husband is, but it isn't anything to do with anything inside.
Sure, Jan. Looking back, that July interview seems like one of the turning points in Pelosi's career. Losing it on the air with Jake Tapper, unable to calmly and coolly defend her crimes, that was the beginning of the end. But Nancy hasn't been ready to step down, not before betraying the president, which she did in the most coup of ways with gusto, right after claiming that he was super sharp, of course.
So I think that, again, age is an objective fact. As I say, it's all relative. He's younger than I am, so what do I have to say about his age? But he is, again, knowledgeable, wise. Experience is so important. So Joe Biden has vision. He has knowledge. He has a strategic thinker. This is a very sharp president.
Well, experience is so important, Nancy, which is why just days after that, you snapped at a reporter for doing her job, clearly not one of the reporters on your party's payroll, because she dared to be practical and use actual journalism.
Do you believe that him waiting so long to make this decision?
I'm not going to make any comments in the hallway about the fate of our nation. Okay?
Are you concerned whether or not he can win in November?
I think he can.
Do you believe he should run for re-election?
I'm not speaking English to you. I'm not going to be making any statements about any of that right now in the hallway.
Except she didn't think Joe could run again, so she ousted him and put someone else, someone even less qualified, in the position to run for president. The fact that Nancy Pelosi actually supported a mentally compromised president and then supported one of the least qualified candidates in our history tells you everything you need to know about Ms. Pelosi. Speaking of coup, and speaking of insurrection, one of Nancy's favorite words, she, together with her comrades Schumer, Jeffries, and Harris, threatened Biden with the 25th Amendment if he didn't step down from the nomination. I do believe that's potentially called criminal blackmail, maybe extortion under the law. I don't know, maybe not. But she hyped Joe and then ousted him just days later. Oh, and by the way, the trend of Nancy hyping up imbecile Democrat continues. In case you were wondering, watch.
It's clear that this governor has a vision for our country. He has knowledge of our country and our state. The state of California, the fourth largest economy in the world. Gavin manages that way, with great dignity. He has strategic thinking about how to get things done, and that is what has brought us together here.
They're all hypocrites. They're all awful. And just while we're here reminding Nancy of some of her failings, not all, otherwise we'd be here all day, Pelosi staged January 6th and then rejected President Trump's offer for National Guard support, which is why this post is one of the most blatant and outrageous lies ever to leave her lips. And that's saying something. And that also explains why she lost her mind when she was asked about it again just the other day.
Congresswoman Pelosi, are you at all concerned that the new January 6th committee will find you liable for that day? Are you at all concerned about the new January 6th committee finding you liable for that day? Why did you refuse the National Guard on January 6th?
Shut up. I did not refuse the National Guard. The president didn't send it. Why are you coming here with Republican talking points as if you're a serious journalist?
The American people want to know. We still have questions. Thank you.
Fair question. Shut up. Look, if you can't walk down the steps of Congress, you shouldn't be a congresswoman. Just is it me? Oh, and I mean old walk, not handicap walk. I mean old. Oh, and just a friendly reminder that Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats put America through the trauma of a presidential impeachment a couple times just because Donald Trump wanted to investigate crimes for which Joe Biden ended up pardoning his own son, Hunter. All in, Nancy, I'd say you did your party right by carrying out an illustrious career of lies, corruption, control, and making money off the backs of hard-working American people. That is the quintessential Democrat leader. Folks, I'll leave you with this, because after helping to orchestrate the coup, the likes of which we haven't seen in modern political history, Nancy, ever the corrupt, lying leftist, actually came out and said this.
It said that he's furious at you. Is he?
Well, he knows that I love him very much.
I understand that you don't want to own this, but it is so well reported that you were the leader of a pressure campaign. Had you seen a decline in Joe Biden, and did you think he needed to step aside?
No. My whole point was, whatever he decides, but we have to have a more aggressive campaign. So he was in a good place to make whatever decision, the top of his game. Such a consequential president of the United States, a Mount Rushmore kind of president of the United States. Want to know what comes next.
That he belongs up there on Mount Rushmore, Lincoln and Joe Biden.
But you got Teddy Roosevelt up there, and he's wonderful. I don't say take him down, but you can add Biden.
Amazing, right? Stab a guy in the back and then etch his face into a mountain. Sounds about Democrat to me. Bye-bye, Nancy. That's one less snake in the swamp. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the hosts? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Debt is crushing millions of Americans right now. Interest rates are up, costs are up, and families feel like they're drowning. Joining us today is Melanie Picor, consumer finance advocate with Iconic Debt Relief, a company that's quickly becoming known for helping people get real relief and honest guidance. Thank you for joining us, Melanie. Melanie, let's just, if we don't mind, let's just start with the debts, personal debt situation. Our households, our people taking on more debt as we move forward.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. It's just unbelievable simply because, the interest rates have increased. We've got inflation. People are, income isn't going up, but debt certainly is.
So, first of all, why is that? I mean, prices are obviously exploded over the last few years, so and incomes can't trail the inflation rate. Otherwise, they would be spending way too much money hiring people. But what does Iconic Debt do for someone who's got feels like insurmountable? I would guess anything feels insurmountable, but how can Iconic help folks?
Great question. And again, thank you for having me on today, Eric. I appreciate it. Grateful to be here. But at Iconic, we can help consumers just enroll in a legitimate debt relief program, right? It is designed to help lower your monthly payments, give them room to breathe, because honestly, when you're put in these situations where you're just stuck making minimum payments month after month because interest rates continue to skyrocket, the Federal Reserve did just lower interest rates, but they didn't pass that on to the consumers. So essentially, you feel like you're just throwing money down the toilet over and over and over again, just to possibly have to use it again. So we step in, we clearly explain your options, guide you through the process, and really help you enroll in a program that's the right fit, right? And that's the key. So we do this with compassion, transparency, and of course, absolutely no judgment. We treat you all like family.
So are you able to negotiate with some of our creditors?
Yes, as one of our debt relief programs, we are able to negotiate your debts down, which can essentially, from the get-go, save you about up to 50% on your monthly payments. So you finally have some room to breathe, put some money aside, use your cash for expenses versus feeling that need to always have to rely on your credit cards.
Mm-hmm. Can you give us an example of how give us a typical story of someone who contacted you? What were they feeling? What were they going through? And how did you guys help?
Absolutely. And, Eric, I was actually just thinking about this lovely lady the other day. She was a single mother from Tennessee. She really stands out to me, but she had about $27,000 in credit card debt, right? And when she called in, she was feeling very overwhelmed, but she just didn't think $27,000 was enough. But it truly, when you go break down the financials, it's a lot. It's a lot because it feels like it's nearly impossible to pay off when your balances don't move, right? That, on top of that, her grocery bill had gone up nearly 30% in the last 2 years, if not more. Fuel continues to go up and down, but she was really just using those credit cards as a crutch to make ends meet and feel like she was just falling deeper and deeper and deeper every single month. Mm-hmm. And this is so many, but with her, she just really felt like she was drowning. After we enrolled her in our relief program, her monthly payments were significantly cut. I believe it was at least half, right? What she was normally paying just on minimum payments. And she called me not long after, and she straight up said, for the first time in years, I don't feel like I'm drowning. You know, she even teared up a little bit. She thanked me for the help and really helping her understand how it works and how she can have that hope again to financial freedom.
That's terrific. How can folks get in touch with you guys? What's the plan? What do they need? Do they need a ton of paperwork? And what should they bring when they call?
No, they don't need a lot of paperwork. Just make the call, right? First and foremost, we're here with compassion. So we're here to listen and understand. Make the call. It could be the best call you've ever made, at least this year. You will never be judged. What we do is we simply just go through your financials. We go through your goals. And we really just break down and make sure we're putting you into the right program that fits your financial situation and your future needs.
All right.
So pick up the phone. Yep. Again, we're here to help. If you have more than $10,000 in credit card debt, it can feel like a struggle. Just give us a call.
Pick up the phone. That's the first step, and you're not under obligation to call them and hear them out at least, folks. Melanie Picor, Iconic Debt Relief. Really good to have you on. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks again, Eric. Have a great day.
We'll see you again soon. Alrighty, it's not just the U.S. that has an issue with a lying and deceitful mainstream media. The United Kingdom has its own version. It's called the BBC. For years, they've duped both the British and American people. Plenty of people watch the channel on this side of the Atlantic, too. They've tricked viewers into believing that they're a network of prestige and journalism, all while peddling a clear left-wing agenda. Turns out that the BBC was helping the leftist machine spread lies about President Trump, splicing footage of his speech on January 6th to make it look like he was inciting violence. Watch.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you, and we fight. We fight like hell. We're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women.
BBC, folks, I will give you anecdotal stories. They call you up, the producers call you up to go do a hit with them or an appearance on them, and they're very, very nice, and you get in the chair and you start to talk, and they go at you with the most liberal BS you've ever heard in your life. The BBC is not fair and balanced, that's for sure. Well, we all know it's decision day with some pretty big races across the country, but of course, plenty of eyes are on the New York City race for mayor with terrorist sympathizer Marxist Zohran Mamdani likely to take over for Eric Adams. It's pretty much a slam dunk now, folks. Still hard to understand why any single American would vote for this guy, especially when he says things like this.
And I just want to ask everyone in this crowd, if you can raise your hand if you have been called a terrorist while living in this city. Yes. If you can raise your hand, if you...
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't believe anything this guy... In New York, you're going to get what you asked for. You're going to get it. Be careful what you wish for, because you just got it, my friends. Meanwhile, over in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where mayoral candidate Omar Fattah is about to take over one of the foremost terrorist breeding grounds in America. It's no surprise that Ilhan Omar is right there stumping for this America-hating candidate. It's also no surprise that there's not a single American flag in sight at this campaign event. Apparently, no English is needed either.
Ilhan!
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Aad iyo aad aan ugu faraxsanahay caawa in xafladan oo dhammaan dadka
America. That's America. Minneapolis. I'm pretty sure that mayor doesn't speak English either. All his campaign ads were in Arabic or some other foreign language, Somali, I guess. It's amazing what's going on, folks. Wow. What 2025 inflection point in America. We all know how Democrats love rebranding and renaming things that don't work for them. For example, they're trying really hard to undo the word communism and replace it with kinder, gentler Democrat socialist, as if that's any better. Well, Congressman Byron Donalds calls out this remarkable idiocy.
When you put in communist and yes, communist policies, that's what Zohran Mamdani is talking about.
He's not a communist.
It never
Democratic
works.
Socialist.
He says he's Democrat.
I can't tell what the difference is.
Well, he can describe
Explain what the difference is.
He can describe the differences for you. The socialism is not the same basis of communism in this country. You know that quite well.
The man wants to create government-run grocery stores. He wants free transportation, both of which are impossible to do. Because how
that communism is a trigger word to try to undermine all of his policies. He's not he says he doesn't.
I don't need to undermine his policies. His policies undermine himself.
And I think you're looking at your next governor of Florida right there. I will tell you, she had no idea the difference. She has no idea that they're the same damn thing. Communism is an extreme form of socialism. And this BS Democrat socialism, because the idiots of New York voted for him, you're calling Democrat. It's still socialism. Just because you voted for it, you call it Democrat socialism. You're putting lipstick on a pig, folks. In case you were wondering, Hakeem Jeffries has fully lost his mind. Looks like he's found a brand new way to slander the Trump administration and his top Republicans.
Well, the Trump administration and Mike Johnson are running a pedophile protection program. That's what they've been doing. And that's the reason why they refused to swear in Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva. For weeks now, she was elected in late September decisively. And Representative-elect Adelita Grijalva still hasn't been sworn in because she'll become the 218th vote on an up or down piece of legislation that will require the Department of Justice to release the Epstein files?
He can't help himself. He wants to be Obama. He will never, ever be Obama. How about one more? Let's do one more. Here we go. With the lies from Democrats about how Republicans are trying to suppress voters. Here's Chuck Schumer peddling the same old race-baiting lies his party likes to tell over and over again.
We're not going to let them revert to Jim Crow. And if you don't think they want to revert to Jim Crow, just look what they did in the SAVE Act, which went back to took Jim Crow for the whole nation. By so making it hard, they said you need ID, and they made it so hard to show ID that probably half the people in America couldn't vote. They don't want poor people to vote. They don't want people of color to vote. They don't want Democrats to vote. They don't believe in democracy. We do.
So another one of my harebrained ideas and things that keep me up at night. I have a great idea to solve the voter ID issue. And Democrats will hate it, and it'll work. Yeah, you know what? We don't need an ID card. You don't need an ID card to vote. But every polling place will have a facial recognition. You walk in to vote, they'll recognize whether you're an American citizen or not vote. That will work, folks. That will work, and they'll take the ball right out of Democrats' court, calling us Jim Crow for wanting an ID just to prove you're a citizen before you vote. It's just a thought. It's what I do. Back 2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that A Week Away was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch A Week Away today.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
So I've been telling you about the Edge. It's exploding. Top 1/10 of 1% in all of the new YouTube channels in growth, off the charts, doing well. We put together things like, take a look at this. This is Bo Dietl on the right. He was a New York City detective for many, many years. Grew up in the neighborhoods with the mob, with mobsters in New York, Ozone Park, where they all hung out and lived. He was busting them left and right. At some point, a couple of Hollywood producers tapped him. Scorsese was one of them, put him in Goodfellas, and then his career took off as a Hollywood guy. He's on the right. He is just one tough cop, great guy. He's on the Edge. My point is the Edge is really gaining a lot of interest. It's becoming a platform, not just a show. I want to just ask you, hit this QR code with your phone, with your camera if you do, get a little line on it, press it, you will subscribe automatically. Your subscription means everything to us. Never going to charge you a thing, not using it for any marketing, just gets you to the front of the line, and it shows YouTube that we have a support, we have a following. You are my following. I love you for it. I appreciate you, appreciate your support, your viewership, and by the way, your
Yes, sir.
Let's do it.
All right. We have a viewer who wishes conservatives push for Curtis Lewa more.
Oh, go.
Hi, Eric. Love your show. First thing is, I wish that the conservatives would have pushed Sliwa a little bit more, because he really is much better choice than Cuomo. And why everybody is pushing Cuomo, because he's running as an independent. We already know what he's about. A vote for him is a vote for Mondami. I said the reason why we got to Mondami is because of the Democrat-run city. So everybody should have been pushing Curtis all the more, because he has worked hard and he could make some better changes.
Ben, she's so right. The more socialists you get in New York, the more they give you, and then for some reason it's like this unending spiral into communism. I mean, the difference between socialism, Democrat socialism, and communism is minute. It's just time. You start at Democrat socialism, you end in communism. Period. We have, I hear, Ben, this is true. Is this true? Will you come in and pinch me, make sure I'm not dreaming? Do we have the great Stephen K. Bannon to join us right now? Is this possible? Bannon, what's up, brother?
It's election. Normally the reason I can't do it is I'm putting the show together, so we hit hard. I'm so far beyond and putting the show together. I said, let's go on bowling and just hang out for a while. Let's go bowling and just hang out.
Can you believe this? So Ben, we got a social.
Bowling. You're a New York guy. You adopted New York City. You're a New York guy. What the hell's going on up there?
Gluttons for punishment. You know what? I honestly think, Steve, the market melted down today. NASDAQ was down almost 500 points. Gold's down. Oil's down. Bitcoin's getting crushed. I do believe that bring in a socialist to the financial center of the world, and people realize, the smart money people on Wall Street realize that's going to spread. The creep of socialism will spread, and certainly would spread first on Wall Street. And I think you're seeing liquidation across the board. Am I crazy?
No, I think it's actually deeper than that. I don't think he's a communist, because I think that's an economic system. I think he's a Marxist, and a strong Marxist. This is not a socialist. This is a threat. He is a clear and present danger to the United States as far as politically goes, because he's going to tear apart this country. He's going to tear apart New York City. I strongly recommend, and I've been advocating this for a while, you can't do it before Election Day, but you certainly can do it before the day he is put into office. You have to denaturalize him. He's not a legitimate U.S. citizen. He's a citizen of Uganda. He's a Marxist jihadist, And this has been brought on about people that thought the liberals and the progressives weren't going to harm this country, that they were, you can continually beat them off every couple election cycles. He's the manifestation of the progressives in New York City. They leave you with a foreign-born Ugandan who's not even a legitimate U.S. citizen, who's voted in by illegal aliens and overwhelming foreigners, essentially, that have been here for a couple of years.
How's that any
it's
different?
Outrageous.
How's that
and people got to take
than Fatah in Minneapolis? What's going on, Steve? We have Fatah in Minneapolis. He doesn't even speak English.
Well, because we haven't moved on. We haven't moved on Omar. She should be denaturalized. We got to start playing. This has got to be serious. You're turning over the financial capital of the world to a Marxist jihadist. We have no idea where his money comes from. We have no idea. We just know Qatar has been giving his mother money for years. We know nothing about this guy. They've done almost no investigative reporting on him. The New York Times and all the left-wing media outlets have had the pom-poms out. He came across Brooklyn, I think it was dawn yesterday, with this march. It was like Mao Zedong in the Long March, and the media ate it up. They lap it up because this guy, MSNBC, gets on MSNBC and dances around a little bit. Ari Melber, they love him. They're glazing him. They're glazing him, and this is serious.
He goes into a gay nightclub. He goes into a gay nightclub knowing that in the Muslim religion, the faith, that if you were gay, you're an infidel and you can be thrown off the roof. If he does get pulled for whether campaign finance rules, as you point out, maybe the illegal money came in or whatever, Steve, then you get the public advocate, and then you got something in 90 days to get a new mayor, another election. Would it go any better next time around? I'm not sure.
I would denaturalize this guy and send him back to Uganda, and then let the chips fall where they may. No, you got to get this guy's because you can't. He came over here and thumbed his nose at the rule from the very beginning, and people in New York didn't have the guts or the courage to stand up to him. They had all these fantasies of. I told the donors, when we basically called he was going to win the primary, and everybody, this guy was and Alex DeGrasse, who's Stefanik's guy, told me back in February when I think this guy was at 2% in the Democratic primary that this guy was going to be the guy because the Working Family Party and the DSA have a massive ground game. They've essentially copied what the Trump movement, what the MAGA movement did.
Or Acorn and Obama, Acorn, that seems a little like that.
Low propensity. You have to get low propensity voters, and they've gone out and they've canvassed and they've gotten low propensity voters. They've, they're focused on foreign-born voters. And here's what you got. And so I think he's got to go through a thorough review quickly, denaturalize him, get Eric Adams and put him on a plane and send him to Uganda. And I think the president tomorrow ought to have the Justice Department go into California into federal court and talk
Prop
about
50.
the unconstitutionality of what they did in California.
Prop 50, yeah, that's looks like it's going to fly through too. And then you got the nut job in Spanberger who can't say that Jay Jones was wrong for calling for the murder of his. It's crazy, Steve. It's scary. It's scary how fast the country's turning. It's almost like they don't know who's president right now. I don't want to take.
There's a common theme. There's a common theme to this. The Republican establishment, people have to understand, they think Trump's a passing summer storm. Look at Dick Cheney. We played today. My producer founded the Dick Cheney ads. Anti-Trump ads. The Republican establishment hates Trump. Mm-hmm. They've had no engagement in Trump in any of these elections. He wasn't engaged in New Jersey. He's not engaged in the Commonwealth of Virginia. He's not engaged in New York City. He's not engaged in California. Why? It's always the same mantra. Trump. They use Trump to get to draw voters to build momentum. Well, they've got momentum. They use Trump anyway. So you might as well get him out and get engaged. He just won the greatest political comeback in American history. If President Trump had been engaged on this from the beginning, particularly in California, I think there'd be a very different outcome. Yeah. But you could get blown out by 10, 20 points in California tonight. That thing could be over the moment the polls close.
Across
the board.
The important ones, it's not going to be. There's no close race of those four. That's the scariest part, Steve. We always talk about are even the financial guys, Apple and whatnot, are they just saying they're going to come bring manufacturing back here and just kind of hold their breath until 2029 when there's someone else in office and say, I pledged it. I didn't really do it.
Hang on, stop. 2029 and there's what? You clearly don't watch the show that follows you, Trump 28. And I'm 100% serious about it. Look at it tonight. Show me what you got. You got nothing. You know what you got? You got Trump.
Yeah.
You got a guy that started the process of saving this country when all of our backs were against the wall.
I'll bite Bannon. I'm going to bite on Bannon's bait right now. If that's
Bowling, you're
should
a
be a
tough.
segment. I'll bite Bannon's bait. Don't take that the wrong way.
You're a tough hombre.
So what he has to do he just has to run. He has to say, I'm just going to run and win, right? It can't be sanctioned. It can't be courts. You just run and let Supreme Court decide.
Eric Bolling comes up. Hey, I talked to a top constitutional lawyer. He told me point blank, quote, you could drive a Mack truck through the 22nd Amendment. You see all these things. They got all the stuff to stop Trump on the execution of the maximalization strategy of his Article 2 powers. And they've lost 20 cases at the Supreme Court. Tomorrow we're going to go in for the tariffs and bringing jobs back to the country, right? Reordering the entire world's commercial system. We'll find out about that. But so far, the Roberts Court has just said, that's politics. It's not law. You guys figure it out.
You have the phone. You have the phone to the boss. I will tell you something. Tell him those $400 billion he's collected in tariffs. Take that, use that for the SNAP. Put that into the most needy people. Pay the military, and he takes that card away from the Democrats. Slam dunk midterm elections.
I think right now, if the SNAP program was all the illegal aliens were off it, all the deadbeats were off it, all the scam artists were off it. If we got actually even a mini audit right now and people that really need and deserve it, I could agree. Other than that, just you can't bend to the Democrats.
Yeah.
They're going to keep throwing something else up here. I think we need Trump and we need harder Trump. I think the best solution we've had in this country, Eric, is every time we get to the back and Trump's try to modulate, or as people around him have said, you got to reach out to guys. Hey, how about this? Suck on this. Give them Trump and MAGA, Trumpism. It's full, unvarnished. Let's roll. You're going to see tonight when they all talked him out of getting involved and all the campaigns in those states, Winston Sears and Youngkin couldn't be bothered. They couldn't be bothered for 4 years to implement any MAGA programs. They couldn't be bothered to have Trump down there. They couldn't be bothered when Trump really delivered the victory, when John Fredericks and MAGA turned out in 2021. Historic proportions, all because this show and John Fredericks and others got him out there. They couldn't be bothered to thank Trump for doing that, and Sears was the worst. She's a never Trumper from way back, right? You couldn't be bothered. And so what you're going to get tonight? Is you're going to get to the Republican Party without Trump. That's what you're going to see tonight. And people think that you're going to get these low propensity, low information voters out there without Trump. You're kidding yourselves. It's not going to happen. Now, hopefully,
ban him for president. Ban him for president.
Cliff Maloney says we have a record turnout. I think it's 290,000 or 300,000 that Jack's got to win the margin. Sears is the same. So everybody should go out and vote. Everybody should get there, and we'll see what happens. MAGA's great when they represent. But right now, when you hear about anecdotal what's happening during the day, you see the polling, you see the amount of money Democrats are putting in because Trump's not engaged. You're going to get what you get. And you know what you get by the progressive Democrats and a feckless Republican Party, a gutless Republican Party in New York City? You know what you get? You get a Marxist jihadist as your mayor. I want you to just Bowling, you were there. 24 years after 9/11, and Andy Ogles, because Andy Ogles, I love him. He's a little bit on the war room crazy side. He put up today the videos of the jets, of the weapons flying into the World Trade Center. He put it up there. So 24 years after that, in memory of all those heroes that died at the World Financial Center, at the World Trade Center, and all the heroes in the police department, the fire department that died, here's what you got. A guy that's been here 6 years, a Ugandan citizen that we know nothing about, and the big talk mainstream media has not done anything at all about looking into it, sir.
You're on it. You're on it. Steve Bannon, appreciate your time. Sorry I ate into your show, but have a great show, and I love this. Let's do it again sometime, my friend.
We may track you down tonight, Bowling, and get your, after Mandami's
After the way,
results coming to New York City.
I'm around for
You're a New
Bannon
York guy. We'll
anytime.
track you
I
down.
mean, I'm going to be your campaign manager when you run for president too. How about that?
No. Hey, Trump 2028. Very simple.
Okay,
show me what you got. I got Trump. Show me what you got. Thank you, Eric Bolin. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Steve.
Always. See, we didn't have a show plan, so hanging out with Derek is the best thing to do. What's the TRT? My young charge is right here. What's the TRT on our cold open?
654.
Boom. We're going to go to a cold open right now. You're in the war room. Let's go ahead and let her rip.
Number of voters that we're seeing at the two polling places we visited today here in the South Bay area. You know, this is an off-year election. There's only one thing on the ballot, but we're seeing substantially more people than I expected. Here at this polling place, for example, we've seen lines of 20 to 30 people off and on throughout the day. So it'll be really interesting to see the turnout numbers at the end of the day. And what we're hearing from people really is mostly Democratic voters for whom the messaging from Newsom and the rest of the Democratic Party has very much landed. They're saying that they're here to counteract Republican gerrymandering efforts in Texas and other places, and they're happy for the opportunity to kind of respond to that as aggressively as Newsom and others have been positioning this. Also, some dissenters, I will say, not just Republicans but independents. I'll play you a sample of the interviews we've been doing. One with a Democrat and the other an independent. Take a listen.
Texas is doing something, and then that's going to have a negative impact, I feel, right, on what's going on, and we have to do something in response to what they're trying to do.
Do you think two wrongs equal a right? There's reasons why we need to force bipartisanship, and this goes against that.
That last point, Katie, that, what Texas did by gerrymandering districts in this sort of nakedly partisan move to benefit Republicans was not good, and that California should not stoop down to that level, is one that Republicans here and nationally try to exploit in trying to get people not to vote for Prop 50. But from what I'm hearing from people, by and large, Katie, that didn't really work. Most of the Democrats, at least, that I'm talking to are really kind of excited about an opportunity finally to sort of fight fire with fire, or sort of, take the gloves off, whatever metaphor people prefer. And then, on the other side, we have spoken to some Republicans who also understand that they're basically here defending Donald Trump and Donald Trump's project and the Republican project. It's a very kind of, again, gloves off, tit for tat, kind of hard political tactics. And people understand that that's what's happening when they come to the ballot.
The fact that Donald Trump went from having this huge wind in his back on affordability to now Democrats running on offense on it is certainly a threat to Republicans. That's certainly the case. Now, playing in places where you haven't played in a long time is certainly something that every party should want to do, but I don't think you do that through running socialists everywhere. And in fairness to the Democratic Party, Bernie Sanders has been saying this kind of stuff for decades now. So I think what you can maybe learn from these elections, if Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill do well, is that if you run sort of down the middle and run more moderate candidates, you can do really well. The problem Democrats have right now, nationally, is that people think they're too far to the left, that they care about far left progressive issues much more than they care about things that average people talk about. Obviously, cost of living is something that average people care about, but that is not the perception that most voters have of the Democratic Party. And that's why Republicans are trying to elevate the potential new mayor of New York City as a Democratic socialist, because that plays into the narrative that voters already have about Democrats. Too far to the left. And until they figure that out, they're going to have a problem playing in places like West Virginia.
There appears potentially to have been some tightening in the race in the last few days. Staten Island could be a difference maker. Donald Trump is trying to weigh in and convince Republicans in this city to vote for Cuomo. Should we be reading into what the margin ends up being? Say Mamdani does win, but he doesn't win or he wins by less than 10 points. Is that going to matter?
Well, I think you've predicted a narrative that's going to be fought out in the next couple of days, because it is a three-way race. We're not sure how much Sliwa will lose to Cuomo because of Trump's appeal, which Sliwa would never make. I was at a campaign rally this weekend. It was all about how he's not going to take bribes from billionaires and not drop out. So Democrats who don't want the party defined by Mamdani, I think they will point to that. But his agenda is going to be more important. And the way his agenda is discussed, Brennan was just talking about the perception that Democrats are viewed as more progressive. It's specifically, what really hurt them, and you saw this in New York last year, those interviews Mamdani was doing on the street, but other interviews lots of people did, was the perception that Democrats were taxing American taxpayers, and using that for hotels for migrants who'd been sent in from Texas. That they were using it for surgeries, for gender surgeries for prisoners with Kamala's position. One thing I expect Republicans to hit with Mamdani is a position to make New York a sanctuary for transgender people who are being discriminated against in their own states, and offering a fund to help with their treatment, help with their gender transitions in New York. I think there'll be much more of a focus by Republicans on the policies he tries to lay out in New York. I found this covering Bernie Sanders. We might hear socialism and think of the economic basis of socialism and Karl Marx. For a lot of voters, it just means left wing, and it means you're taking my money and giving it to somebody else. And that's something Mamdani did a very good job of describing in the campaign. Cuomo did a terrible job rebutting, but something Republicans are you saw that with Eric Adams. Eric Adams' mayoralty was basically destroyed by those sorts of expenditures by Democrats and his inability to explain them. And there are going to be Republicans who wouldn't have been safe, but now will be because of those maps. But on the president's agenda, look, the Republican argument all year has been trust this guy. It's going to work out. The tariffs are going to work. You're not paying much for it anyway. If voters are angry about the state of the country, they have not separated themselves from Trump the way at this point 4 years ago there were Democrats separating themselves from Biden. They were not defending Biden on every decision he made. They were willing to criticize his handling of Afghanistan, for example. The party will ride or die with Donald Trump. That is not just the strategy, that is unavoidable based on the way the party built itself.
Ride or die. Well, for somebody who's prepared to ride or die, they didn't really engage him across the country. From New York, from Manhattan to New Jersey to the Commonwealth to California. Now they're saying, hey, there could be a hope for in Commonwealth if you have a strong turnout in Southwest Virginia. Well, Southwest and Central Virginia, Donald Trump dominates. Unbelievable. I think he may have a shot in New Jersey. That's what Cliff Maloney's telling us. If you have a continued massive turnout between now and the time the polls close at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight. So if you're in the Garden State, get the hell out, get some folks with you, and vote. Short commercial break. Back in the War Room in a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1, more time.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Howdy, Rad fams. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rad is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America.
Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime.
Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Incredibly concerning. And I think that it is an illustration of the attacks we're seeing on our democracy. Sometimes they're blatant and explicit in the manner of these bomb threats, and we have to understand this as part of the general approach the Trump administration has taken to trying to intimidate voters with baseless allegations of voter fraud as a means of trying to repress the voice of Americans across this country.
Okay, there you're seeing it right there. Right at the beginning, this is what you're getting. And if you want to tolerate it, tolerate it. It's intolerable. That's why it's got to be dealt with. And it's got to be dealt with by denaturalization and shipping him the hell back to Uganda. Right there, baseless allegations. Yo, dude, he won the 2020 election. I don't know if that was on your radar scope because you weren't a citizen then. Oh, I might be wrong. You might have just got in under the wire. His whole citizenship is highly, highly, highly suspect. Should be reviewed quickly. And then if he lied on his naturalization forms, then get him the hell out of here. Denaturalize him, send him back to Uganda, and let him work on it from there. Get him back here. The progressives, because you're going to have a Marxist jihadist. As we've been telling you, you're going to have a Marxist jihadist with their hands on the governmental apparatus of the financial capital of the United States of America and the financial capital of the world. 24 years after the jihadists, radical Islam, struck the World Trade Center, killing all those folks about their daily business, basically doing what American citizens do to drive forward the country during their jobs. And of course, the firemen and the police officers that died in the line of duty doing their jobs. And what's the reward you get? How long is the memory? Remember all those speeches every year on September 11th? They'll be remembered forever. Well, hey, they're being forgotten today. They may be remembered forever, but they're going to skip 4 November in the year of our Lord 2025.
So he's ready to go.
President Trump is, for better or for worse, He is one of the most extraordinary leaders this country's ever had. He saved us from the Clintons and the Bushes in the managed decline of this country. And it's been pushed harder since they stole the 2020 election from him, because they had to force him out. You've gone beyond the managed decline to a complete and total collapse of the country. This is what divine providence allowed us to see in the 4 years in the wilderness. Do you remember those years? And I just think that the strongest MAGA voices and the folks, and when I say strongest MAGA voices, I don't mean me or some of the people that come on here, Mike Davis or others. I mean you. You have not been listened to. That we want President Trump engaged, and we don't want to hear from the Republican Party. What you're going to see tonight is the Republican Party outside of Trump. Now, the great Cliff Maloney tells me we may have a shot in New Jersey. If we have a shot, the polls are open to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the Garden State. Cliff, what do you got for us?
Yeah, Steve, here's the update. So we've obviously been tracking to see what turnout will look like on Election Day. Like I said this morning on your show, we were able to eat in on the vote by mail. We had a 5% jump on the early voting, but it's all going to come down to today. And the good news for Jack is the more Election Day votes that occur today, he is going to win Election Day handedly. So we need to run up the numbers. Right now, my prediction is this. If 3 million people end up voting in total, we will lose this race. If roughly 3.1, we're at least in play. If we get north of 3.2 million total votes in the entirety of this general election, Jack Ciattarelli will be the next governor. I'm not saying we're there, but I'm saying that we are on the cusp of being competitive. And we still have, like I said this morning, as of 10 a.m. this morning, 57,000 Republicans who have a mail-in ballot that need to get it to a drop box or need to take it to their county office. But outside of that, Steve, if we can get all of these Republicans to turn out, the after-dinner rush, the after-work, this is the time. 3.2 million, if we can reach that, there's a shot that Jack Ciattarelli will be the next governor of New Jersey. But that is, we've got 2.5 hours left. This is it. And so if people are sitting there, every member of the War Room Posse, anyone you know in New Jersey, this is the time to call them, to double down, to really ask them to do you a favor, not just for you, but for the entire America First movement, for our republic. We can flip Jersey, but we've got to get to that 3.2 million total vote for this general election.
Where was the total vote in 2021? Do you remember?
Yeah, it was much lower. I mean, we're talking about, I'll have to pull the exact number for you, but I mean, we're talking about a significant increase. Let me share this with you, Steve. We have certain counties that at 2 o'clock today, if you look at the 2021 numbers, 100% of the voter turnout that we had in 2021, just for total votes in those counties, was matched. And so I'll pull from my team right now what the actual total amount of votes were. I've been so focused on the vote by mail, and so we're pulling all of this, preparing for the live stream tonight. But at 2 o'clock, to have tons of these counties that are already where they needed to be, it shows you that we have massive turnout on Election Day.
What the mail-in ballots, the 57,000 that are out there haven't been returned. What is the absolute? Do they have to be stamped by some government official by 8 p.m. tonight if they come in after 8 p.m.? I mean, if you put them in a drop box, they're going to be picked up immediately, right? Or if you take them to a registrar. But you just can't put them in the mail, right? You have to go deliver this somewhere?
Yeah, well, you can put them in the mail as long as they're postmarked by today, which, unless you go to the post office and get them postmarked and make sure, it's not guaranteed. What I would do is I would take the ballot to your county office where you can hand it in, or, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but we're desperate right now, go to the drop boxes, because as long as it's in by 8 p.m., it will count. And so that is the big ask right now. You can't take your ballot to your local polling location, because what you do, you surrender it, you can only cast a provisional ballot. And so I just want to be clear with everybody. Take it to a drop box or take it to your county office where they can accept it. But Steve, these 57,000, that could be the entire election.
I think the number in 2021, my staff is telling me might be 2.6. I'll check this out afterwards. 2.6 or almost 2.7. So you're asking for a significant. But you're saying you hit.
I'll confirm that for you. That is right. That is right. Good.
So you anticipate 600,000, an increase of 600,000 votes in an off-year election? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, the Decision Desk, as much as I don't follow them too often, yeah, I mean, they're putting out right now, they're projecting about 3.1 to 3.15 is where we're going to be. So, yes, you are correct. The number total was roughly 2.6 mil. But like I said, this isn't me predicting this out of thin air. This is looking at the counties that we currently see coming in, and their turnout numbers compared to 2021 show that you're going to have a significant increase.
That's amazing. The issues driving this right now, still affordability, electrical, taxes, all that?
Yeah, of course. I mean, electric bills are the number one issue. I mean, these Democrats have run New Jersey into the ground. Obviously, crime is a major issue, siding with illegal immigrants over American citizens. I mean, it's all the America First talking points, right? It's all the things that we ran on in 2024. And it's still the same response from the left. Double down on being insane, double down on being crazy, double down on woke, and call Donald Trump Adolf Hitler. That's their whole message. I mean, it's a huge opening for us. Steve, this is the only reason New Jersey's in play, because the left is so stupid they cannot come up with a plan, and Jack Ciattarelli is presenting real solutions, a real plan, real leadership. It's the only reason New Jersey's in play.
They're tied to illegal aliens, and they're tied to the visa scams. If they don't do that, they don't have a party. They know that. That's why they're getting increasingly violent. Cliff, one more time, where do people go to find you on social media? What's the website? We're going to be dipping in and out of your live stream, and we'll have you on as polls start to close in Jersey.
On X at Maloney, going to give constant updates, and njchase.com. You can follow the program. Appreciate you, Steve.
Appreciate you, man. You're doing the hard work. Once again, Cliff Maloney and the team at the tip of the spear. Remember, what, a year ago? I guess a year ago tomorrow, right? Unbelievable. Okay, in New Jersey, you heard Ride to the Sound of the Guns. You got till 8 o'clock. If you're MAGA or Trump supporter, hit it. Cliff Maloney said we got a shot if you have a massive turnout between now and 8 p.m. tonight. Short commercial break. Back in the worm in just a second.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner First has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover-up.
Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy. It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Patriot Fans, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming.
Host Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, so Cliff, who was one of the key guys along with Charlie Kirk's team and the War on Posse, the precinct strategy, everybody rode into Pennsylvania and delivered a massive, I would say, an upset win in 24. Of course, in New Jersey, everything's trending our way. It's the whole Scott Pressler returning Pennsylvania into the new Ohio and New Jersey into the new Pennsylvania. We'll have to see. I mean, they're talking huge numbers. You talk 3.1 million, which I think is 500,000. I'll get that number in a second. 500,000 over a couple of years ago, 4 years ago. That's mind-boggling. I want to play the mom, Donnie. We're going to go to the Commonwealth of Virginia in just a moment, but I want to play Mom Donnie one more time. Can we play that clip?
Incredibly concerning. And I think that it is an illustration of the attacks we're seeing on our democracy. Sometimes they're blatant and explicit in the manner of these bomb threats, and we have to understand this as part of the general approach the Trump administration has taken to trying to intimidate voters with baseless allegations of voter fraud as a means of trying to repress the voice of Americans across this country.
Baseless allegations of voter fraud. Baseless allegations of voter fraud. You hear that? It's going to start already. And wait till he wins tonight. Wait till he wins tonight. You're going to have your nose rubbed in it. Told you this back when he won in the primary in, July? In July? It's coming. You add that to Newsom. I saw a number earlier talking about a 20-point victory in California because they did not engage Trump. RNC didn't get involved. Trump didn't get involved. I can't tell you how important California is, this redistricting. It's also what they're doing. I agree with President Trump. President Trump put it out today on Truth Social. Feels illegal and unconstitutional, but I take it's going to take somebody from the Justice Department, Harmeet Dillon or somebody. Let's get on with it. How about dropping a suit tomorrow? And let's just roll. We have no doubt. What happens when we roll hard? When President Trump rolls hard, what happens? Good things. Right? When he's talked to moderate, what happens? Middle of the road things. Trump is best when you're getting the pure version of it. Have I talked to you about Trump 2028 yet? Later for that. Britt McHenry. Britt, where in the hell are you, ma'am? You're in the Commonwealth of Virginia somewhere. Where are you?
I am. We are in Loudoun County. We are at Winsome Earl Sears' watch party. Behind, if you can see, it's a little empty right now. We're waiting for her to arrive, but the media presence here is incredible. I mean, we heard others remarking on these risers. They were expecting a lot less than this, so it's a packed room in terms of the media anticipation for her arrival and for this watch party, and she will need a lot of people to show up today, as we discussed, Steve, because early voter turnout has been the highest in Virginia since in any other non-presidential election year. Obviously, there's a huge turnout when we have presidential elections. Last year, Virginia was the fourth highest voter turnout, always a possible red or blue state. Governor Glenn Youngkin has been wildly popular here, but for some reason that number, his high approval ratings of 50% and above, have not translated to early predictions for Winsome Earl Sears. So with 1.4 million votes being cast in early voting, 300,000 more than the last gubernatorial election, you have to wonder which of these women will become the first female governor in the state of Virginia.
They are. There's a guy. It's a guy named Hines. I think it is. I go to his site quite a bit. He's got the best predictive model for looking at all of it, and I think he's a. I would say he's a Republican, if not a MAGA conservative, but he's pretty good. He's got Spanberger, and looking at his analysis and crosstabs and everything, he's got Spanberger at about 8. He thinks Spanberger closes out early at 8%. But you've also got down ticket, right? You got Mayeres, which is key because he's running against a guy who wants to see people, children killed. What else is the other flavor? And by the way, this is what happens, Brett, when you join the team close to Election Day. You get the hardest location of all, Loudoun County. Loudoun County for MAGA, right? Talk to you. What else are you hearing about the rest of the tickets down there?
I'll actually have a source in the Spanberger campaign saying they're actually very concerned about Southwest Virginia. All of the early voting turnout really focused, I mean, not all of the votes, but much of it was in Northern Virginia, which has been known to be a bit purple and or certifiably blue. So Southwest Virginia, a lot of those districts have been slow to report. Windsom Earl Sears will for sure need a large turnout today because, as you mentioned, yes, that's been an 8-point, 10-point swing for her. But I think the Attorney General race is going to be very interesting because, as you mentioned, those texts by Jay Jones, it was a bit of an uproar where I live in Northern Virginia when those were released about 3 weeks ago. Very graphic. Like, these were not just casual, hey, making some jokes with my friends. These were very violent text messages that Jay Jones sent 3 years ago, and Abigail Spanberger did not condemn those, right? And she just didn't have much of a messaging there. She had Barack Obama campaigning for her this weekend. President Trump sent out a call and said we need to really support our candidates the other night. He didn't mention Sears by name, but there's been a bit of a disconnect in the history with governors in Virginia just sort of stepping aside. So I wouldn't look too much into that, but it for sure is heated. And I think also you have to keep in mind, Steve, the 100 delegates that are also open seats, 100 open seats in Virginia. So we need to see how many of those go red as well. I will be keeping a tab on that.
Well, I think the House of Delegates is already, one seat for the Democrats. They're thinking about closing that or flipping it, but they could lose as many as 3 or 4 more seats. In the Commonwealth also, John Fredericks had, the audience will remember, last cycle in 2001, Fredericks came up with the strategy of we carpet bomb, because Trump wasn't going to get involved because Youngkin's not a Trump guy. And Youngkin didn't want him involved. It wasn't like President Trump said, I'm not going to do it. It wasn't invited. But Fredericks had this theory, which he's tried to play out here the last couple of weeks, of go down to Southwest Virginia and Central Virginia, which is basically Trump country, and perform at presidential year numbers. And I think we came in, and the war was very engaged back then. I think it was 85% of turnout, which tipped it for Youngkin. This time it's been basically nothing. In fact, last night, correct me if I'm wrong, Britt McHenry, I believe when President Trump did the teletown hall, I'm not sure he ever mentioned, and Sears has been a never Trumper for a while. I don't think he ever mentioned her name by name. He talked about the gubernatorial candidate, but he did not. So right there, you're kind of going against the headwind, are you not, ma'am?
Absolutely, and you nailed it. Glenn Youngkin is looking at his own possible presidential run as well, so not MAGA, not on board, and that very likely was why there wasn't a name call-out, which for where she was standing in the polls going into tonight was needed. I mean, that would have been icing on the cake, let's face it, to have the president endorsing you by name. That did not happen, so we'll see how close it is. But a lot of, I can just tell you from being in this area, not just reporting here, a huge fascination with this governor election. And that showed in the early votes. And of course, we'll keep you posted on anything else we hear. But the Attorney General one is very controversial.
Well, Slotkin, Mickey Sherrill, and Spanberger, that's the new Democrat, front porch. You get a national security, CIA, intelligence coming out of the Naval Academy. You pick it. They put that as the front porch. You get all the radical transgender policies in back of it, but you put that up there to make suburban people feel comfortable. These are a safe pair of hands, and then you run on the most radical platform possible. So that's their game plan.
Yeah.
We're going to come back to you, Britt. Coverage starts. In fact, Solomon's going to pick up and do some pregame, as we're doing here. Coverage is going to start, I think, at 7 o'clock. With the Studio 6B folks. They're going to have a live audience up in New York. We're going to come and take the baton at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and go to whenever, I guess, California and the rest of them are called. Should be around midnight or sometime thereafter, maybe 1. We're going to be here. We got it packed. We got folks all over the place. And we put them in the most important places. That's where we're going to split the Commonwealth. We're going to have, I think, Serrano down in Richmond. And we've got, since Loudoun County in Northern Virginia has been so important, particularly in the parents' rights movement, kind of where that revolt started in the Commonwealth and really kicked it off across the country. It was, I guess, in Dallas, in Florida, and in Northern Virginia. That got rolling. And so Britt McHenry's there for us. Britt, what's your social media in case people want to keep up with you between now and the time we get you back on Real America's Voice?
Yeah, and I'll be tweeting updates on X at Britt McHenry, on Instagram at Britt McHenry, and TikTok Real Britt McHenry. And it would be a pleasure to come back on with you, Steve.
Yeah, we'll see you back during the evening. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
I got Julie Kelly yet? Julie Kelly. Is Julie on phone? Are we out of hair and makeup? We're in hair and makeup. Julie Kelly, your lovely visage. What do we? Oh, that's right. You only do the afternoon shows, right? Because hair and makeup's better. What do you got for us, ma'am? Your part of everything is on fire right now. What's going on?
I know, it really is. There's just so much going on. So it looks like House Judiciary today announced an investigation into AT&T and Verizon, especially Verizon, for producing those cell phone records of 8 or 9 U.S. senators and 1 House member. That was the Verizon subpoena that Jeb Osberg put a non-disclosure order on that you and I have talked about. AT&T, however, did not produce those records. But I think that House Judiciary still wants to see, to the extent that they can, communications between Special Counsel Jack Smith and AT&T in seeking that subpoena. So that's new. I think the big news today are the disclosures by Acting U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan in the Eastern District of Virginia. She's the one who brought that 2-count criminal indictment against James Comey. A lot of motions and briefs, filing fast and furious. Jim Comey last month filed a motion to dismiss based on selective prosecution. Lindsay Halligan filed the government's response yesterday, along with the response.
Because I want people to go to your Twitter, and we want to get it up. Halligan essentially, simplify it for legal morons like ourselves. Halligan kind of called his bluff. He came in and said, this is malicious prosecution. She doesn't know what she's talking about. This was all normal course of business. And she kind of dropped a dime on him. Did she not, ma'am?
She absolutely did. And I've been posting this. I know Mike Davis has posted it, and you've talked to him as well. And that is the exhibits that Lindsay Halligan attached to the government's response. And these contain text messages between Dan Richmond, the Columbia Law professor, who also was a special FBI employee. He was Jim Comey's conduit between whatever Comey wanted to pitch to the media and whatever the media published, especially Michael Schmidt at the New York Times. There's text messages back and forth. These disclosures really give a view into Jim Comey's extensive leak operation out of the FBI to spin the Clinton email investigation, to plant the seeds about the Trump-Russia collusion investigation, and then, of course, to protect himself and have himself portrayed in a positive light because he was under fire from both sides at that time. But the big revelation, I think, is the notes that Jim Comey took either during a meeting or some sort of call on September 26, 2016. And that, again, confirmed that he understood that this Russiagate information was being seeded by Hillary Clinton, her campaign, the notes there. Yes. I know you talked to Mike Davis. But the big one that I think I talked about earlier today.
Julie, hang on for the big one. We're going to take a short break. The Julie Kelly is with us as we run up to election night coverage here on Real America's Voice in the War Room. Short break. Julie Kelly on the other side.
We will fight till they're all gone. We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover-up.
Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy.
It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks. Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the program.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Take your phone out right now. Birchgold.com. Take your phone out and text Bannon, Bannon, at Birchgold, 989898. Get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. That gives you all the methodologies, 401ks, IRAs, tax deferred, all the complexity there. Birch Gold makes it simple to understand about how to own physical gold. If you want to know the process, what's driving the value of gold and why you hit some turbulence every now and again, end of the dollar empire, birchgold.com, promo code Bannon. Get that. Get direct access to Philip Patrick and the team and do it today. Remember, we're in times of financial turbulence, and something tells me after tonight, maybe even more turbulence, I don't know, with a Marxist jihadist trying to become mayor of New York City. Shouldn't be. Check his naturalization papers. Not so sure he's a legitimate legal citizen. But that won't stop this progressive Marxist crowd in New York City. Julie Kelly, Boasberg, you got so much going on. And by the way, Julie, I did get a copy of the book Injustice from you, from the Washington Post team, that I'm going to send to you, to your home for you to read. You will have a laugh a page, ma'am, as they have the long faces over the collapse of the Merrick Garland, Jack Smith. But the inside details are unbelievable, and your reporting is dead spot on. So I got that for you. Hit the highlight reel. We got a couple of minutes left, ma'am.
So thank you for that. I actually bought the book on Kindle, so I will be posting snippets of that because it actually is just what I've read so far, a laugh a minute. But we are going to get more insight into exactly what Jack Smith was up to, especially after the Mar-a-Lago raid. It's so absurd. These people are so dirty and corrupt and stupid. So it's really time that they are held accountable.
Hang on, because I only got time for this, but I want to say something. What I want to do is go back for your Substack, and particularly your Twitter feed and your hits on War Room, and compare and contrast your reporting at the time to what, because these guys got the inside baseball. They got the inside baseball of the Justice Department. And when you compare and contrast both, you realize how purely evil Merrick Garland, Jack Smith, and the entire operation was, Julie.
It was. I mean, as you and I talked when I was covering both court proceedings in Washington and then, of course, in Florida, I saw exactly what these guys were made out of. And you know what? So did Judge Aileen Cannon. So, but now what's hilarious is that Jack Smith is finally being portrayed as the loser that he is. And now you've got even Democrats and establishment DOJ sycophants from MSNBC, Carol Lenning, who wrote the book, now admitting that there were so many mistakes made that delayed the case getting to trial or advancing before the election. So it doesn't look like Jack Smith has a lot of friends on either side anymore, which is perfect. He doesn't deserve any. And I look forward to the continued investigation into him and his team of thugs, Jay Bratt, David Harbach, J.B. Cooney, Molly Gaston, and Tom Wyndham. There's some emails floating around about Tom Wyndham today in seeking President Trump's cell phones.
I tell you, Julie, we're going to get you back on tomorrow because there's so much going on this and exploding every day. But I do want people to go to your Substack because I know you're working on things there, and particularly your social media feed. So where do folks go?
Yes, Declassified with Julie Kelly on Substack. I'm on X, Julie_Kelly2. I also have some reporting, especially dating back to the Mar-a-Lago raid and the Florida court proceedings on Real Clear Investigations.
I can't wait for your going through this book because it's going to be pretty amazing. The tale they tell is 180 out from reality and what Julie Kelly reported at the time. Compare and contrast. Julie Kelly, you're a rock star. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Lindell, I was getting calls throughout the day. You're in D.C. bothering people. What are you up to, brother?
Well, I was at the Senate today over there talking to senators about Arctic frost and our election platforms. Isn't it amazing that all the machines are going bad in New Jersey? What? You got to be kidding me. And then, by the way, Steve, when I went into, I've seen it since, when I walked into the Senate building, the first one I seen was Adam Schiff. It was like he's seen it go. He pops out. He's probably thinking, I thought I already destroyed you, Mike Lindell. Well, then somebody chased him all the way down the hallway telling him about Jesus. And it was I'm watching, they weren't with me. I'm going, wow, this guy, it's his turn to be attacked, Steve, and he needs to be put in prison. But, what I've learned today so much about Arctic frost and how MyPillow was the most attacked company in history, and then also with our election platforms of what the senators and stuff was going to be coming on as we go into the future here. All this stuff going on today in New Jersey and stuff with these problems, I hope it's a gateway where people say, hey, let's look into these. We've got to look in deeper. This, isn't it funny how ATM machines and everything else seems to work out fine, and you get there and you have all these problems, everybody. This has been going on, and we've got to secure our elections and save our country. But, Steve, in spite of being attacked every day for 4.5 years, MyPillow is still here, you guys, and this is the War Room sale. These are the products we make right here. Our beds, our mattresses, our adjustable box springs, our mattress toppers, our pillows. You can save up to 80%. The big items you get free shipping on. And you guys go to mypillow.com. We combine it the last day for the 50% off or more sale. All the towels that came in, you guys, the new load came in 3 days ago. Every color you can imagine. $39.98 for the War Room Posse. That's an exclusive. The sheets were closing out $29.88, any size, any color. And you guys, how about the My Slippers? $39.98, the lowest price in the country, only for the War Room Posse with that promo code War Room. We got the blowout sale on the classic My Pillows. The body pillow, you get that on sale with the free body pillow case. And there it is, the Made in the USA socks. People forget that we have all of these products. The Made in the USA, the cross, like the cross I wear. You guys, all the men's and women's cross, 100% made in the USA. You guys, please call my reps, 800-873-1 in the USA. You guys, please call my reps, 800-873-1062. Tell them you guys got their back because we've got your back. Promo code War Room.
We'll see you back on here later tonight, Mike. And, of course, tomorrow, but later tonight. Mike Lindell on the War Room, Real America's Voice. Okay, the coverage continues on. We will be back and join you at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time when you'll be back in the War Room on Real America's Voice, and we'll take it to its conclusion. We're getting reports from all over the nation. If you're in New Jersey, step up, get out, and vote. I think things are close there. My Patriot Supply